Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you happen to be in the universe. I'm 10-4 Tim on the left side of your screen. Going to bring you the Winter Team Championship second day of qualifiers. My partner in command today, none other than the wonderful and the famous Whammon. How are you?
Tim, honestly, I'm just so honored to be here next to you because as a human member of society, I'm just completely blown away by your existence. Guys, I'm such a huge 10 for Tim fan. This is probably one of the biggest moments of my life. And
Stop it.
you did break the silence too quickly. I did want to stare into the camera very awkwardly for at least like 10 seconds, but it's
I
okay. It's okay.
the
We'll do
the
that
the
awkward after a
awkwardness was palpable. I couldn't take it.
bit.
After like 1 or 2 seconds, I was like, "I gotta do something." Oh my
Well,
god.
Tim, did you watch the games yesterday? Did you
I
hear what
did.
happened, the things and
I did
everything?
watch the games yesterday. So
Mhm,
many we had some I mean, obviously some top tier teams. Fake
mhm.
qualifiers. Vodka, obviously, we're only 2 minutes into the program. Vodka's already making us look good. We're gonna take a look at the brackets from yesterday. Team Canada go 3-0 over the Land Snakes. Wham, Puppy Paw, and Blade. Blade might not have played, but he was there. He was moral support. He got the win. One very crucial one. I mean, obviously, your significant other and Marine Lord, and you're part of
And
that team.
me, of
The
course.
Chimps, 3-0. You crushed it. Way to go. The other one, the other one that I want to take your attention to is Team Devils beating Sheep. The team of Sheep is Lash, Avely. Team of Devils, it was BLB, Goatkowski, Jiggly Turd or Jigglypuff, depending on what stream you happen to frequent. But they took a 3-1 win. They're going to be in the finals. I know the Devils team pretty well. I was super happy for them, and it's really nice, women, to see these teams that primarily are team game players. Right? There are
Mhm.
so many players that they specifically like team games. They play team games. They're top in the team game ladder, and now this is the tournament for them. They're able to show up and qualify for the main event. I'm thrilled for them.
Now, the thing is, there's always been this discussion about top team gamers. Can they actually take down actual 1v1 players? And the fact that they could do that is pretty insane. Another team that made it through that was actually pretty surprising, not surprising, it was a pretty close match, and that's Baltoon and Sassy. Now, I know Sassy and Baltoon, both of them play team games as well. So even though they're quite highly ranked 1v1 players, they were still seeing the team game synergy sync up a lot more. We do have a few teams on the watch this week, I would say, or this day, I would say. But getting a full team of red names on Liquipedia, which means they have not been in events enough to have their own Liquipedia page, being Jigglypuff, Gautovsky, and BLB, that's amazing. That's truly showing that if you have the right coordination, you can make it to the final destination. Yeah.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And you saw some of those teams that were in the 3-0 on the losing side of it, right?
Hmm.
It doesn't mean they're out. They're not out. They're here today. They're playing today. This is the second round of qualifiers. There might be some teams that we haven't seen yesterday just because maybe they weren't able to be there or whatever. There were a couple teams, I was looking at the brackets, there were a couple teams that I actually wasn't familiar with from yesterday. So maybe we might be able to see them as well. But we're taking a look at our very first series, Meow Shine. This is who Whammon. You have a special affiliation with this Deep Shine character. Your
I do.
nemesis, your enemy,
She
frenemy, maybe?
This woman is the scariest woman in the scene. She strikes fear into the hearts of anyone who plays Age of Empires. When you have a Deep Shine Knight in your base, just fear, constantly. This woman is really scary. I am really excited to see her play in a tournament like this. I know she loves 1v1 tournaments. She's all about that 1v1. So seeing her in a 2v2 tournament is really exciting for me because getting over that barrier of like, oh, I'm a 1v1 player and actually taking down some pretty good players, that's gonna be nice to see. Now, the players that they're playing against today, they're not too high ranked. I think Zozo's is platinum. But yeah, it looks like he was platinum last season. And the other side, I've never seen these names before. So me running stuff like the Women's League, seeing all these people like Meoasis and Deep Shine shining, I really want to see them make it through this round. I want to see a little bit of destruction.
Oh, absolutely. And these are in these first couple rounds, this is the time to make your name known. We're here on EGC TV, baby. You're not playing in some random, small tournament or something. This is cream of the crop. And you got players that, people like Deep Shine. People like Meoasis on the other side, who she's a streamer, obviously, of Polish descent. That will be playing with a Deep Shine, and then Pickle, obviously, is going to be the third person. But these are people that, like, maybe when you're seeing, like, the Elite Classic, or you're seeing the Wolo qualifier, maybe you don't see them. This is their time. They're going to... and let's see if Meoasis and Deep Shine can really shine.
Now, we do see the first game on Cliffside. We're going to be going in soon. And HRE going down for... for Deep Shine, I would have said. But no, Meoasis is the one taking it up. And now, on the pink side, Deep Shine, my mortal nemesis. And I'm a huge fan. Then, of course, Purple, her teammate, Meoasis, a wonderful streamer. And also someone who's taking up new civs recently. She's definitely improved very, very much in the last while.
I really like that you introduced Deep Shine and Meoasis because you have me introduce this team. We have Zozos. I'm calling him Zozos. Playing his English in the color green. I don't know Cyrillic. I'm really sorry. I'm an uncultured American. His teammate will be playing Order of the Dragon. And the second part of the name looks like chicken. I'm going to go with chicken right now. I'm sorry. We're working with what we got here. Okay. Order of the Dragon, playing as the color yellow. And you know what? Taking a look at Deep Shine and Meoasis' team, we've seen a decent amount of IU bids. At least I did yesterday. They have so much versatility, women. Because we've seen some Feudal Age play with IU bids going with Desert Raider. There's an opportunity for Fast Castle. I feel like this is something you really got to scout what this IU bid player is doing so you can figure out what you should do.
Now, since we've had a lot of team game tournaments in the last while now, I'm referring back to something like the Top Team Gamer, where people didn't really know their teammates in advance, so they had to follow the 2v2 meta as they went along and learn from other games. Now, the rest of these teams, obviously all these teams are pre-made, and they know one another, but they might not be that experienced. So I'm going to ask, what is going to be the 2v2 meta here? And when you mention something like Castle Age, both those civilizations can go for it. But at the same side, I don't want to say the name because the man in Cyrillic, let's just call him Mama. We call him Mama. So Mama over there, he's playing Order of the Dragon, something you don't want to let get Fast Castle and let him control the pace of the game. Now, at the same time, Meoasis being HRE, she's also going to be able to dictate that pace. Now, I've never seen Deep Shine on AUBIT, so I don't know what she's going to go for. But what a lot of these pro players have said is you just kill people in Feudal. And let's see if that's going to be the answer here from our Russian team.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Deep Shine go with economic wing here, getting those 3 villagers. Those berries are going to be a little bit better. She's microing around those berries, making sure she gets that plus 50 on all of those berries. You love to see it. I've seen some people with IU bids go with Culture Wing. And maybe this is more of in a 1v1 situation, but you go with Culture Wing, you get a couple dervishes. Having the healing unit in Feudal when most civilizations, and at this point no other civilization has the ability to do so, is pretty good. Meoasis obviously has the ability to use those prelates, but they're going to be in Akka Chapel and all that kind of stuff, so I'm not really worried about it. She, on the other side, is going to go with that Akka Chapel near the wood line. Mama, on the other side, for Order of the Dragon. Take a look at where that Aachen is placed. It's right smack dab in the middle. It's a couple tiles away, so they're going to be able to get some farms around it whenever they want to, but you can see it's got a little bit of that woodline on the southwestern side, but the chapel isn't necessarily by a woodline. This looks like more Fast Castle play.
Especially with 3 villages on the gold, we can already see that that's going to be edging towards Fast Castle. But now with Deep Shine also going for that eco wing early on, like you said, sometimes they go for the culture, but oh my goodness, this is something we haven't seen in about 6 million years. Is that a council hall? As an English main, I respect this. But as a Redditor, I am about to post 3 threads about this. So, Twitch chat, how do we feel about this choice here?
I love the. I'm not Twitch chat. I'm gonna answer anyway. The council hall. I love it. It feels like a little bit of razzle dazzle. Add some longbowmen out there. He has already got 2 of them in the queue. He's looking to take a fight in feudal age, and look at what Order of the Dragon is doing on the other side. I thought this was going to be a fast castle wayman. He's not hoarding resources. It's a barracks. It's feudal age men at arms, and they are beefy boys. You're going to see those things come out. 200 food, 40 gold, double the cost of a normal man at arms. But my God, do they pack a punch? Deep Shine going with a couple stables over there on the southeastern side of the map. So maybe she's going for some desert raiders. And even though I hardly know her, the ability to have those melee and range just makes them so versatile. Versatility is the name of the game for these Ayubids.
Oh, definitely. The fact that Ayubids does have an answer to what these 2 teams are offering is good. But now, Mioasis is playing Etchery, and Etchery, again, a lot of Reddit threads coming out from the civilization with the fact that they do still have that early feudal age and early castle that's really, really strong. And we see Mioasis kind of pumping out those archers, but the first man-at-arm, he's holding that sword and he's ready to go for a little walk. Now, the fact that both these teams decided, okay, we're not going to go fast castle, we're going to go for some aggression, is telling us that either the scouting was good or the intuition and the 2v2 unspoken rules are actually coming into play here. That just states kill him in feudal. Full-on aggression, feudal death.
Yeah, it really seems meta now. And having things like if you and you have your teammate that's going to help you out and you're going to have some kind of synchronicity with your units, it just means getting that map control is so important. Order of the Dragon now with a couple men at arms, adding a spearman as well, which is good against Deep Shine's horses. Of course, Mioasis is going to go for some HRE archers, and I know, women, that because you're an HRE aficionado, you know that they're going to be making a lot of archers, and they're going to be able to with that bolstered economy. Horsemen trying to get within with that raid over there on the wood line, on the gold line. Order of the Dragon, not as many villagers. You can see it on the top part of your screen. They only have 20 villagers, but all of them work so well. And especially with Akka Chapel, they're all going to work very well. So losing 1 or 2 of these villagers is kind of devastating.
Now, what Deep Shine is trying to do here, just like you said, those villagers are good. They work much harder. But if you idle them, you're also idling a lot more than you think you're idling. Now, with these horsemen coming from the back and again raiding from the front from 2 sides, Deep Shine is doing what most players cannot handle. And that's putting aggression on 2 sides at the same time, where most of us click move all army and chase after them. And that's exactly what I think is happening here. Those 4 military units just standing together, but oh, we're seeing more. So let's see if they're actually going to go over the rest of the map and put some pressure down themselves. Because when you're playing against Order of the Dragon, you do not want to sit in your base and let them dictate the pace. You need to make sure that Order of the Dragon is responding to what you decide. And right now, Deep Shine is doing an amazing job at that. Zozo, though, he's doing some wham walls over there, making sure the base is safe early on. And not really in the mood to get raided, but it's very surprising as someone who loves his longbows. He stopped producing at 10, though. And I guess never mind, he queued them up. It's the caster curse. My question is just, is he going to go for upgrades and keep pushing? Or is he just going to keep making longbows? Or with 20 on wood, I feel like he's not sure either. 2 villagers maybe going down here. This is really good by Deep Shine. Again, dictating the pace of the game, and that's exactly what you want to be doing against these civilizations.
Deep Shine is running around this map. Like, she's got packs of... this is something now, if you're a cavalry civ player, if you like making knights, you like making horsemen, this is something you got to watch. She's got a couple different groups of these horsemen. She's able to do everything that she needs to back home. Vodka perfectly with that little play-by-play. My God, making us look good yet again. 2 different packs of horsemen going around here. More idle time on the south side. Those Order of the Dragon villagers, they are a little bit beefier, so they will take a couple more horseman hits. But like you said, idle time, super huge, really important. Order of the Dragon trying to get all of these outposts around at a time when They would rather not be doing that, right? They would rather be doing things like making more spearmen, which cost a little bit of wood. They would rather do things like have more villagers on gold and food to get more men-at-arms. So Deep Shine, you're seeing maybe no villagers are going down, but it's the idle time and the changes that's going to make Order of the Dragon suffer. Now, you talked about Zozo's walls a little bit on the north side. I'm going to be a Redditor and say typical English guy, right? Just shell it up, trying to be his turtle. These walls, yeah, they're going to keep him safe around this kind of area, but the thing of it is, you would rather spend that wood on making more longbows, right? You're not necessarily worried about anything that's going on up north because you don't have any idle eco there. You don't have anything on the north side. So those walls might not be too effective. And at the same time, while you weren't able to get that longbow in production, Meoasis is outscaling you in the archer regard. 32 archers, 4 in the queue for Meoasis. Zozo's only has 21 longbows out there.
Now, the thing is, with Meoasis having this many archers, yes, she didn't necessarily do anything early on, but she has this mass at home that will be able to answer to anything they send her way. Now, this puts Meoasis in a very unique position. She can either keep making archers and push, or she can go for castle herself, but she doesn't need to, because Deep Shine, that lady, we can see those resources telling us a story while raiding on every corner here. Again, idle villagers, but those men-at-arms are starting to look quite scary, and you don't want to be losing your horsemen just now. Deep Shine out 1,700 food almost. Let's see. She keeps queuing up those horses. She knows how powerful they are, but the important part is now, what is she aging up with? And that's, I think, the question in all of our hearts. Is she going to get some dervishes? Oh, yes, she is. The dervish button has been clicked. She loses her horsemen in the making of the dervishes, but this means she's going to be able to go pick up that relic, and she can go and heal the army at the front there with the AoE healing.
Look at this, the choreography. You know, that I always say it, choreography, synchronicity, these are my favorite synonyms right now. You have Deep Shine's a horseman while she's going up to Castle Age, like you accurately mentioned, and you have the archers behind, just to do a little bit. Deep Shine and Meoasis, they are playing together, right? We're seeing these units come together. Deep Shine's going to go up to Castle Age, so she's going to get some Castle Age units that might end up turning this game into essentially a snowball. That's my first snowball reference, but I'm not going to go into the anecdote just yet. The ability for Deep Shine to go Castle Age while doing all of this, I'm saying Deep Shine's MVP of this game already, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it right now.
Exactly. She's forcing people to keep making units. She's forcing them to play defensively. We know that tower behind the gold is not a tower you want to be making. This HRE tower at the back there as well, it's also not optimal placement for it. She's already thrown them off exactly what they might already know they need to do, but she just doesn't let you. They had to make these towers so defensively because the army is just too scary. But Deep Shine should hit castle now any moment, but with those archers ready to defend, they can even take down these men-at-arms. Look at how they're melting. These men-at-arms are supposed to be the scary ones, but they are honestly going to fall like flies anytime now. Deep Shine, just don't lose those horses, baby. You got this, girl. The scout is extending a little bit too far and paying the price.
Yeah, you know, this is the kind of thing you're talking about. The archers kite the men-at-arms and take down the men-at-arms, because you're usually a lot of people are going to think, well, men-at-arms, they have a lot of armor, right? They're going to be able to take down a lot of these archers. But look what they do. The men-at-arms, they're slow. Order of the Dragon doesn't have that HRE forced marching, you know? So their men-at-arms don't have that increased speed. If Meoasis is paying attention, she can kite those men-at-arms for days, but the thing of it is, Deep Shine kind of left Meoasis out here. You know, you're seeing that, you know, she's taking down some spearmen, she's taking down maybe a men-at-arms or two, but the longbowmen are back up here for Zozo's. They're doing the choreography now. Meoasis has got to back up. Deep Shine's got to come in with some of her Castle Age units. You see some Camel Lancers in the queue, and I think that is going to be the nail for them. You have Longbowman on the other side from Zozo's horsemen with an excellent flank coming in on the western side. The mills, those English golden wheat fields that give those increased food, they're getting raided at the same time. I think Deep Shine is taxing Zozo's right now. He's trying to kite with his Longbowman, but his villagers are having problems too. This is quite an issue.
Now, this is the problem when you're playing English. We know you cannot lose that English mass. The moment you do, the game usually just snowballs from there. And I think that's what Mama thought he would be okay with doing. Removing his army from the English army because you got this, right? And surprise, surprise, there are all these horsemen just ready to clap your longbows as they're trying to focus down your measly little archers. But now these men-at-arms coming back into the fight just a little bit too late as those archers are firing down heavy. There was actually a game that I saw before where Beastie was playing with a lot of longbows, and he was playing against an Order of the Dragon, and it seemed like everything was about to fall apart. But with enough archers, you can handle anything, and that's the lesson I want us to take away from when you're facing those men-at-arms. Don't be scared. Just make more units. Apparently, you can just fire them down if you kite them well enough. And honestly, I'm so proud of Meow Aces. The last time I saw her microing units, she was nowhere where she is today. And I'm so proud to see that growth of a gamer who's been very active in AoE.
Oh, yeah, she's grinded. You know, she's really putting in the time. Horsemen with another raid on the western side, this wood line. Gilded villagers are a little bit stronger. Vodka, can you do me a favor and click on one of Mama's men-at-arms, one of those Order of the Dragon men-at-arms, because I'm very curious. There's a blacksmith in there. That's what I thought. There's no iron undermesh here. There's no +1 range. Armor. Yep, it's right there. You're not clicked it yet. You didn't click it yet. It's sitting there on 1,450 gold. You know, maybe you can get a market. You can use some of them. But I was watching those men-at-arms, and I was like, man, you know, these things are going down pretty quick. And I realized, you know, there might be no undermesh. Meow Aces really took some good hits, took some good fire on that English player. That English player is crippled. She didn't lose a lot of their army. So she's going to be able to go up to Castle Age. She's going to go up with the Regnitz Cathedral. Deepshine already has those dervishes out. And guess what? Hot delivery. That's FedEx, baby. Coming in with some religious artifacts, ready to get that increased. Camel Lancers take fight against those Spearmen. Might not like that. You might want to back up just a little bit. But Deepshine, having these couple cavalry units, it just means that Zozos and Mama, they're always playing defensive. So Meow Aces could go back up, get a Regnitz Cathedral, get some relics, and then all of a sudden, you know this as well as I do, Wham, and HRE becomes this unstoppable force that you can't do a damn thing about.
Yeah, even as Order of the Dragon, your units might be chunkier, but you barely got any of them. And especially with the double broad axe. What is that? Double maces? That's the one. The mace upgrade, where they even deal with these armored units. But the problem is, these armored units are going to fall like flies because they're going to stay in Feudal Age. There's no way that these two are going to be able to go to castle when there's so much pressure on them. These camels are just on the farms. They're eating everything in their sight. Slicing and dicing, villages falling. It is a massacre right now. And we see that pink blob at the top just keeping Zozo busy too. Both of these players just overwhelmed at the moment with this presence from Deepshine and Meow Aces.
Man, this is... it's just a wild experience. Look at these Camel Lancers. They're just sitting under the town center. They don't even care. You know, these heavy Castle Age units. That's what happens, man. You know, you're able to sit there under it, and although they went down, a lot of villagers went down in the process. Order of the Dragon sitting on 26 villagers. I don't know how many of those expensive units you're going to be able to make on 26 villagers. Meow Ace is sitting on 55 on the other side, and I'm comparing that HRE to Order of the Dragon just because the Order of the Dragon is the child of the HRE, right? It's the variant civilization, so you got to take a look at it. For Mama, when it comes to doing things like getting to Castle Age, no. Doing things like getting relics, also no. Meow Aces is sitting on 1,700 food. She's going to get some of these relics via Deepshine when it comes to some of those dervishes. We're going to see a Swabia really soon.
Now, don't know what Deepshine is planning here. With 4,000 food, you're really asking yourself, am I about to go and feed it to my enemy? Because you have enough. You have enough for an army for the rest of the game at this point. So she might either try to just make more units or to macro and go to Imperial. But she doesn't need Imp. She can kill them right now. But I would like to see her clicking on that 4,000 food because honestly, she could have a very scary army raiding the whole time. So let's go see if she is about to... she spends the gold too at this point. Deepshine's cooking, and I don't even know if she knows what she's cooking right now. She might even have to move out onto the second gold sometime soon because that's about to run out and she won't be able to keep making Camel Lancers.
Yeah, it's a really good spot, Wham, and there's a lot of food in the pantry. Over there, sitting on about 4,000 food. Hopefully she's going to be able to use it. And this is just one of those situations where, yeah, you could get a market, you could do all that kind of stuff, but she's taking a fight right next to that English town center. You got a couple Castle Age civilizations going up against a couple Feudal Age civilizations. The veteran archers are in. for Meow Aces, and she's starting to add some crossbowmen as well, just bolstering that range mass, right? Just making sure that she's able to take down just about anything. Longbowmen, everyone's scared of them, you know, but you got to be scared of them just in feudal age. So these Campbell Lancers are going to be able to make very quick work of them. That English player has got to be signaling to Order of the Dragon, be like, hey, we need you here. There's stuff going on right in front of my town center, so let's kind of figure it out. Men-at-Arms are starting to waddle their way over from the east side, but continuing to get kited by some of these archers. Campbell Lancers might be coming in at just a small period of time, but take a look at that military count. It's almost 100 of Castle Age units to about 25 of what Order of the Dragon and English are cooking. These Men-at-Arms are going to get wiped up very quickly. I don't think this game's going to last very long.
I feel like, oh
my God.
they're just holding on, making them tired for the next one. The two ladies take them down, and our Russian players are in shambles right now.
Wow. I mean, the fact that game got called within 5 seconds, I'm sorry. Like, I did say it was going to happen. I did. But take a look at the... right. Take a look at the villager count here from English and Order of the Dragon. I mean, this is just Deep Shine raids. You know, all of this was just Deep Shine raids, and they set up the success to have that last fight, that pivotal fight to take that win. I'm telling you what, Deep Shine and Meow Aces, I don't know. Look out. They made it look pretty easy, women. I don't know.
Oh, definitely. They made it seem like these girls were prepared for a 2v2 tournament with that synchronization so well. I feel like Deep Shine, definitely our MVP for this game, raiding every single corner of this map. But in that last fight, what I also like to see is Meow Aces was constantly target firing the spearmen. She knew that the spearmen could do some damage to those camels, but the camels was on top of the longbows the whole time, and she was just target firing those spearmen. And eventually, the men-at-arms were no match for her either. So, Meow Aces, beautifully played. Deep Shine, beautifully played. And I hope to see that these two Russian players pull something out of their back pockets and cause a destruction. Look at those archers. My goodness. Beautiful. And the spearmen joining the fight.
You know, there's something that makes me happy, and you're seeing, like, you know, with Mama and all of these Order of the Dragon Men-at-Arms, you're thinking they're going to do something, right? But again, they're feudal. We did take a look. There was no iron undermesh, right, for these. So with veteran archers, and Meow Aces was getting that second range damage that you saw over there on the left side, it was 7 + 2. It was 9 damage. Those Men-at-Arms only have 3 ranged armor without iron undermesh. They were taking 6 damage per archer shot. And I know Men-at-Arms are tanky. I know they have a lot of health, but that's really important. You know, you have 40 archers doing 6 damage a pop on your Men-at-Arms. You could literally take each one. She might have had critical mass and one-tap them. It was just really good display from Meow Shine, and I feel like the Russian team on the other side just they didn't have it.
Yeah, Meow Aces and Deep Shine reading the map, knowing the Civ's strengths. And I just want to comment on the fact that I know Deep Shine has gotten coaching from Voldemort to expand her Civ pool. Because before this, she wasn't able to adjust as much because she had a very limited Civ pool. And I'm really happy to see she's done exactly that. Reading the game pretty well, especially with a good coach like Voldemort on her side. She was able to lead her teammate into victory. Meow Aces also improving immensely. I remember when I started watching her stream, she was around gold. And I was like, oh, and also playing English. And I was also, oh, because that reminded me of myself. And now, I sometimes get beaten by Deep Shine on ladder. So, I've gotten places.
Yeah, I will tell you, I only beat Deep Shine once on ladder.
Same.
And there was,
Same.
well, you see, there was a caveat to it. So what happened was we were in a deli mirror, and I knew in Dark Age, I knew I wasn't going to beat her. I'm very realistic with my talents, mediocre or lack thereof. So what I did was I messaged her in Dark Age using the chat and be like, hey, first one to make an elephant wins. And she was like, you're on. And I was already fast castling. She wasn't. She was like getting the Tower of Victory up and all that. I was going dome. I got the elephant out. She saw the elephant. She left. Easy.
The only honorable way to beat her. Well, mine was 5 villager tower rush with English. So I mean, not much, a little bit dirtier than yours, I would say. But damn, Tim, you really worked for that one.
Yeah, I went more the diplomacy route
Mm,
than the
mm.
actual talent. But no, Deep Shine is a much better player than me. I will admit that in front of EGC TV. Now during the game, when you're doing the replay analysis, I did see a raid by Crackety. He's not over there anymore. He's over here. Crackety here coming in with a wonderful raid. Thank you very much. And don't shake your head at me. You knew these puns were coming. Don't even.
Missed your puns. I missed them. We haven't had an event in so long, and I just missed your puns. I also missed that whole thing about the avalanche and the snowball, and I feel like Twitch chat will really appreciate that analogy if the Byzantines gets going this game, because I feel like this is something you could be quite passionate about as well. Tim, English and Byzantines, do you have any mold to share with Twitch chat? Because I think I've beaten you with both those civilizations.
Do we have a timer for when the games get started? Do we maybe, so we don't have to talk about it? But Wham is a fantastic English player. I'll tell her that. I've only, when you play English, I've probably only beaten once or twice, I think.
Yeah.
Byzantines were, I remember you beat me as HRE and I was Byzantines, and Byzantines are supposed to be this like a totally broken civilization, and Wham had made it look easy. Whatever, it's not a big deal or anything. Let's talk about the game. On the other side, we have French coming out from the Russians. We have French and Rus coming in. Okay, you talked about snowballs. You talked about avalanches.
Mhm.
French is one of those civilizations that can really make an avalanche happen. And because we have the time, I'm going to bore you with this anecdote. Okay, so everybody can sit in and wait for game number 2 to start, and maybe put your seatbelts on, and keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. So for the French, when it comes to getting that first net, at the first like 3-4 minutes, obviously they want to be left alone, right? They want to get their school of cavalry, they want to whatever. I love how passionately you're listening to me right now because I can see you on the other screen. So with French, getting those 4 minutes is so important to get that school of cavalry up, and mostly because in a 2v2 situation, you're going to go school of cavalry, right? To get those knights, okay? You get 1 or 2 knights in the beginning. That's when you're packing the snow. You're making sure your macro's there. You're making sure your food. You're making sure your gold is right there. You get 1 or 2 knights. Maybe you pick off a couple villagers on the other side, but you keep them alive, right? You keep them alive so that snow can continue to roll down the hill. Lots of knights. And then it becomes an avalanche that your opponent can't stop. And hopefully the Russians are going to be able to tie this series and get ourselves to a game 3 if he's going to be able to do it.
Well, Tim, you do need to keep in mind that Russia is a country that's known for its snow.
Oh, true.
Is this
That's
the
true.
moment they've been waiting for? They chose these civilizations that can pack the snow quite heavily, cause a massive avalanche, and is that what we're going to be seeing out of this French player? And guys, is this going to be a Chamber of Commerce French? Because I don't know, I've been enjoying it, but I don't think they want to let Deep Shine and the Oasis dictate the pace of the game, and that's exactly what I would do in this scenario. The fact that I know my opponents are very into keeping me in my bounds. I know I need to play into my own strength here. I need to be the one that is dictating the pace of the game by being in their base. And I think that's something we saw with Deep Shine's macro as well. She was floating a lot of food because she's focused on the fight. She's focused on her units. She's not focused on her economy. And this is something that I think they can exploit quite a bit. So if they can be the civilizations with the knights, which they are, and they can actually do some damage, the snowball will turn into the avalanche that you have spoken about so eloquently, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. However, this is English, and they love having that beautiful bell TC. They're ready to roll against any knight civilization in their base, though. So, is English going to be able to handle those knights? Because French and English, I know most of you would remember that matchup from season 1 and 2, where those were the most played civilizations out there. And your matchup was either English versus English or English versus French. And English completely destroyed French. It's not the case anymore. French is absolutely keeping English in place. And I think English right now being the lowest win rate civilization and French being all the way to the top, I would love to see a little bit of a one-on-one action between these teams. And that's sometimes what you get in Himayama, because with most of these maps, you want to get into the middle and split your opponents apart. And it causes a lot of 1v1 movement on the map itself if you don't coordinate that well. So we need to see if the French and the English will actually fight this one out in that case.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because it kind of, when you're spawning on a hill, right, as Himiyama usually does, and you're a little bit farther apart, there's kind of some kind of like pseudo isolation almost between, because there are some maps like Gorge, we're not going to see it in this series, but we probably will see it today, where the town centers of your teammates kind of spawn right next to each other, right? So you've got to be playing with your team, you have to whatever. Himiyama, you're probably one of the farthest apart of all of the map pool that we have here. So yeah, you gotta rely on your own talents a little bit, And I think Himiyama is one of those maps that the mobility, the cavalry, becomes really important, right? Because your teammate's a little bit farther away. Maybe they need help. You need to get over there, right? Map control is going to be pretty important on Himiyama too, because we're going to take a look when we see the map, but take a look at the food spawns. It seems like the Himiyama meta is either try to get a lot of map control so you can get that food, or get a civilization that is able to farm transition easily so you don't have to worry about it.
And both of those civilizations are on the side of Meowshine. While Ziska, these players are just going to have to be all around the map trying to take control of those food sources. The thing is, if they're active enough, they're going to be able to do so. But I don't know what Deepshine has to say about that. I just feel like I should be scared on their behalf. So Deepshine, Meoasis, let's see if they can take these two down to make this a 2-0. So we can see what they would do against even higher rated players right after. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good. Get your predictions up. I see it in the Twitch chat. Will this be a 2-0 series sweep, or does Ziska have something to say about it? Meoasis playing as the English, spawning the northeastern part of the map, southeastern, her teammate Deepshine playing as the Byzantines. Whammon, I'm going to hit you with this now. Who we got on the other side?
Okay, so on the other side, we have Mama, and of course, on the yellow French. And the yellow French, I feel like it's very good for the civilization, purely because French, they have gold control of the map. They have the golden answer to everything. And Zozo definitely going to be in a situation where, he's going to have to be able to respond to this. But now, guys, I see we're back in the lobby. Give me 1 second to put my face back.
Hi.
Hey, that's Tim.
What? Oh, apparently I got... from admin Chum, the MVP behind the scenes, is saying that the lobby is bugged, so they're gonna remake it in just a minute or two. So enjoy that nice little debate, chat. You thought we were gonna get into the game. Oh, not so fast, my friend. You got another 2 minutes of us BSing. How's that sound?
Oh, that sounds good. But I know what the bug could have been. When Beastie and I were playing against, I think it was Marine Lord and Lyra on Himayama, our gold and everything spawned all the way in China, all the way on a different map. It was like you had to send your villagers into a whole new world to be able to get gold. So I don't know if this was the case here as well, but Himayama is kind of famous for their spawns. They definitely put you up for an adventure, and especially when you're playing against civilizations like French and Rus, your spawn matters, because you need to be able to recall those villagers as the knights are charging in. And if they are recalling all the way from China, it's going to be quite hard to keep them safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's either China or the Himiyama next door, right? Where that gold is going to be. So, yeah, what's interesting too with Himiyama, because we're talking about the spawns a little bit. I don't know about you, but when I'm playing on it, I get real RNG when it comes to sheep. You have a certain amount of sheep that spawn around your hill, and then the rest of it is kind of fair game. We're gonna see how these sheep spawn and how the rest of these spawns happen as we go into number 2. I hope we leave that first cut for YouTube because that was something. That was just a good debate. Hopefully we debate the YouTube frogs as well. Deep Shine playing as the Byzantines in the color pink. Meow Aces playing as the color purple and English. Wayman, take number 2. Who we got on the other side?
Well, on the other side, we've got Zozo on the Rus in green, because if it's green, it's healthy. Let's see if we can keep those knights healthy and actually get the value from them. But on the bottom side, we have our yellow French, the man that controls the gold, the man with the knights early game, depending if he goes for the sock or for the Chamber of Commerce. Now, what I wanted us to look at for a second there, Deep Shine had an interesting little cistern placement there. So the cistern is on the berries here, and it does not inspire the gold. And this is the first time I've seen something like this. Now, I don't know if this is just a choice to get those berries influence, but I'm trying to understand because it's also blocking where the usual berry landmark would go. Does this mean she's cooking something else? Or are we just in for a, oops, I placed it there?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That cistern is right kind of smack dab where I'd put the Grand Winery, to be honest. It's a couple tiles away from your town center, so you're able to get some farms in between. So I'm curious, is this, for a Deep Shine, is it a Hippodrome play? Right? If you're not, I mean, if you're not worried about the berries, you know, most Hippodrome builds I see go for the berries pretty much immediately instead of going for the sheep. So I'm curious. I'm very curious to see what she chooses to do because her teammate on the other side, Meow Aces, is English, who's probably gonna go with things like the council hall, right, and make a bunch of longbows. So do you want to, for a Deep Shine, do you want to go Hippodrome and make the cavalry to help Meow Aces' archer build? And that's very important. French and Rus on the other side. French most likely is going to be the Knight Civilization because those French Knights just a little bit better than those Rus Knights, especially in Feudal. You get that +3 for 3 seconds after you charge. And that's really, really important.
Ooh.
Rus has a good wood economy and could get some archers out there, maybe a fast castle build. But what I'm loving that I'm seeing from the Rus player, the Golden Gate. Golden Gate has made a full comeback, and I'm so excited to see it.
Now, with Golden Gate coming up, again, we're seeing something that we haven't in a bit, but at the same time, again, she's going for the Council Hall. So Meow says this game on the Council Hall. Previous game, we saw this from the other team. Now, the Grand Winery being plopped down as well. Very much inspired. Maybe she just wanted to make sure that her food transition is always going to be in a good spot and getting that first tree in there as well. But one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is when you're playing against 2 Knight Civilizations, the Council Hall does not feel as effective to me. Because the amount of knights that you have, spears don't counter that. If you can make those knights consistently, one guy making spears, or in this case, one woman making Le Matinee, might not be enough to actually take this down. So I'm really hoping to see Deep Shine and Meow Aces putting a little bit of pressure the moment they see this Golden Gate. Because the Golden Gate usually means we're going for a fast castle, but I'm not expecting anything, because I feel like the moment I say it, it's going to be completely untrue, and the opposite is going to happen.
Well, and that's the sacrifice you get with the Golden Gate. You know, I know when I personally play Rus, I do Golden Gate because I want to do a fast castle, so I get that aspect of it, absolutely. But with that Golden Gate, because you went the Golden Gate, you sacrifice the Kremlin. And even though the Golden Gate is a fantastic landmark, you just print resources out of nothing. You use it as a market. 100 resources becomes 150 of something else, right? So you're going to be able to bolster your economy a little bit. The Kremlin adds that defense. I like that she used Gate here because of the map that we're playing on. Looking at Himiyama, you have 2 of those small wood lines that are around you, but then you got to go out and get a lot of these wood resources. As you can see, Vodka's hovering over where some of these tree lines are. They're small bushels. You know, they are small bush, so you got to go out there. The Kremlin might not give you as much influence as you want them to. And then also, you're going to want to extend further on the map if you're Rus because there's those deer packs that are out there, right? You got to do, oh my God, that stable ain't going to make nothing with its rafters still up. You got to build that thing.
The villagers do need to take a break every now and again. The stable, hard work, So we'll see if he remembers to finish that thing off, as the first knight is coming out here from Mama. So with Mama and that French knight, the French knight is ready. He's standing at the base, thinking about waiting for his friend to join him as well, because we know 2 charges are better than 1. Now, we do see Spearman coming out next from the Oasis, and probably the best choice here, but still, I am so scared for the double knight mass that will control the pace of this game. Because the problem here is, again, Himayama, your resources are quite far. You have a lot of spots that you need to defend. And just like you mentioned about the wood, they're not going to have wood for too long. Knights can quickly sneak in there, get a double charge off, and move back without taking too much of damage. Especially considering that Oasis and Deepshine, they aren't the top players. They might not be as fast as you would see Beastie and Marine Lord reacting to when those knights come in and get the optimal damage done. But this is going to be so risky for both of these teams either way. They can either take a lot of damage on their knights if they're not fast enough, or, on the other hand, they can't do enough damage to the knights from the women in this game. Meowshine, they are going to need to play their best game against these big amount of knights.
And, that's why knight civilizations, I feel like, have a little bit higher of a skill ceiling compared to most, because you're absolutely right. If you're not microing those knights well enough, you're taking all of those spearman hits, maybe you get hit with a brace and you lose a knight or something like that. That's 240 resources you just flush down the toilet. So you gotta keep your head on a swivel, and you gotta figure out what you want to do with them. Deepshine placing her limits in A very well, right outside those berries, because Byzantines, we all know they love picking their pomegranates, right? Getting some olive oil out of it, which doesn't make any sense. I'm well aware. I do understand that. Mama now about 7 minutes into the game, going to be trying to get some kind of night raids going. Deepshine with a little bit of walls over there on the northwestern side, but still not paying attention. That first villager flopped right into that gold mine. That's 1 villager down. It looks like number 2 might be hitting the deck, but garrisoned very well. Limit to Nay, they were by the berries, and this is when mobility becomes key. Wayman, take a look at this. They got a couple villager hits. You got 1 villager kill, and even though Deepshine made the counter, there's nothing she could do about it, because all they're doing is chasing.
The bigger these knight numbers go, the easier it's going to be to raid. We can see them now trying to get a double charge off him again, and if they do, villager goes down, because they are made of steel. These Limit just charging around, but again, a lot of idle time here from Deepshine. And now we see 4 knights here on the front lines. That's not something anyone wants to deal with, but you also don't want to lose any of those. So Mama being a little bit not careful enough here, and he could lose some of these at some point. But we do see Chivalry already coming in from those. So, and we see more knights charging down, taking another villager. And Deepshine by now, losing 4 villagers already.
And this is like, for Mama, this is like textbook. If you're a French player, this is what you're going to want to do. Zozo's trying to get a little raid as well on the English player, on Mia Oasis, with a couple horsemen, which are a little bit squishier than some of those knights, so not as many spearman hits you're going to be able to take, and it looks like going to be running right into that longbow, that spearman mass. You're seeing Mama on the other side being like, yeah, this is how you should be doing those knights. Zozo's on the other side. He's not packing that snow the way I'd like him to, Whammon.
That's the problem when you're playing Rus. I feel like that stable situation he had earlier slowed him down a little bit, and him going for horsemen instead of knights tells you that he's just not that comfortable with knights as his teammate might be. Because this is not something that you very often see. A few of the players that have helped me with this knight civilization idea has told me you should be going for knights. The horsemen are just not going to do the same damage and have the same effect, especially considering that he has 210 gold just floating there. We don't know what that's going to be turning into, but it doesn't look like they're being spent. Whenever you're playing this game, and this goes for all of you Twitch chat, whenever you're playing this game, remember to spend your resources. Why do you have 315 gold? Is there a plan behind it? And that's exactly what Zozo needs to ask himself as well now. So I would really like to see him using this to the best of his capacity, because right now Oasis is here, and those longbows will actually do quite well against any horsemen that come their way.
Yeah, and Zozos' army is not near his base, right? He's got 5 archers, some horsemen, maybe a knight, and a lot of those units are not over there, right? It looks like maybe he's trying to get some kind of offensive with Mama as well. But Mama doing a good job with the Knight. Chivalry's healing. Zozo's had to move out to some of these deer packs as the Roos like to do. You're going to get a little bit of that bounty as well. But Mia Oasis is smelling blood in this water. She knows that Roos player went Golden Gate, right? So the Roos base, you might think it's this impenetrable wall because of the fact that Kremlin exists. Well, it's not there. So you're going to be able to go around and try to figure it out. Figure out what to do. No professional scouts from Zozo, so he's going out to get some of those packs, and you can see maybe he might be susceptible to a raid. Mama on the other side against Deep Shine. Deep Shine doing the right thing as a defensive civilization like Byzantines, right? You're getting the walls up, you're getting the spearmen. She has some javelin throwers, which is going to really help just in case if archers come out on either side, and maybe she might be able to repel Mama just a little bit. Where Mia Oasis on the other side looks like against Zozos. This is a typical, just like we talked about for Himiyama, these are like some 1v1 situations here.
And what we also need to keep in mind here, that village elite is no longer a big issue. Deep Shine on 31, but Zozo on 35 as we see it. Both of these players taking some damage, but that village elite has now been equalized. But what we talked about earlier too is the fact that English masses, once they get cleaned up, it's really hard to come back from that. So finally, Zozo pulling back and waiting for the right moment to attack. But if Mama was close by, there could be even less casualties. They're arriving a little bit later, but just there to clean it up. So the Roos will stay alive, and that's a very expensive loss from the Oasis. She only has 9 longbows behind this. So she could be their next target. Because English is mass, they travel together. They died together, and now your base will have nothing to defend against this.
You know, I kind of love what you just said. They travel together and die together, and a lot of that is lack of mobility, right? Mm-hmm. Because you know from playing English, obviously more than I do, those longbowmen, they're one of the slowest units in the game. You know, so and they're gonna bring down your whole group. I mean, the spearmen might work a little bit faster, but again, they're both just on foot. Right, we're seeing how important mobility is. Mama was raiding Deep Shine pretty much the whole time, and then all of a sudden, Mia Oasis comes in and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'll just be right over there. Just give me a couple seconds. Right in there, get that charge. You're gonna be able to take it down." And now, the Russian team that's spawned on the western side of the map is starting to move a little bit to the east. They're trying to find this English player. Usually I don't recommend diving an English town center, but when you've just taken down an English mass, it might be a good idea. Spearmen are going down pretty much completely. All of these longbowmen are going to be running into horsemen and knights. Town bell, ring-a-ding-ding. Looks like a lot of these villagers are trying to find a way into the town center, but there's only 15 slots. They're going to be playing musical chairs. They end up running about to the north side. Longbowmen are going down. Villagers are going down. And Mia Oasis is in trouble.
Just from her losing that army mass, you're just allowing that snowball that you were talking about, especially with French, that happens. The knights are not deterred by a simple little TC firing at them. And all of a sudden, that defensive mass and the double knight comp is just showing its power. So these girls, while they did an amazing job in the first game, I feel like the composition here just got punished. Villagers being picked off absolutely everywhere. Vodka with that amazing micro and getting the vision done for us. But these guys, they're just falling like flies. Now, we do see now there's a 14 villager difference between these two teams, and English on 1 TC feels very, very slow. Limitine has made it here, so the idle time will start to be cleaned up here. Javelin throwers trying to pick off these bad boys. But again, they could be met with knights at any moment. We have to make sure those Limitine are there to hold the ground with them.
And you know what's frustrating for Deep Shine is she's trying to help Mia Oasis, right? She had all of her. But by the time the units actually got there, the Limitine, the Javelin throwers actually got there, Mama and Zozos, they were already gone. They're already split in town. Like they were off. Now Castle just starting to come in for some of these players. Deep Shine going with the Golden Horn Tower, going to be getting a smattering of units for free. Some of those mercenary units, while Zozos, very interesting women going with Abbey of the Trinity. I used to love this landmark back in like season 0 Roos when everyone was playing horse archers and it was horse archer meta. We don't really see it too much anymore. We still see High Trade House. How do you feel about this Abbey?
I love myself a little Abbey because of the relic play. I feel like they're ahead already, and the Abbey is just going to allow them to get further ahead. So I definitely think this is a judgment call made by the state of the game. Because when you get the Abbey of the Trinity, you basically just get your your religious units out quicker, you're able to get those relics quickly, and it doesn't give Meoasis and Deepshine a time to come back. Now, these knights being picked off might actually be very, very expensive, though. And the whole point of that is, because you're playing against Byzantines too, you want to stop them from getting those early relics as well, because they also have that ability to just make them out of the winery. So I feel like this is a counterplay, not just oh, I think the Trinity is better. But if I was playing Rus, I would probably go for the safe food, because I love hunting deer, and knowing that deer gives me gold as well, kind of nice. So definitely I think a judgment call just based off of the composition they're playing as and playing against.
Yeah, you know, you're right about that high trade house. It did get a little bit of an indirect buff because each deer gives you bounty, right? And each deer gives you more bounty than just previously. When you kill it, you just get 10 gold for the pelt. Now you get 1 gold for every 10 food, and because they have 350, you can kind of see how well that goes. Roos having about 1,500 bounty by the end of the game is pretty wild. Mama trying to get in with a little bit of a raid again on those English farm fields. I think Meoasis is starting to struggle more than she was previously. It looked like she's trying to go up to castle. She's hoarding a decent amount of resources, lots of food, lots of gold. The thing of it is, if you're going Castle Age at this particular time, you don't have a lot of villagers. I'm not sure how many Castle Age units you're going to make out of this. Deepshine's going to have to really carry this game for a little bit of time.
Now, Meoasis has 2 choices here, right? Like any civilization, we are choosing a landmark. But she has a choice of, okay, do I sit back, try to survive, get my King's Palace to make more villages? Or am I just going for the White Tower that I love and know, and actually try to defend myself and try to boom out of it from very far behind? Because she's very far behind. 14 villager difference between her and Deepshine, knowing that Deepshine's already lost 4 in the early game. So this is telling us Meoasis is going to have a very, very slow growth. And I'm really interested to see what she makes out of this. Because Meoasis, whatever you decide, girl, that's going to dictate how they will attack you. So these knights being very versatile, very mobile. She did lose, or she did kill a bunch of them. So this doesn't bode too well for Mama here. He did lose a lot of knights.
You know, wait a minute. If you're Meoasis at this point, I know King's Palace she just went up with. Do you agree with the King's Palace? Because, like, the White Tower would be that defensive strategy, being like, oh, you know, she's getting consistently raided. The White Tower is going to help you out and keep your villagers safe. But the King's Palace feels like you need villagers to reboom. What do you think about her choice?
I would, in this case, but guys, keep in mind, this is a lowly conqueror player saying this. I would still go for the White Tower and then try to get a second TC behind it to try and catch up. Because I think with her position of having the White Tower then, she's not susceptible to being raided as much, and she forces the game to change styles. And with this fight happening, we'll see if this is even going to matter at all. We've got camels here that are going to debuff these horses. A really good choice, and that's why we go for the javelin throwers early on. These archers being target fired by the javelin throwers, really well micro from Deepshine. And the army difference is showing. But keep in mind, these are knights. The knights are just melting.
Yeah, I mean, like, wait a minute, you did a really good job at narrating that fight. I'm kind of losing my mind back here because Deepshine just 2v1. Like, let's not sugarcoat this, okay? Those Feudal Age Knights, it's so cost effective to use those limit today because they're in Castle Age. They're going to be able to take that down. Deepshine's just like, okay, Meoasis, you could go ahead and do whatever the hell you want to do. I'm going to make some rams that shoot fire, and we're going to go ahead and end this game.
Yeah, this is not... She didn't even need the King's Palace because she's not even going to get time to use it. Now with these limit today, ready to take more horses, make some proper... What do we call it in English? I would say in Afrikaans we say spitbraai. You put the stick into the horse and you just cook it. And that's basically what's happening here. We've got the fire, we've got the limit today, and we're making some horse barbecue here. Nights up for dinner, guys. Just like that, these barbecue rams are putting the stable on fire.
I love it. I love throwing in some Afrikaans in there. I was gonna say rotisserie, but that's
rotisserie.
Fine. You know, you got whatever you want to do. Roos is trying to come in to try to stop Deepshine. You see how important these camel riders actually are. Getting that little bit of unease. We have some javelin throwers on those veteran archers. It looks like Mama's knights from the south side, Roos's knights from the west side trying to come in. Limit today, because of the fact they have the shield wall, they're going to be able to take a decent amount of archer fire, probably more than you might expect. There's only 3 or 4 knights out of here from the roost. The camel riders are going to make quick work of them as well. A little brace on those feudal knights. You're going to see how quickly those real knights end up going down. 2 of them, 3 of them are already down. There's crossbowmen trying to help out as well. Deepshine that was the second time in 2 minutes she was able to 2v1. Are you kidding me?
Deepshine just being the beast that she is, and I'm so proud of her. Just sitting there at the front of the base, target firing these perfectly. Javelin throwers just doing amazing work. Camel riders being kept safe. And at the same time, Oasis is doing what English does best, stays in their base and then waits for Imperial before they push out, because they just have all that safe food and safe resources behind them. But I do hope to see our army moving a little bit closer to Zozo's base, because you know that your opponents are going to be out there for food. She's probably just a little bit scared not to lose that mass again. Javelin throwers, keep targeting.
This is absolutely insane, you know. And Deepshine's able to continue to keep up that military count, right? She's taken 2v1. She still has a military count of 50. Every time they're like, yeah, this is a 2v1 situation. We should be taking this. Deepshine's like, hey, if you want to keep look at, oh my god, I can't even finish a sentence and all of those knights went down. This is unbelievable. Javelin throwers are going to be able to clean up those archers as well. They're going to be able to go out. This is Deepshine's world, Whammon, and we're all just living in it.
Honestly, Deepshine has granted them the ability to live long enough in this game for 21 minutes. And she says, okay, guys, I've given you this ability, but now I'm done. I want you guys to leave. We want to go on to our next opponents. We've had enough. And those Byzantine rams are supporting her cause in all this. We can see those crossbows just standing there at the back. Probably at this point just a move, because why does she need to focus on anything else? She is doing an amazing job of controlling this. Meow Ace is at the back, also pushing forward. These javelins are a little bit outnumbered, but javelins are javelins, and we know how well they do against those archers. She should be losing these, but by the time she does, the English army is going to be here and ready to do something back.
Yeah, and I think with these javelin throws, obviously they're going to do a good job. Kerasiphans are continuing to take down these farms and mills and what have you, but the thing about it is with those javelin throwers is you only get a certain amount of them, right, when you're playing as the Byzantines. They're mercantile units, so you kind of want to preserve them. Having them take down some archers is really good, and it just means that military count for Zozo's is continuing to dwindle. He's got a lot of resources in the bank. He's got about 2,000 gold. He's got about 1,500 stone. Looks like he's going to try to get a keep up, but I'm telling you, that foundation, that blueprint that we're seeing, it's very susceptible to fire.
Oh, and it takes fire as you say it. The poor keep going down. We see it fall into shambles. Doesn't get that cancellation on it either, so no refund for our poor Roost player. Now, the second keep got cancelled and now being rebuilt with all the villagers. We see a very desperate Roost player, which is something I never thought I'd say, as that civilization is usually so safely tucked in their base. With the Golden Gate, you just don't have that same level of protection. There's no resources for you to transition to. The farms are in shambles right now. This is just a very difficult place to come back from. Your Ace is now losing a lot of her units, but at the same time, you're forcing a lot of idle time. And when you've got Deepshine on your side and you've killed 600 villagers, do you even care?
Yeah, probably not. You know, I mean, probably not. You have an economic count, and you see that big of a difference, right? You have an economic count of 129 to 66. French isn't really going to be able to do. Oh my God, look at this base. They're like, Deepshine didn't only take down the base. It looks like she's salting the earth as well.
She knows where to do the real damage, and the real damage is in the economy. Because if your farms are dead, no armies will be fed. And that is exactly what happens here. The farms are in shambles. They are in shambles, but they don't want to tap out. This is their last chance of qualifying for this tournament. And I don't think they're coming out ahead unless tactical nukes from StarCraft. I don't think we have any Terran players here at the moment, though. So, unfortunately, nothing going to take down Deepshine and Oasis. And just like that, we are getting to 25 minutes in the game. Deepshine's had enough. The camels are everywhere. And the villagers just falling one by one. Look at that, those little villagers carrying the gold.
Oh, no. I mean, you see a lot of these camel riders in here taking them down. That's your ball game, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the series. 2-0 going to Meow Aces and Deep Shine. Oh my God, what an Deep Shine just took this game on her back. Like this was an incredible experience. I see Zozo's actually in chat saying thanks everyone for the support. Zozos, you did, and your teammate did a fantastic job. You were up against some really strong players in Deep Shine and Meow Aces. I hope you're proud of yourself in your performance. I hope you really enjoyed the EGC tournament experience as much as we did, because these two games, they were that's a good start to a Sunday, don't you think?
Definitely. And I love to see that it's Deep Shine and Meow Aces taking them down, because these ladies have made it into the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, our women have made it out of round of 64. We are very proud of this community. Hot damn, girls. So, valiant effort, you chads. But the ladies have stepped up and they will be going to the next round. We see with the resources gathered here, Zozo definitely was living a good life here. And I see Meow Aces, she was above Mr. Mama, but did not lost a lot of longbows in the process, but she lost them with a good effort in mind.
Now, for them, that's only the first part of the journey.
Mhm.
That's only round one of the qualifiers. We're going to see this pivotal game too coming out here. Zozos and Mama coming together. This was the play that I essentially lost my mind to. I mean, you could understand that Deep Shine had the army composition that she needed, right? The javelin throwers against the archers. She had Limit Tene against all those knights. Look at those yellow corpses, both man and horse, going down right next to that gold mine. Limit Tene just cleaned them up without a problem. And then the French player was never able to get to that knight count ever again. You can see they had 0 on gold at the time, so they were able to take that roost, trying to help over there on the north side, but the javelin throwers are right there. And I think what was pivotal too in Deep Shine's composition, we talked about the javelin throwers a lot, but if you take a real close look, there's about 4 or 5 crossbowmen over there. They're going to be able to do some quick work, especially if those feudal knights for the French. But for the Rus, those knights end up being a little bit tattered by the time they even meet the Limit Tene in the first place. She had an excellent composition.
Just to see how well she's target firing these units. She's not wasting time with the javelins on the knights, which is so tempting for a lot of people. But at this point, we can see she knows what she needs to kill. She's focused on it, and she does an amazing job at it. Now, up on my screen, though, we're seeing a very different set of maps in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, I'm here for it. I don't know about you, Tim, but I am awful on water maps. And I always get so much anxiety when I see water maps. How do you feel about the selection in front of us?
Yeah, as a player, hate them. As somebody who is going to be watching and casting them, I'm so excited, because I was talking to, I can't remember if it was Vodka or you, excuse me, but in the back before the stream started, I was like, man, I want to shout out the map creator, Kai Variu, who's probably in chat and watching this weekend. He's a fantastic map creator, okay? A lot of the maps, a lot of the updates, a lot of the things that have been going on in terms of this map pool, he's been doing in the background. These maps are the changes that he made to make them EGC quality, doing things like Scandinavia, doing things like Atoll or Atoll. I can't remember how to pronounce. I'm going to say Atoll. I don't care. If chat's going to get moldy, go ahead. So seeing these maps come into play and seeing his work actually come in on the screen, I'm so happy for him. He's a super good guy too. So having these maps come up is super great. Scandinavia coming in as game number 1 is one of those maps that it's just chaos. There's water, there's deep water fish there, and then you got to deal with land at the same time. It's very similar to like a holy island almost kind of thing. So we're going to see some land, we're going to see some water at the same time, and then we're going to see who's APM reigns supreme, because that's what happens on these hybrid maps. You got to deal with water, you got to deal with land at the same time, right? So you got to be able to be in multiple places at once. We'll see what team is able to do that.
It's just the ranking difference between these players, because I know John Doe is quite highly ranked. Gully, on the other hand, we know Gully. He has killed me a few times on stream, unwillingly. But Ezra also a Kong 3 player. And I feel like our German team here definitely has an edge over the French team on the other side. But seed 12 is seed 22. We just saw something happen in the previous game as well, with the seeding being very different. So I would like to see these French players putting their banding together and making sure that they can take on these others, because honestly, we saw this yesterday. For those of you who weren't here yesterday and earlier, Jiggly and them actually took down a very highly seeded team. So we saw that team play can outperform the usual one-on-one skills, but on a water map, I'm not too sure. Now, Atoll though, I'm also going to call it Atoll. Is that what you're going with, Tim? Atoll?
Apparently it's A with a short vowel via Sir Nigel Thornberry. So I mean, he's an expert in a lot of ecological wildlife if you've watched the Wild Thornberries. So I'm gonna take him at his word. It's a short vowel, so I'm gonna go with atoll. And
Atoll.
I actually hope it's incorrect, because then when it goes up on YouTube, I can read all the comments about how this guy's an idiot who doesn't know how to say atoll.
So, just for the YouTubers out there, I'm going to be asking you guys, what do you think about the map choice of Scandinavia? Because that just sounds like an absolute show for us very soon. So, Tim, how do you pronounce that map, though?
I said Scandinavia.
No, it's Scandinavia.
Do I have to do it with that inflection? Scandinavia.
I just want to get people riled up, because I know when you mispronounce something at all, you are just going to be a breaker. But don't worry, guys, I got you. I gotta get the tilt out of you right there. Now, English, AUBits, French, Abbasid, I'm voting for them. I'm on the French Abbasid side. What about you, Tim? Where do you think this is gonna go?
You know, this map, we're gonna talk about the map when we actually see it. When it comes to hybrid maps, I've been doing my own kind of and failing, but I've been doing my own kind of research about using French on hybrid maps, because remember, I mean, patch came out pretty recently. French docks give 10 population like a house, right? So you're able to transition to feudal age a little bit better. You're able to get your boats out a little bit better. It just gives you that tempo going into feudal. Looking at it and looking at the patch, I was like, this is insane. Making sure that I don't have to build a house. I know it's really small, but when you're in the part of the game where you don't have a lot of resources, that 50 wood could be a big deal, right? So I was like, oh my god, this is going to be, like, French is going to be king on water. It's going to be nuts. They're going to have warcogs. Remember Hulk, spin to win? Not so much anymore. So we're going to have those warcogs, and we're going to be able to go. I have lost just about 90% of my games as French on a hybrid map. So we'll see if anti-heroes are going to be able to do it a little bit better. Vodka told me in my ear that we're diving into the game, so we are game number 1 of this pivotal series between the anti-heroes reigning from Deutschland. It is Gully Deckel playing as the Abbasid Dynasty, and Ezra playing as the French. Whammon, who we got on the French side?
Well, John Doe, musician, streamer, an absolute Chad in the community. He's here on ABIDS, and he's ready in his teal color. And I want you guys to notice not all of them are going on water here. Symbio's Legend, though, our English player, my favorite civilization. Let's see if he can pull out a legendary performance and take down the anti-heroes, because Symbiotes, they are going to work really hard for this. The first fishing ship coming out there from John Doe already. But I just want to point out that Gully and Ezra don't look to be on water. So, is this going to be a destruction early game?
Yeah, this is super interesting, Wayman, because usually, I mean, the way I was going to talk about the map is it ends up becoming like a 1v1 situation on water, just because obviously the water is kind of sectioned off. So you'd have red versus blue, and then you would have orange versus teal on one side. But with John Doe's the only one who's getting a dock, he might be the one who ends up getting targeted. You know, but we're not seeing any docks, so French going with knights. Abbasid Dynasty, even though they do get half price on docks, choosing not to do that. And then maybe he's trying to really put on the pressure in feudal age. And it looks like he's going to do that, Whammon. He's going with military wing. Now, when it comes to these docks and getting fish and all that kind of stuff, I'm kind of trying to get in the mind of Ezra and Gully Dackle in terms of their strategy. It seems as though the water, in order for it to pay off, you need to get a decent amount of boats. It takes a little bit of time, right? It's like a market. You know, you got to get the traders going. You got to get them moving back and forth in order to actually, start to really see the payoff of that water economy. Ezra and Goalie Decker are being like, you don't have that kind of time. We're gonna make knights. We're gonna make a bunch of units, and we're gonna see if you could do something about it.
Problem is, when you're going for the military wing, you can quickly deny the dock. I think a lot of people also go for the military wing, get an early ram, but honestly, they might not even need that. They just have that power spike of getting the free units, and they're just going to control the pace of the game here. The thing is, if they don't do enough damage, they are in for a lot of trouble, because with Symbios, I was going to say with Symbios going for feudal at like a normal-ish time, it might be a little bit harder, but the English is very far behind the age up start. But we do see him pulling off of gold at the moment. So this means that, he's going to go for something that will actually be able to handle that military wing. He needs to. He's got 340 food right now. I'm waiting to see if this is going to be a council or a king. And I don't know. Oh, I was going to say the king would not be able to defend against the military wing here. He would need to get some longbows to deal with these. Oh, and he's using so many villagers. He just wants to get this up. He realizes we're on a time crunch. The military wing is here. The army has begun. Gully has transitioned onto water himself a little bit later, but also with a military ship, not with a little man to fish.
Yeah, that's, I kind of like this. You get to feudal age as quick as possible. Right? Goalie Deck will get into a fresh food stuff. You don't want that food stuff getting stale. So those villagers are going to be a little bit easier to make. But, as far as the fish goes, he was like, yeah, I don't really care about the fish. I just want to make sure that you don't have any. Right? And then you can do your own. It's all about having this water control. Right? And that's exactly what Goalie Deckel's doing. He's got an arrow ship. He's got his Dow out. And he's going to be able to take down a lot of these boats. These fishing boats might not get there in time. Just gets garrisoned. That one out of the blue dock for the English. So now that Goalie Deco went military wing, right? He had a couple spearmen, has a couple archers. So now he might be able to take that blue dock, just like you said. All of a sudden, Goalie Deco could start making fish, right? As soon as there's water on the map, Wham, and as soon as you see blue in that mini-map, that's the key to winning the game.
Yeah, because the moment blue has longbows, they can deny so many things out here. That's the nice thing about longbows as well. Yes, you're playing against French, and French does really well against them. But I just feel like the person that gets control here on the water is definitely going to have such a good edge with the snowball effect that we've been seeing here. We see that ram starting, but the longbow, again, doing so much good work. And that is the wonders of getting longbows instead of getting the king. You're delaying this. The scout trying to do some damage. The wolf helping out a little bit. But with Gully and his fishing ship there, with his archer ship there, he's just able to keep that fish at bay. Now, the longbows have outnumbered, but the problem is that ram is not going to be taken down by a few measly longbows.
No, I mean, it's nice when you can kind of clown car it. Right, you're able to get those pretty quickly. He can only get a couple longbowmen, right? So it was going to be difficult. He's going to need some kind of melee to take down, and that scout might not be able to do it for you. Spearman pops out just to make sure if there's any cavalry out here. One Royal Knight, and a scout, of course, from Ezra, is going to be able to make Symbios Legend back up, right? That dock, you might as well just kiss it goodbye with those rams. It's not going to happen. John Doe is on land, is going with a couple of spearmen to try to take down some of Ezra's knights. It's just going to be too late. All of a sudden, Goalie Deckel, just because they didn't go for docks in Dark Age, they're able to clean it up.
Exactly. The fact that he was just able to come in with that singular knight already threw this game on its head. And that's the problem when you're in English opening with longbows. You usually take a while to get that spearman out, especially on a map like this. So you're not going to have that ease of mobility where you have the spearmen ready to defend against those longbows, and losing those longbows is so expensive because they cost wood, and wood is king on this map. You need that wood. You could have made 2 fishing ships with that wood. So in essence, this is just costing them so much. So I think the slow movement here from Ezra and Gully Deckel might be paying off so quickly, because we know French also has this ability to make villages a little bit faster. Now Gully does have the water for himself. It wouldn't surprise me if Ezra joins them as well. He's on the water on the other side, but there is a little bit of a battle going on. So it's not really turning into a fishing economy. It's just little bit of a shenanigan. Ship versus ship.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, based on water and naval combat, which a lot of people have their hot button opinions of, a lot of this, you need rock, you need paper, you need scissors, right? You need the arrow ship, you need the springald ship, you need the demo ship, just trying to make sure it looks like they both got one of each. Spearman try to take down this ram. Goalie Deckel's like, hey, I made this ram to take down the dock from Symbiosis Legend. I might as well use it. I might as well do something. Right, he started to make some archers as well. That's going to help. He's still clown carring with that ram. Some spearmen coming in, Symbiosis Legend, creating that symbiotic relationship with John Doe and trying to get his units up here together. Decent amount of spearmen here. Abbasid's going to need a lot more archers if they're going to want to do some battles.
Yeah, the problem is now you're losing that momentum because now Symbiosis, he's getting more longbows. This is starting to get a little scarier. We do see the battle there at the bottom going down here, and the ship's doing an amazing job with the micro here. I see those springalds are just doing work, and there's nothing to explode them with. But the demolition ship coming here from Ezra, he's going to be doing some work. He connects, but doesn't kill it just yet, but does get a pretty decent blow there.
Yeah, for those demo ships, they kind of take down about like 85 to 90% health of a sprinter ship. So if you're able to take down a little bit, sneaky demo ship coming in. Looks like you might want to split up those war cogs. Oh my God. See, they're at about, I don't know, maybe 5 health out of that, but they're still alive. They can go back to the dock and try to figure it out. 31 health out of that war. 5. Oh my God, I nailed it. What health out of that war cog? So, but he's still going to take that battle. Looks like a lot of sprinkled chips are over there from John Doe. I think he's definitely on the back foot. Symbiosis Legend trying to do something to Ezra on land. You know, you kind of create this 2v1 situation because you got a battle on land happening, you got a battle on water, and you're trying to do both at the same time. Excellent micro out of those demo ships. A couple of them are going to be able to take down. Fishing boats are actually going to get targeted. A demo Dow. It's just a demo ship. Going to be able to take down, or at least the majority of health out of those war cogs, and going to be ending up backing in the other direction. John Doe, he's doing his best to try to keep this alive, but he is struggling.
John Doe definitely got those ships so low, and he's kind of got this under wraps, I would say. He's taking control of the fishing economy here by moving them. Oh, I say that, and I didn't realize there's no fish on that side. I was wrong. He did get some damage done to him, but he still had that fishing economy, whereas Ezra and Gully did not necessarily have that control on that side, but Gully also not contested. I see Symbiosis just doesn't go for the water at all, but he is sending his units across the map. But now we have English longbows just being caught out a little bit. These boys are being focused down, again, just by archers. So this could be an even-ish trade if he microed these correctly. But he does take the damage here, and he does try to move back at the same time. We just see at the bottom there, Ezra taking a bit of damage there on his villagers too. He lost, I think, 2 on gold. So, and with those knights going down, we saw what happens if you lose knights. The moment you lose knights, you lose control of the game. And I don't know if this is just what happened with Ezra, because as we can see, he has no knights. He's got a few ships, and nothing else is happening. He can't get back on gold. He's just stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Gully here with his archers trying to push back. He does get a few of the spearmen that were at the front here, and the longbows are coming forward as well. The ram does get finished, but it should take some decent damage before it starts hitting that dock.
Yeah, you know, it's frustrating for Ezra because he's like, I'm trying to get this water battle under control, right? And then we're dealing with spearmen from the Iabids, dealing with, you know, this land stuff going on. Goalie's gotta, I mean, if he's gonna be making a lot of archers, and he's got to be showing up for his teammate here. I mean, Ezra's got a couple outposts on to make sure he's able to stabilize in that gold department. He's able to trickle in some knights, but Ezra's macro has to be somewhat heavy on wood if he's going to continue to make a lot of these this navy, right, to try to take down John Doe's economy. So you're right. It is a rock and a hard place where it's difficult because you need a lot of food and gold to make sure you get knights, but you need a lot of wood to make sure you're getting ships, and Ezra's not paying attention. Oh my God. There's the dock. There's all the fishing ships. For Ezra, everything's gone in the blink of an eye.
Losing the ship's HP at the bottom when we saw that earlier, it just snowballed from there. The archers, though, doing really good against these longbows. We do see Gully Deckel pushing a little bit back, but I do believe they got a few villagers as their victims. Now, I want you guys to notice the villager count there on Ezra. That's 43 vills compared to 53. And yes, we do have ships counting in here, but this is not the usual count we see for French. He has lost quite a bit of economy just to these longbows, and even though the longbows will pay the price, we'll see how John Doe pivots from this. Now, what I would like to see is John Doe going to keep making... Oh, not John Doe, Symbios. How's Symbios going to pivot from these longbows that he just lost now? He's getting more. He's got a few spearmen, but you don't want to overmake those spearmen and just deal with those archers against them. But the second dock going down from Ezra, it feels like John Doe and Symbios, they are putting up a show that I didn't expect. Knowing that Ezra and Gully are a little bit higher ranked and much higher seed, I honestly did not expect to see such a good push here from our French players.
I'll tell you what, goalie Deckel just kind of bailed his boy out over here, just making sure that he was going to be able to take down all of those longbowmen. You know, he's going to be going up with the economic wing at pretty much the same time, so those archers are going to be on veteran status. He already has military wing, so he can get composite bows if he wants to out of those archers. It just means they're going to shoot so much faster. It's like they get a third arm or something because of how fast they go. So he's able to do this while he's able to make sure he's stable at home. The food, the fishing is really paying off. I think goalie Deckel is going to pull off some kind of deep shine shenanigans here. He has the eco to make sure he could 2v1 both of those, and it might end up happening.
And the problem is, when looking at the spawns, when they put some pressure on Ezra, he still had the back gold as an option. Here, once you're forced off of gold, there's no answer for you after that. So, John Doe and Symbios, they need to think about this. Oh, and the Knights charging in. Are they going to get some victims? It looks to be a surviving villager, and the Horsemen are here to defend. One goes down, but the Horsemen don't do that well against Knights. We see one going down as well. Pretty soon, the Archers running around, trying to get some damage on the yellow... Oh, on the green... Ah! I'm colorblind. On the red army. Woof! We got there, boys. We got there. But the Knights just keep looking for victims, and they're finding them.
Oh yeah, just those little bit of villager hits. I think John Doe might have textiles, actually, because of how quickly, or how John Doe was able to get away from a lot of those. He doesn't. What's going on with those knights? Are those lances even sharp? What is happening? It looks like a lot of those villagers ended up escaping with a little bit of health. They're going to be able to take that fight against some of those horsemen. Goalie is now in that castle age. He's going to be adding some ghulams to help him out with that archer count. Ghulam's just creating that little bit of really high armor status. He's going to be able to deal with, if those longbowmen start coming out, he's going to be able to deal with them, create a little bit of a meat shield, because Ghulams, not only do they have that armor, but my god, they have so much health. They're going to be able to take a lot of longbow shots in order to deal with it. Ezra, he's now able to lick his wounds just a little bit. He does have some knights that ended up going down, but it got some horsemen at the same time. Ezra might be able to bolster his buddy out now at this point.
And it looks like they're setting up for trade as well. These two are cooking, but I hope they're cooking together. Gali now getting ready to engage, but he does see a lot of units that way. The longbows, though, they should do okay against these ghulams. The thing is, there's a lot of archers next to this as well. So if the archers focus them down, the ghulams will go down, but he's still going to have that pressure. He's still going to be able to keep producing because they are dictating the pace yet again. Ezra, again, in the wood line. He's trying to get some villages, and that reaction speed, though. The villagers were ready for this. He did lose quite a bit of knights back there. Even with the horses taking them down, you don't want to be sacrificing them that much. You need to be very, very careful because keep in mind, John Doe is still on water. He's got full control of the water. He's living his best life over there. Even though Gali also has his side of the water, you don't want to let this spin out of control. So those Ghulam numbers, 6 of them, they look great, but there's 52 archers, and that's even scarier for me. Royal Institute being plopped down right now, and that tells us they want to be aggressive.
Yeah, they're going to try to do some of that water advantage that goalie Deckel has. You know, Ezra was able to kind of deter John Doe a little bit on water. Obviously, he wasn't successful, but at least he was able to create some. At least he was able to create some fighting. I really like how he changed because he was trying to go to that English base. I really, really like that he changed, and there's a reason why. Those longbowmen, they're not glowing anymore. right? So they don't have that network of castles. They're not by that English base where those outposts are in the town center and all of that kind of stuff. That's why it's so difficult to get through an English base. Now that you're being focused on the Ayyubids, as we're going up to Castle Age now with that Royal Institute, so he'll be able to get the royal bloodlines for a couple of the knights that he has, they're going to be able, the Ayyubids looks like a more, just a better target, right? Sybios can go over and pull a villager, get an outpost over here to get some network, maybe get some help. But other than that, those are just your basic longbows.
Symbio is now going again with the King's Palace. It's telling us he realizes, hey, I'm behind economically. I don't have the water control. I don't have any eco setup over there, but I should get more villages. And I don't know if this is going to be the right move for them, as they urgently need a way to survive this. And even getting an ability to get siege out pretty early on, they need every edge they can, because the moment he ages up, he needs time. And when going King's Palace, you're not getting that time. And you're going to get engaged on. The moment he hits Castle Age, we can see these boys are going to be moving in so quickly. So with that Royal Institute, these knights are going to be so good when they eventually arrive as well.
Yeah, they got to be doing a little bit of something. You can see 4 of them going through that big, massive archers, but they really want to take the battle to the English base. You know, they're still feudal age units. They're still feudal longbowmen. You have the composite bows, the veteran archers out of the Abbasid dynasty, so you might be able to kite those longbowmen, end up taking them down. Horsemen from Jondo, along with some spearmen, trying to make a flank over there on the south side. Golideckel continuing to kite. And because those horsemen are still feudal age, those archers make short work of them. The front line for Symbios is gone before I can actually call them out. We've got 4 or 5 Gulams here tanking network of castles. I know I was scared of it before, but 20% isn't going to do anything for you.
Oh, definitely. The moment those longbow numbers go down this low as well, it's so tough. And that's the problem when going King's Palace. You have to ask yourself, can I survive if they push me right now? The answer was no. It was way too risky of a move. But at the same time, we see Gully cleaning up more villages on the other side. So that King's Palace is going to be pumping out villages for a long time before it makes up for the losses it just suffered. Now, you might be able to clean up quite a bit of this army, but the archer mass is going to be so hard to deal with your very squishy horses that are just running around trying to do some damage. Villagers back on the wood now. He's just desperately going to try to get some resources. And I just don't think there's a way for them out of this. There's no gold they can access right now. Jondo's on a little bit of gold at the front, but Symbios, he's stuck. He's got 6 gold, and that's it, Chief. That's where he's going to end.
Yeah, and I think John Doe's gonna. He just went up to Castle Age. It was difficult for him to actually get there because you talked about those squishy horsemen. Very expensive in terms of food. Oh, a lot of John Doe villagers going down on that gold vein. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over there. So that's -6 villagers for him. He does have the water, which is what's gonna help him. But otherwise, not so much. Ezra on the back end, while all of this was happening, he was adding a second town center. There's a second town center by Deer Pack here. His villager count is now up to almost 100 because of those French TCs are just starting to pump, right? So he's going to be able to get that night production. I don't know if Symbios, just because of how many villagers he has, is going to be able to bolster his longbowman production as much. Those archers kind of get caught a little bit. Horsemen just hit that veteran status, so it'll be a little bit more difficult to take them down, but will take down more than I expected at this point. So even though those archers get taken down, there's 31 archers still in the battle. Some Gulams are going to be coming in to help. This is a game that Jondo and Symbios, they're going to be continually on the back foot, continually being defensive until they can get some kind of pivotal hold to let themselves breathe.
Problem is that pivotal hold is a gold vein, definitely, and they just don't have that right now. We can see Gully is on every side of the base, ensuring that they're kept off of it. These Gulams are not going to keep going down with a bunch of longbows and with a few horsemen. We do see those 4 stables, and that's telling us the story. We're going to be making a lot of horses to try and take this down. The knights, though, also looking for some victims, and the keep being dropped at the front. My favorite type of play. A nice little keep in your opponent's base, just to keep that gold vein extra tough to take control of, because you can't actually get to gold without spending gold and getting rid of that keep. So The villagers just keep being picked up every single time they even look at that vein. He's like, these are mine veins, and you will have to find your own in the next game, but not this one. And the trade happening on the water from, it used to be from both sides, but there was one little emplacement tower that took care of the traders. Oh, the second one was added. And just like that, the gold income has been completely cut off. Ezra and Gully, they're in control. They just have to sit back and enjoy. They are ahead and they're living their best life with it.
Yeah, you know, you get to a lot of these situations in the game where you're like, okay, I mean, obviously you want to close the game out, right? But you think in the back of your head, okay, what would happen? What's the worst thing that can happen to me, right? What would happen if I actually, like, what would cause me to lose this game? And I think taking their foot off the gas, you know, which is obviously not what they're doing, was going to help. If they were susceptible, they might be susceptible to some raids. But honestly, the Symbios and John Doe, they haven't been out of their base, and I don't even remember. You know, like they've been consistently just being on the back end. You could argue maybe Ezra and Gully want to take a couple of those sacred sites, take some relics. When you get map control, you want to exploit the resources that the map gives you. But maybe they're just smelling blood in the water, man. Like, they're just trying to get some villagers. They're trying to get a lot of these horsemen are going to end up going down to those knights. They're Royal Institute knights. They're chunky. They're pseudo-imperial. I love to call them that because of the fact that they get that royal bloodlines and they get all that health. John Doe and Symbios are backing up. They're looking for another map to go on to. I don't think they're going to hold this one.
Yeah, this is going to be probably the final push of this game. These knights are barely taking any damage. Like we said, they are chunky. They are from a completely different age at this point. These guys are running around under the TC, barely taking a bit of damage. The longbow mass doing well, but it just doesn't feel like they have the right oomph to clear out the whole base yet. I think in this case, if you're just adding a ram or two, then putting it with your army, that's going to be spicy. But we see John Doe sending a little bit of gold to Symbios, and I'm hoping to see what he's actually planning with that little bit of gold. Are we trying to get a trader ship? Are we trying to get some upgrades? He needs something spicy, and I don't see anything that can come out of this. 41 longbows from Symbios. If he can keep sniping down Red Palace on the other side, this means the last bit of gold is going to be secured. They don't care about it. They can just sit back, relax, get Imperial, and do that last push then. Hot damn.
Yeah, I mean, they're just, it's just smothering, right? This is a pretty common thing in Age of Empires 4. It's like, well, you know, your opponent needs gold and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to find the gold, all the gold, on the map, and I'm going to make sure you can't get to it very easily. And that's exactly what Hammond's, some of those knights from Ezra might be dealing with a little bit of unease. You see some camels coming in from Jean Doe. It looks like maybe some desert raiders. Gully Deckel trying to help Ezra out over here. For him, it's all about getting that Red Palace up. You know, it's not necessarily about winning the game. You know, it's not necessarily about barreling through your opponent, because Jean Doe and Symbios, look at them. They have 169 gold, nice, between them. Not a lot of gold left on the map. That's really safe for the taking. That front gold mine is pretty much gone. When they're out of gold, they're out of the game. And it's just going to be a matter of time, you know? That Red Palace going up for Ezra. Gully Deckel's going up for the Culture Wing. So you have, economically, you're at a disadvantage. Technologically, you're at a disadvantage. I mean, what do you do? There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, the only way I can actually think of them trying something would have been on water, but at this point, you also need gold to get on water, and neither of these players have that ability right now. They could have also done a tiny little sneaky trade at the back, but I feel like with the activity here Ezra and Gully Deckel had, they would have spotted this out. Now, they're just stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that rock, they are two German players who are looking to kill. As we can see, these siege workshops at the front here, they're going to close this out. They don't give a damn. They're going to go straight for the kill. We see these archers doing absolute damage to these spearmen, trying to keep these knights at bay. But baby, these are proper Imperial knights, and they are going to end every single one of your little Castle Age longbowmen that you thought you were going to be able to target them down with.
It's not even going to be close either. I mean, probably those Desert Raiders end up being the most effective thing. You know, Desert Raiders. Against those, obviously, you're going to get a little bit of bonus. Against that cavalry, you get some Campbell unease, but there's just too many. There's too many. Jean Doe's like, there's too many knights. I don't want nightmares. I'm out. Symbios follows. 1-0. going to the German team of Gully Deckel and Ezra. That was, you know what? That was a really smart play on water, doing that delayed dock. Making sure you got to fetal first, and then you were able to take a little bit of control. Didn't actually work on Ezra's side, but he was able to slow Jando just a little bit. Look at that Vil count from Ezra. He didn't have water. He added some town centers. All of a sudden, he's sitting at about 125, 130 villagers saying, yeah, I can make nights for days, brother.
And this is exactly what shows you can have control of the water, but if you don't have control of your other resources, you're just going to lose control completely. And yes, one side of the pond belonged to the one team and one to the others. And it was quite a good back and forth. I'm actually really happy to see how John Doe did work on the map. He was actually able to keep them at bay. Ezra and Gully had to pull out some stops here to stay ahead. And I don't think this is going to be a 2-0 too easily. They're at least going to be putting up a fight. We can see here the army fluctuations all around. The moment Symbio's legend aged up, he lost everything because that's the moment they attacked. They knew he was going to be at the weakest. And you can see that from 60 army all the way plummeting to 0. That is your weakest point. The moment you start aging up, this is where you can lose it all. And when we're going over the resources gathered, looking pretty decent, except for poor little Symbios who wasn't able to touch water that well. Poor man.
I really like what Charlemagne said in chat, and he's I think Charlemagne was the first Holy Roman Empire or Emperor, so I'll give him credit for this one. Ezra stabilizing after losing was definitely really important. You're seeing this replay. You're seeing what's going on with the water, some really key demo shots coming in, Jean Doe being on the back foot a little bit with Ezra. But those knights were really important because with Jandos and Symbiosis combination, they had longbows and they had horsemen for the majority. There were a couple spearmen, but that was pretty much it. They didn't really have anything against those knights. Jandos started to make Desert Raiders a little bit late, so you saw those knights carry. Having that stabilization absolutely was really important. And all of this, it just felt like even though he didn't necessarily win water, those fishing boats, they're not doing anything when they're on fire running away, right? They're not able to get that food. So it kind of delays Jean Doe a little bit. He was the last one to Castle Age, don't forget. Also, because of the fact he was making a lot of horsemen. Gully Deckel, because he won with military wing on the other side, he was able to continue to make those boats. And Abbasid on eco wing and military wing, plus with water. Good luck. You're not gonna stop that. I understand Abbasid was nerfed a little bit for the economic wing, but you give any civilization water, you're gonna be in a problem.
Yeah, I definitely think if you get control of the water, you put yourself into such a nice way to just pivot into a victory, right? But even if you have the water, you just need to make sure that you keep the pressure up, because the moment you stop putting pressure up, that gives the opponents the chance to just pull some sneaky shenanigans here. And I think they got a little bit too comfortable, John Doe. I don't think they couldn't keep up with the production. They were just like, okay, we're all right, let's take our time. And at the same time, Ezra and Gully were already 20 steps ahead, trying to do the right amount of damage. We do see those sneaky knights. They played such a good role in this game. So well played from Ezra with those knights. He did lose quite a bunch, but he did. It took a lot of villagers down with him to pivot them into victory.
Yeah, John Doe and Simi, they were just like perpetually defensive, right? Like every battle that we're gonna see here with this replay, this was happening on John Doe's turf, right? Right next to that gold mine, Desert Raiders going down, Spearmen going down. Having those archers in the background just means that any counter that you had against those knights are gonna end up going down. Here's another battle. Where is it? By the English base, right? Consistently being defensive. Taking down some of those longbow and network of castle, be damned, of course. Some of those spearmen trying to take out some of those knights, some of those cavalry. It's not really going to happen. Horsemen are coming in from that flank down at the bottom, but just having those couple of knights, just making sure that you're able to stop them in their tracks a little bit. Horsemen, because they're feudal, they got picked so easily. And I think this fight right next to the King's Palace, these longbowmen getting wiped up, this was the key. After this, I was like, I don't really know what's going to happen here. So because of that fight, they were able to take a game number 1. And it looks like this is, oh my God, all of those villagers going down. Again, where are we? We're in the middle of Symbiosis and John Doe's base. They're just continuing to take fights over there. And then they keep around that gold. And there's your ball game. 1-0.
Really like is just the fact that they're doing what the standard 2v2 thing is, just splitting them in half and trying to go for them. Yes, they did lose quite a bit of army here, and I do think it slowed them down a little bit, but those were desperate villagers running around at the back there. You can see them carrying around those, what are those, baskets of berries. They're desperately trying to find some resources. And this is where I think the exception comes in. You can throw your army away, just make sure that it's worth it. And they definitely made it worth it. Those knights, when you get your opponent overwhelmed, your knights get to play at the front, at the back. You get to put them anywhere, and your opponent needs to be Marine Lord to be able to notice these things. But what I wanted to ask you, Tim, and I guess this is my question to Twitch and to YouTube, what do you guys think about the fact that we're not seeing that siege mass in Castle instantly? Because I think if we're looking back 4 months from now, didn't we just see a bunch of mangonels and a bunch of springalds and no archer on knight action like we're seeing right now?
Yeah, I love this. I really, really do. I mean, I know, there are some difference of opinions when it comes to the siege patch, and especially I think it made, in my personal opinion, I think it made Castle so much better. I think it made Castle so much better because as soon as you hit that mid Castle area in Siege Workshops coming out, because of the fact that somebody made Siege, the game grinds to a halt. Because you're thinking about, well, someone's going to make mangonels, and then after you make a mangonel, you had to reflexively make springalds afterwards because you knew your opponent was making springalds, and it became this positive feedback loop of siege and siege and siege. In Castle Age, not so much. If somebody made mangonels, like say Jondo made mangonels with some of those desert raiders, the Abbasid Dynasty Gully Deckle had enough archers that mangonel would have gotten popped. If you're going to bring mangonels to a fight, especially in Castle Age, if you're going to bring mangonels to a fight, bring 2 of them. Because you got to be able to one-tap some of those range masses. It takes 2 mango hits to take down some of those archers, those crossbowmen, so you got to bring 2 of them. And if you're going to do that, you got to make sure your micro's good. You got to body block with them. It's not just... I had games in previous patches where the only thing that were on my control groups were springalds because they're the only things that mattered. Now... it's making sure if you do have siege, make sure they're protected, and if you're Imperial, make sure you're getting the upgrades. When you have mangonels, make sure you're getting adjustable crossbars. And I know we can't hover over it right now, but it's a really expensive technology. It improves the blast radius of mangonels by 100%, adds an extra rock for them to throw, and it just means that those range masses can get cleaned up a little bit better. So there's some counterplay to it. I understand that you get some death balls that might be difficult to deal with, but all in all, in my personal opinion, I've been having more fun. I don't know about you.
I love the new patch. I feel like the new patch it's allowing me to shine because I did not shine against Siege. The moment I see a mangonel in front of my base, I just say, alrighty then, we're stuck. We're gonna die now. And the only way I survived it is with HRE. So I feel like now you're just able to outmass. And the problem with that is, I also feel like the game snowballs quite a lot. But it doesn't snowball from the same reasons. You can actually do a little bit of counterplay now, like you said. For me as well, it was just springalds on keybound to number 1. That would be my only key binding, and the rest of it is just move all army, press number 1 so I get my springald separately, and I just target fire all the mangoes. But if you're not able to get that siege workshop down, if you're not able to get your springalds, you were never able to get out of castle. And I just love the fact that we get different styles of play now. So I love this patch. I think it definitely had some good effects on my playstyle, but I can see why some people were really shining at sitting back, defending, and then doing those big imp pushes, why they would not be as happy with such a patch. It definitely made the game a lot more aggressive, in my opinion. So yes, and on maps like at Atoll, we are not going to be seeing water play straight out, but that's the wonderful thing about this map. You, just like last game, your decision on whether I'm going to put a ship in my opponent's base is going to have such a huge impact. I know that this one spawned a little bit. What is that map called that was right in the middle? Just a little island with no fish?
Um.
Socotra?
Oh, yeah. Socotra.
Socotra.
Yeah.
So Socotra would bug like Atoll, and Socotra would become Atoll. So definitely an interesting way for us to see what and when we need to do water. So Japanese Zushi, Rus and Ayubids on a map like Atoll. Let's see how they play their cards so I can make notes and maybe play my cards in the future. And beat you, Tim. Thank you.
Oh my God, you could do it without notes, I swear. Coming, coming in on the map of Atoll. I think this is the first time we're going to be able to see it. We have Gully, Deckel, and Ezra, Ayubids, and Roos, respectively. They spawn very close on Atoll, and as you can see, you could be able to go around that ring. On the other side, Symbios, Legend, and John Doe playing as Japan and Zushi, respectively. But Wayman, let me orient you to the map a little bit. I mean, obviously, you've seen it. So, Atoll, if you guys don't know, if you didn't take geology, is a ring-shaped coral reef island or series of islets, and in the middle of that atoll, you have a lagoon. You can see some of those docks going up on the lagoon. And what happens, shoreline fish are around that lagoon. But Vodka, can you go ahead and look around the atoll on the outside of this area? As you can see, there ain't a single fish out there, but a couple coastal trading posts. Usually there has 2 coastal trading posts that spawn. So the inside, going with a dock, going to be able to get some of those shoreline fish. Maybe you can pull some villagers over there, getting a fishing boat or 2, and that's exactly what Gully Deckel's doing. On the outside, there isn't really much there, except for that trade. If you wanted to go for water trade, if you wanted to make some trade cogs, you have the ability to do so. Also, copious amount of wildlife here. You have a decent amount of Gaia. You can see that in the middle of the atoll, 3 boars on the south side with a couple deer packs as well. Usually from around the seeds that I were spawning in on Atoll and in 2v2s, anywhere from 8 to 10 deer packs you see, and those 3 boars are pretty common. Relics are pretty sprawled out pretty evenly. So now that we've oriented ourselves, Wayman, to this map, and the fact that these town centers are spawning closer together, the dock play might help people get to feudal, number 1. Number 2 is going to help you with that food economy. So a civilization like Roos that's going to make Ladya boats, that's going to be able to, if they did go water, go Ladya boats, but food economy, it seems like a good civ to pick.
Right. And you would have expected that civ to be the civ that goes on water in a way, right? Because they don't need to travel all the way back to the dock. And as I saw now with the shoreline fish, they're actually going to travel quite far after a while. It reminds me a little bit of Himayama in that way, back in the olden golden days. Now, what I'm going to call out here is that you didn't use the pun, Tim. So I am surprised that we don't see the Kremlin at all with all these food sources out there.
I gotta go.
And now, atoll is going to be part of the vocabulary. Tim, enjoy. And let's see if John Doe is going to get a good return on this, or is it going to be worth it at all?
This is enough. This is quite enough. The meditation gardens are going to be coming out. We're going to see how I can segue out of this black hole of puns that we got here. Meditation gardens are going to be coming up. Just give a little bit of wood over there. Gully Deckel, I'm very curious to see what wing that he chooses to go with the House of Wisdom, and it looks like he will be going culture wing. So a couple of dervishes to spot out. The relics are going to be somewhat close, right? So he's going to be able to get up to that very, very quick. Or not the dervish, I'm sorry. Going to be able to get up to that feudal age pretty quickly. The Golden Gate goes down, as you see right here. Look at what Symbios is doing, however. The Coca Township. A little bit of Coca. A little bit of shinobis, a little bit of ninja in your life. How do you feel about it?
I am a little bit worried here for Ezra and Gully. Not because I think ninjas are good, but I think it's the unorthodox play, and I don't know if they scouted it. Now, those ninjas, they were doing really, really well against most things recently. I played a game, and I've discovered that you don't disrespect them like you used to in the past. They do actually do good damage. And I would love to see how that works out. But John Doe, behind this, I want you to look at those resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting a fast castle from John Doe, and I am so excited for that. We have the aggression from Symbios, so he's already setting the pace of the game, forcing the opponents to make units. And then at the same time, John Doe's sitting behind this and saying like, hey, let me make fast castle. Maybe I go for some bolt boys. I don't think he's going to go for the bolt build, but, you know, it would be kind of nice. The first Shinobi is out there on the map, ready to clap some cheeks. Let's see where he goes. And this might be a little bit of a distraction on the dock, just slowing it down a little bit. We see that demolition ship coming out. Are they cooking to shut down the dock on the other side? Shinobi sabotages, gets out, doesn't want to get hit by those ships, and he's looking for the next victim.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Japanese go with the Koka Township and Feudal, right? They're going to be able to sabotage and do a lot of damage to those docks by themselves. Those docks are not necessarily protected by a town center or anything, so it proves to be a bit challenging. A little bit of battling going on in the lagoon. Some Springhold ships taking hits at each other. You talked about Zushi's legacy and their castle age. Boy, it doesn't come any faster. You know, they get the meditation guards, which gives them a little bit of resources. Their age ups are cheaper. You know, it's only about, I think it's 1,010 food instead of that 1,200. So it makes sure that you're going to get up quicker. And even better, these Zushi legacy villagers, descendants of the Chinese, they build things faster. So that Shaolin Monastery comes up 6 minutes 30 seconds, and you're like, "Whoa! I just loaded into the game here." And you're sitting here on Castle Age. Those Shaolin monks, they are pretty expensive. They're 200 food. But they're going to be able to take first dibs at gobbling up some of those relics. And now we're going to see those rock, paper, and scissors going at it. Demo ship trying to get some hits on the Springald ship from Japan. Fishing boats doing a good job of being a repair, being pretty annoying, just trying to make sure you're able to take it out. But look at this micro of all of these ships just in time. Gully Deckle doing some bobbing and weaving with that demolition ship, taking down that Springald ship, or at least taking down a considerable health from it. And it looks like because of that demo ship hit, Symbios might have lost water.
Now, the problem with this is it's not the hugest thing that he just lost water here, right? He made sure that his opponent invested a lot on water. And he did hold this off pretty well. While at the same time now, he's in castle. He's the one who's going to be picking up relics, living his best life. And yes, you might have gotten water back, but what did you get? You got a few shallow fishes to make sure that you get ahead. So I still think in the long run, these relics are going to pay off just a little bit more. But behind this, Ezra and Gully both going for castle. So I don't know if Gully or Ezra is going to give him a chance to actually pick those bad boys up. So let's go see what those monks are doing. Thing is, they're quite mobile as well. Look at that boy. He's running in straight for the relic. We see 4 of them coming in total very soon. And Symbios is going to follow up with castle pretty soon as well. And I'm excited to see what Symbios goes into. Because usually we just see a bunch of knights destroying you, or mounted samurais in this case. And I would love to see what else he has up his sleeve.
Man, those Shaolin monks, I've tried to tilt Twitch chat a little bit by saying Shaolin at first. They, and I think it worked. They're pretty well conditioned, aren't they? For how fast they go. Going to be able to scoop up some of those relics, and obviously they have first dibs on it, right? So they're going to be able to do that. Ezra going up, as the Roost player, going up with the high trade house, and found a really good wood spot over there on the north side. So he's going to have a good gold trigger. Look at that! Oh my god! 210 gold per minute. If you're a civilization that's going to make knights, and that's what Ezra is doing, you have enough gold to get 2 free knights just about every minute. So that's so important. That means more stables. That means more production. That means you can focus on food a little bit more. Everything just kind of compounds with the Roost, and it's one of the reasons why I love them so much. Gully Deckle as the Ayubids, actually making some archers, some foot archers, and trying to take down some of these shinobi, and will be able to do that. Honestly, I like how Jado and Symbios are playing this right now. You know, we're able to scoop up some relics, which is great. Japan can get up to floating gate, and we talked about, you know, the mounted samurai for Japan. That's exactly what they're doing. Let's not sleep on the Zushi Knights either. Yes, they're normal Lancers. They're not Knights just because they're an Eastern civilization, but also they have the ability out of the blacksmith to get Dally horses, plus 20% attack speed on all horse units. So it's like those knights are just running around with a network of castles all the time, assuming he got that research. If he didn't, he's still going to be able to take care of these archers, obviously. But now you're seeing two civilizations with those castle-age horse units and that mobility. Will they be able to turn this into a snowball?
Problem, I think, when you've gone for archers, when both the civilizations on the other side of the map go for knights, what do? So those archers are just going to all fall. Doesn't matter what he does with them. He can try to cause some reactive actions here, but this is going to be quite hard. The camels, though, they're going to do quite well at making sure that the fight doesn't just go one way. And just like that, the Rus Knights not looking too shabby against this composition. Gully now getting castle soon too, and this should mean that, you know, those camels are just going to be a lot better. He's going to be able to get camel lances that should be able to take these in a fight, but the bold boys are here, and they are ready to take the fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that camels exist on the map, Wayman, you know, you talk about camel lancers, desert raiders are going to work just as well. You know, what's great about those desert raiders, if he does choose to continue that instead of the camel lancers, they have an impressive amount of melee armor. If you click on one of them just in feudal, they have 5. So even though these knights, these lancers, these mounted samurai, whatever you want to call them, they pack a punch, at least they'll be able to mitigate not only from the camel unease, but also from the melee armor that those desert raiders have. Ezra is going to be able to help a little bit as well with Boyar's Fortitude, that plus 25 health per knight, but also getting in on these villagers. Look at that play-by-play over there in the lower left portion of your screen. A lot of these villagers from Jando end up having to get moved, and that's so important because you have these villagers from Zushi's Legacy. They're so dependent on food. They got to get some of those outside food resources and end up backing up. Main screen, Desert Raiders taking a pretty good fight against some of those Lancers from Jando. So overall, Gully Deckle and Ezra's composition, I do like more at this stage.
Just have been more versatile. They're able to run around, get control of this map, and that is such a big surprise. Just pushing them all for food is slowly going to stop this production here from Jando and Symbios. Now, with only 36 villages, this does get a little bit scary, especially because they don't have that water either. And yes, I said it's only for a short while, but that while is still going right now. He's trying to get some damage done now, but these... Oof, they're just not getting these ships destroyed. And again, beautiful screen and screen. Ezra taking a pretty decent fight down there, getting rid of another Lancer. And keeping in mind, this is idling those villages too. So it's not just killing one unit, it's also idling a lot of vills. So you should be able to get that pretty quickly. And we see the next TC up, but with the water control, they're just going to be able to push them off these side resources. And side resources are a very big thing in this game. Your wood line is going to run out in the middle. You're going to have to move out. But when you don't have control of the water, it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, you know, that's one frustrating thing about that Bogla, as you saw by the second town center. It made Symbios get a dock over there on the south side, so he's going to have to do something about it while dealing with land at the same time. We got hybrid/water maps for the duration of this series, so if you don't like getting wet, you're gonna have a tough time in this series. These Desert Raiders are going to be able to make short work of some of the mounted samurai that are there. You saw Symbios make a little bit of an army composition change here, Wayman. I mean, obviously he's going with the mounted samurai, but started to add Yumi as well. Those Yumi Ashigaru, they don't pack a punch just like normal archers, but they're a little bit cheaper. What's your opinion on those? Do you think they're going to be able to carry some weight? He's going to need a lot of them to take down a Desert Raider.
I think that he will not underestimate these at all. Because he knows. He's played against this. We've seen a lot of Yumi on ladder as well. The massive Yumi that usually comes out of this easily gets responded to when you have such a big knight mass. The Yumis are going to be annoying, but I don't think that they're the thing that's going to win the game for them. Yes, they may have gotten most of the relics, but they're behind. And yes, they're on a second TC now, but that's out of desperation. It's not as a, hey, I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm just gonna get further ahead. So the game does look pretty even, but it's not even at all, I think. Oh, that one was not even on purpose. Oh my goodness.
Well, okay, relax. A big fight coming in here right on the atoll, especially on Gully Deckel's side of it. We got Knights from Ezra. We got those Desert Raiders. They're not Castle Age, right? Campbell Lancers are trying to come in. Some crossbowmen are trying to come in from Gully Deckel. But for Jondo and Symbios, they're like, this is where I have to take this fight if I feel like I'm going to do some kind of damage to my opponent, right? Gully Deckel just hit Castle Age, so this Castle Age different improvements, you know, and what have you, haven't necessarily have gotten in yet, but the Castle Age units are starting to stream in. All of a sudden, those Knights, those Desert Raiders, even though they're Feudal Age, again, not enough Yumi to take down these Desert Raiders, so they're able to just reign supreme. These Lancers from Jondo, these Mounted Samurai from Symbios are continuing to get slapped by the Raiders, and they have to continue to back up. This was an offensive that Jondo and Symbios needed to get some kind of foothold into this game, and it didn't happen.
The Yumis were doing amazing in terms of focusing down the camels, but again, I don't even think that would have been long-lived. Because the moment you see that happening, you're like, oh, I should probably just focus the Yumis for the next fight. But now we see a bunch of villagers also running for their lives. These Yumis barely doing any damage because some of these are camel lancers. They're not just the squishy ones that you can just fire at. Yes, some of these camels do go down, but with the Night Mass, it is so tough. And that split attack, again, we see those camels on top of the villagers, and Symbios doesn't even notice. He's a little bit overwhelmed. There's a lot of stuff in his base. And a lot of stuff in his face down there too. It's just everywhere. He doesn't know where to focus. And more villagers go down. The camel lancers ready to fight more, but they're just going to join the full army. And even if they lose this whole army here, they're still in the lead. Look at all those dead villagers. Jondo just losing them so quickly. Yumi's desperately shooting at those horses, but they're barely making a dent.
And I'll tell you, this is how you play cavalry, Sid, ladies and gentlemen. You just go ahead and take one or two of your knights and just run off. And go somewhere, find some villagers to take down. Oh my god, all these villagers. Oh my god! This is unbelievable. Jondo had probably about 50-some villagers. He's down to 32. We're talking about all of these lancers that dally horses and all that kind of stuff. I don't care what kind of technologies you have. You can't make them anymore. He's down to 33. Symbios is down to 27 villagers. Yeah, they're like, get me the hell out, and I agree with them.
Happy about for this one. It doesn't feel like it was a bad match at all. I still feel like both of these teams showed really good performances because, again, the favorite here to pass this was Gali and Ezra. So really well played by them. But from the other side as well, Jondo and Symbios, the underdogs here, they definitely put up a show. They tried some shenanigans, it didn't work out, and we can see some fights really causing some villager loss along the way. Those little raids with the Lancers and with the Knights, just really paying off as that villager graph just kept dropping from there on out.
Wow, and look at that villager graph from Jondo too. I mean, Symbios also, but took a swan dive. You know, I mean, obviously we saw all of those food villagers end up getting hit, but that's the economy of Zhu Shi, right? You find the food, you're going to win the game, right? So they were able to do that very well. I think, you know, I wasn't too crazy about the Yumi pick, you know? Once those Camel Lancers come in too with the Desert Raiders, it's like, you got to make sure you're picking the right unit to target with those archers. I probably would have enjoyed some Onimusha, but it's so difficult. You know, when you're going with both Onimusha and Mounted Samurai, sometimes, well, most of the time, I should say, the eco isn't there, right? Because you need food and gold for the Samurai, of course. You need food and gold for the Onimusha. So how much gold do you have? How much food can you get? Symbios didn't win water, so he's got to be, you know, trying to get food from some of those outside sources. I don't think it was a composition that he was going to be able to make stay. And this is kind of the pivotal fight, right? Gully Deckel just got into Castle. You can see all Castle Age units just aren't there yet. He's got them in the queue, so this is their time to do some damage, but not so much. Those Shaolin monks are doing their best Taekwondo or what have you to try to take down some of those knights, some of those Desert Raiders, but it's not going to be enough, especially with those heavily armored units like Knights those heavily armored units like Desert Raiders. They got to back up, and you see that purple, what I call it, fog or smoke. Just seeing that unease, you got a couple humps in that battle, and those horses are going to run spooked.
And they just did that. You see the little bit of damage that they're trying to do against them. And that's why Rus and Aeobits is always such a good combination on these types of maps. Yes, Rus did not end up going for water, but like we said earlier, it would have been a great pick for him even to go there himself. But these guys, they're just filling in the holes that the other one can't. With the camels, you just have unprecedented power with your knights to make sure that your knights come out ahead, even if they're not supposed to be the best knights in the game. So Symbio's Legend, John Doe, doing a great job at trying to stay together, but you can see, once those raids start popping from two sides, it's so hard to keep up. The food runs out and you don't know where to go because your civilizations just weren't ready to do a food transition. And on this map, it is so hard because you can't go on the sides because there's going to be ships waiting for you. And aside from that, they're just raiding.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So we had a good game on Atoll, some Atoll fighting, some Lagoon fighting as well, a little bit in the beginning. But now that the series has come to a close, it's 2-0 for Anti-Heroes. There will be moving on to the round of 16. Guys, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Okay, we're going to take maybe 4 or 5 minutes. We're going to try to figure out what our next series is going to be. I recommend you all get some snackies, empty your bladders, because we're coming in with some more series, some more action. We are nowhere near done yet, guys. Just stay tuned. We're going to be back 4 or 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Sorry.
gosh, was that cow? Oh, I thought vodka was doing production. That must have been cow.
Oh,
Guys, we're back. It's a best of 5, and ladies and gentlemen, we have some Chads on the line here. We see here a very British team with Arakin as well, and on the other side, we have our Vietnamese representatives, I believe. Miomaika, Kayo, and Oppa. Best of
Wow.
5. Tim, are we ready for this map pull, though?
look at that. We got a little bit of a change here. We didn't see Archipelago last time, which I don't know how you're feeling about water maps or island maps in general, but they're kind of out there. Next maps coming in, we have Atoll again. We have some coastal cliffs. That's going to be our game number 1. Oh, excuse me. I love coastal cliffs. I definitely, absolutely love coastal cliffs. And Kurlager. I hope I'm saying that right. Kurlager is a map that I want to see because wait a minute, I did some research on Kurlager, and I have a little bit of something ready to go. So if we see that map, it's gonna be, oh my god, I'm gonna be so excited.
I am so excited to see this pool as well. I did not expect to see Atoll at all. And Himayama with that, we have the original Himayama and the Atoll fish just coming together, exactly what we needed today. But Coastal Cliffs, why do I love Coastal Cliffs? Because it's a tiny map, it forces you to play a 2v2 game, not a 1v1 game. Because some of these maps, like Himayama, Dry Arabia even, can end up in a little bit of a 1v1 situation. But Coastal Cliffs, you can just quickly 5 steps to the right and you're in the other opponent's base. And that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see some real 2v2 games here today, boys. And with JD and Byzantines, it is going to be a destruction, I believe. Because JD, you know her way too well. She loves to fight. And Byzantines, we saw Deep Shine on it today. It's going to be a very heavy military composition there, and we are going to see big destruction. So can English and Rus take this down? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'll tell you, John, she just loves to pick a fight. You know, I mean, just especially in feudal age, you know, just making sure she can get to level 3. And Coastal Cliffs, it's such a simple solution to a lot of these maps that we have here. You have a lot of these like late game stalemate maps, like Marshland, and you know, like all of those kind of things that's in the map pool right now. And Coastal Cliffs is like, hey, why don't we just take the map and like cut 25% of it off? And they're just like genius. Like they were like in a think tank, like trying to figure this out. But then when you play the map, it's pandemonium, right? It's so much fun. People are all over the place trying to figure it out. I think, you know, with those coastal cliffs, you put some deep water fish there as a little bit of a bait, so there's a little bit of humor in that map as well. It's just one of my favorite ones. It's definitely top 3 for me in terms of making these maps. And then you have civilizations that, just because the map is a little bit smaller, you can think about mobility, right? For the English and the longbows and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you don't need to traverse that much of the map, so maybe you can get over there a little bit quicker. Right? We see a lot of the civilizations, even a civilization like Mali, we see a lot on Coastal Cliffs. Obviously, we're not going to see it in this one, but, you know, just having those civilizations that might not necessarily depend on a cavalry unit or a knight unit might be worth it. And take a look at the teams of what we got here. These are not only excellent players, some of them content creators, some people, you know, some in the top echelon of 1v1 gameplay. We're kicking it up a notch here this series.
It's a very close game, even though the seeds are very different. As we can see, you guys can see it's seed 9 versus seed 26. It might seem quite far away, further from the previous one, but keep in mind, these guys have plummeted through 2 other games to get here. So they have beaten seeds above them. And we shouldn't underestimate what this could look like. But what I really like about Coastal Cliffs, and I want to zoom back in on that, is because there can be a little space for shenanigans. We can have a situation where you're like, oh, my goal is forward only, and once the pushing starts, you can't get back on it. We saw that earlier with Scandinavia, and the problem with Scandinavia is that the gold spawned at the front, and once they got pushed off, it was GG. There was no way to come back from it. So, Coastal Cliffs, we have to see if any of that will happen as well, because I think that this is also a map that just rewards aggression. It doesn't allow you to have the time to go food transition into farms, etc., unless you're English, because English loves that. And I guess both of these teams have those types of civs on their roster. They have English and they're Byzantines. Both of them pretty okay with farm transitions, and at the same time, you have the two knight civs to match that. But you don't want to fight Jean, and I am really scared for them to have to play against Jean on such a small map where fighting is encouraged.
Yeah, and especially when you have English on the other side, because a lot of the times when I was playing Jeanne d'Arc a lot, I would hate to go up against English, and especially for an English player who actually really knows what they're doing. And I'll give Makomi and his team that benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing, because obviously with English you're going to be the Archer Civ and you're going to make a lot of longbows. When you're playing against Jeanne d'Arc, 1v1 or otherwise, you've got to make sure you're making a decent amount of those archer units, because you could snipe her, right? You have a lot of those longbowmen. They can cut through, even if she's champion at arms, you can cut through that ranged armor because of how many longbowmen you can produce. And then all of a sudden, every fight that you take, Jeanne d'Arc isn't there. So, just making sure that you have those archers and you're microing correctly and you're making sure you're sniping her out is going to be really important, especially in feudal age. Because Jeanne d'Arc, I mean, we talk about French being a snowball civilization. Jeanne d'Arc getting up to age 3 really is a snowball when she gets to age 3. So if you continue to snipe her, the halt you put on that civ, it's so different from the other 15 civs that are out there, because you have that hero unit. That hero unit is your civilization. If it continues to get sniped out, you're just playing with some basic civ at this point.
You're mentioning the longbows as well, because when I'm playing with a teammate and I play English, it always just feels to me that the longbow mass can control Jean, and that's the only thing. What makes it so difficult to play against another civilization when they're with Jean is if they have a double knight civilization. Because then you have this power spike where the knights just, at some point, they just run through all the longbows and kill them. So you can try to snipe Jean, but all your units are going to be dead anyway. So with Byzantines, I feel like you have a pseudo knight kind of playstyle that you can also follow. And that just means we're going to have a lot of fun going into this. Because imagine with those horses, what you could actually do with them if you just go full on horse mode. So I feel like the diversity is here. And that's the great thing about Byzantines. Oh, I must say, one of my favorite civilizations right now. And I used to think they were hard to play, but now they're just versatile to play.
Yeah, it's something to get used to as the Byzantines. I guess you could kind of make that argument for every civilization in this game because they're so unique, right? Every civ could do a bunch of different things, but Byzantines are using cistern. We got water involved. There's cisterns on first hills, and there's an extra resource, and you're making olive oil that make mercenary units. I wanted to call them mercantile units because I saw one person in chat spam that I was incorrect. So hopefully he'll be able to get maulding off the face of the earth for me saying mercantile again. So there you go. You're welcome. Having all of those things. And they really do work together. It's just about putting them all together. Then once you get the muscle memory, I guess, of putting all of them together, they end up becoming this unstoppable force. So definitely high skill ceiling civilization. And we'll see that Pro Quitter team, Miomaika, Kaio, Opa, depending on which two play. Let's see if they have that wherewithal to get Byzantines going and operating the way they should, especially with Jeanne d'Arc as a teammate. Whammon, I'm excited for this series. It's a best of 5, our first decider of the day. Let's get into it.
And just like that, we have loaded in with this beautiful purple civilization, Byzantines, or purple English as I like to call them. But now, guys, the question is today, are these boys going to play longbows? What are those, javelins or keshiks? But we'll see soon enough. Kaio, on the other hand, on JD, the legendary goddess of AoE, who has won the hearts of many. Kaio taking control of JD for this game.
And on the other side, playing on the team of Mokraken, we have Makomi playing as the color, Yellow playing as the English. This is a content creator, a streamer who is an excellent player, has beat me on ladder a couple times at this point. His teammate, Arakan, playing as the Roos in the color green with the Devils tag. Might there be some kind of infighting in the Devils clan? A little bit of drama, a little bit of tea. I don't know, maybe. But he's playing on Team Mokraken as the Roos.
I could also just say that the Devils clan might just be too good at team games, and they wanted 2 Chad teams to qualify. Keeping in mind that the one Devils team has already qualified, let's see if this one can also take the lead. Or take the charge. But now, let's quickly look at the layouts of these bases. We do see purple with the backwards gold, very nicely placed, but there's no wood line to easily defend that. It's quite far away. Now, with the wood line at the front there, you can easily wall off to protect your berries, but it does look like there is a little bit of susceptibility in the middle. This also looking like an easy wall for them. This one, though, that is where the knights come running from Arakan. We'll see in a few moments. But yeah, tiny wall, very easy to manage over here, but now, look at, oh, beautiful tree line. Love that, short trees, my favorite. Now we do see Jean starting with the Sock, School of Cavalry, and the Grand Winery popping down. Surprise, surprise, Abbey of Kings, the first one we've seen today. No longbow shenanigans today, yet. I guess. It depends. I'm really scared because JD is gonna love that.
Yeah, that Abbey of Kings, I'm kind of curious to see what he's going to do with it. You know, we talked about coastal cliffs and those tree lines. There's a little bit of a no man's land in the middle, but you got to remember on coastal cliffs, you don't have a starting stone. So take a look at what's going on around the map. Makomi specifically, it looks like he might be going for some Abbey of the Kings, and usually when I think Abbey of the Kings, I go for a second town center, and that's what he's doing. And this stone, because you don't have a starting stone on this map, is all the way over on that eastern tip of the playable coastal cliffs, I should say. So still going for that second TC, but man, if Kaio finds this, especially as Jean d'Arc, School of Cavalry going up, maybe a knight or two comes in, oh my god, he sees it. Look at it. There's 5 villagers there mining stone. Kaio's like, I gotta get this School of Cavalry up now, dude. I gotta get a knight over there.
And this is going to be a little bit harder to handle, I think, for Makomi, because there's this golden rule on ladder. If you go 2 TC against Byzantines, you're in for a lot of trouble. But pair that with JD, and you are going to have an unkillable army with Makomi that's going to be quite slow in getting his base started, if he even gets this up in time. Because like you said, the moment that knight arrives on the base, this is a very, very tough game. He didn't pull more villagers to age up with, so we won't be getting those too early, and they might get the right amount of stone, but again, this is a tiny map. Things can happen.
You know, there's a couple of times where, as you see, Kaio just hits the feudal age with the School of Cavalry. I've seen a couple different builds with Jean d'Arc. I've seen her build the School of Cavalry by herself. I've seen it with an extra villager. I've seen it with an extra 2 villagers. And usually when you have 2 extra villagers, you're able to get that School of Cavalry up about like 405-ish, somewhere around there, around the 4-minute mark. And he could have maybe gotten a knight over there, but didn't go for that approach. Went for making sure that Jean d'Arc gets to level 2 pretty much as soon as possible. If she builds the landmark by herself, obviously she'll get there. But that stone, just where Makomi has now, that knight finally coming out, that nice pink knight working its way up north. Might he go for that stone? Might he think, well, he's already got the stone, so he's probably gone at this point, and go for Arakan, who went for, I think he went for, did he go for Kremlin on that gold vein over there? I'm pretty sure he did.
He put himself a nice little Kremlin there to keep him safe. Double stable, though. I'm actually surprised he's going for double stable this early, because can he actually produce from there? I don't know if this is just going to be knights. It feels like there's going to be a few horsemen mixed in the match there, because you don't have enough on gold to sustain double knight production, I believe. I could be completely wrong, and there's about to pop out knights, knights galore. First set of them coming out as double knight, and from here on out, this is going to be a very difficult thing to fight, because we know French knights are just a slight bit better than the Rus ones. The villagers trying to take this knight, losing a villager in response, but the knight does take a lot of damage, and Kaio is not going to have that knight to do any damage anytime soon now, but that is a very good trade. to get a villager that early because Makomi is already slow and you're just slowing him down even more.
Oh yeah, I mean at least he got something, right? It really sets the tone for the rest of the game. Look at what mercenary units Mio Micah went for. You got Minory, he's got some Keshiks. Now, very interesting thing here, Keshiks are the cheapest of olive oil units. It takes 400 olive oil to get them. You can get 3 batches of Keshiks off of that starting berry patch. The rest of them, the javelin throwers, the longbowmen, you can only get 2. So being sure that you have 6 Keshiks out there could help you set the tone on a map like Coastal Cliffs where you don't have that much space to run around. Now, you're looking at a rather defensive opponent, however. With these Keshiks, you have a couple knights over here from Kaio. Arakan went for Kremlin, right? So a lot of his stuff is pretty safe. He's going to be able to take that boar over there, Kaio is, which is fantastic. Makomi already has his second town center, and he's playing as English, which is notoriously defensive, right? So if you're Kaio Mio Micah and you want to put some damage on them in feudal, I don't think there's really a good, not really a good opponent you could necessarily go to. So Mio Micah is just going to skip feudal age entirely. Look at his macro. He's going up.
He's going up. He's playing Byzantines. He's got Keshiks. So ladies and gentlemen, YouTube, Twitch, we're going to see some gulping today. And I am so excited to see it in a tournament game, especially in a 2v2. So we've been seeing a lot of gulpers on ladder. The gulpers have dominated the ladder quite well, but I feel like players at this level, they will be able to micro well enough to not take too much damage and also know how to respond to it. Let's see, Cistern of the Philistine going down and the gulps will begin.
That's wild. I didn't think I was going to see this. And especially, I mean, it's going to work in team games, obviously, but I didn't think I was going to see this when we're going to play in a tournament setting, in a professional setting. Now, remember, Cistern of the First Hill, based on the most recent patch, it did get nerfed slightly. Flasks don't have a cooldown time of 20 seconds. They now have it of 45 seconds. So you can't just spam those flasks every 20 seconds. Let's see with this Cistern. It looks like Makomi is going to be able to find it, run in the opposite direction just because of those Keshiks, those Royal Knights kind of helping out. But I think now, with Kaio with Jeanne d'Arc, I mean, Jeanne d'Arc is the archer, so she's going to be susceptible even more to things like longbowmen, to things like night charges, all of that kind of stuff. You put some cataphracts in front of her, I think she's going to be able to get some decent XP. Mio Micah now, with this fast castle timing, and with this build that he has, he needs to put damage onto his opponent. Once you go for this build, there's a little bit of a timing here. You have a certain few amount of minutes that you really have to hinder your opponent, or economically you're going to be on the back foot. Byzantines have a little bit of a shield on that just because of the Cistern and the increase in gathering rate, but still, you didn't go for a second town center. You didn't go for some economic prowess, so those cataphracts better do some damage.
Honestly, I'm excited to see them on the map. We see the first one in queue, and this is going to be beautiful to watch. We do see the pink army also being in the vicinity to be sure that they can snack on that a little bit of experience. And I think this is where the team asks themselves, do we just make more units, or are we able to go to castle ourselves? And Arakan, he has 700 food right now, and I don't know if that's just because he can't make enough knights now, but he's probably asking himself that question too. But this is such a heavy army already. There's so many archers ready. Archers don't do too well against knights, as we know, but with knights to defend them, they should be able to pick off anything that could be annoying.
Yeah, it really feels like when you're Makomi and Arakan, you have a problem, right? Because either one of your civilizations, I know that English might be better at making spearmen, but when you have enough cataphracts, you're going to be able to trample through them, number one. Number two, you're going to be able to gulp through them because they're feudal age spearmen, right? So you're going to need something in the castle department. Crossbowmen are going to work really well against those cataphracts because they're going to be shooting from a distance, right? You don't have to worry about that trample, or you can kind of retreat a little bit from a trample, get those cataphracts in harm's way, but they don't have anything. Look at JD gulping this XP. We talk about the Cistern of the First Hill getting a little bit of gulp, but JD's snacking herself, getting some plus 24s. Looks like Kremlin is going particularly for Jeanne. Divine Restoration coming out, getting that little bit of an increase in health. So it means that you're going to be able to escape with Jeanne d'Arc alive, hitting some plus 24s from some of those knights. Gremlins are going to come out. Now you got to remember, for JD, each gremlin is worth 0. So taking those fights and taking that damage against those minions might not be something you want to do.
They cannot lose these units. If they do, this is going to be harder and harder for them to come back, because we can see that villager lead already kicking in for English. 53 villagers right now compared to the 36 from Roos. And the longer you don't do damage, the longer Makomi and Arakin will have to respond to your build. And I think that's what Kaio and Mio need to realize. Hey, we should probably do damage ASAP. Otherwise, there's going to be crossbows. And crossbows are pretty okay against the Gulpers. They deal well with most of the units here, and especially because you're playing against the French, basically, pseudo-French. You're also going to be pretty much fine with that. And a white tower gets put down on top of the second TC, securing that gold and the wood line. The villagers do get a little confused and not sure where they should be starting, but they've been rallied together now, and the white tower will come up pretty quickly. But just like we said before, with these 2v2 games, you want to split your opponents up so they cannot support one another, and that's exactly what's happening here. Kaio and Mio, right between the two of them, looking for some damage. Just not sure where to get them just yet, and they're about to run into a white tower.
Yeah, I really like the white tower placement here right next to this town center, because that was probably the only thing that really could have went down. Now, if you're going to try to take that second town center, you're going to be fighting under a white tower. You're going to be fighting under Abbey of Kings as well. Arakin trying to get around and stop some of these reinforcements, taking down a couple archers. But, you know, Makomi did just hit Castle H. He's going to be able to start to get some of these crossbowmen, but it's going to take a while to get a mass. And again, like you said, Whammon, like I said before, you're going to have to do some damage, and you got to do it now. I really love what Kaio and Mio Micah is doing, because you saw that Kremlin over there on the east side, right, where that gold vein is, where some of the wood is. They just went around it. They were like, yeah, I mean, your Kremlin is helping that gold and all that kind of stuff. I don't really care. And they're just going to go for the starting town center. Villagers go down. All of the Kremlin gremlins end up going down as well. They're just going to sit here and torch this town center, because what's Arakin and Makomi? What do they have to say about it?
Makomi aged up, right? And he's not really susceptible to any damage now like they usually are. But he doesn't have any units either. All those resources were spent now. This is not Byzantines that get those extra free units. This is a real civilization that actually need to pay for their stuff. So this makes it a lot harder to deal with. But the knights are doing pretty well. The cataphracts are cleaning up. John is living her best life. Hits level 3. She's like, hey, let me call my champions and let's take this fight again. So she is having a field day right now. Knights going into TC. That's when you know things are starting to get a little hairy. And those 4 longbows are not going to do anything. 3 longbows. I apologize. I was just choosing a random number. I didn't realize it was actually that low.
You know, I think I loved what Kaio was doing, except when he chose the champions. That was it, because his opponents right now, Makomi is just starting to make spearmen, but look how heavy he is on the crossbowmen. I probably would have went with the riders. The first thing you saw were crossbowmen. The champions are going to help you, but the thing of it is, one of the reasons why I do like the champions, but I like them a lot in feudal. I don't like them too much in castle, because they slow everything down. They go like man-at-arms, so you have to go at the speed of the champion, right? So it makes you a little bit more immobile. When you're dealing with a civilization that has a lot of knights, John just got a horse, you want to be able to gallivant throughout the entire map, but those champions end up slowing you down. Now, if Makomi does start to get spearmen, it looks like he's going for spears and crossbowmen. These champions are going to help out. But again, you have this giant purple mass of cataphracts that look basically unkillable. Makomi's on 72 villagers. The question is now, is he going to get enough spearmen and crossbowmen to take down this mass?
Even if they get spearmen and crossbowmen, this is still a very heavy lead for JD. She's loving this. She's gonna get stronger and stronger as time goes on. And I feel like for the age we're in, she definitely got her value. The gulps are starting though. The gulps are gulping real good. You can see the boys are just drinking from the skies, and they are not losing any HP. These horses barely taking any damage, killing everything in their sight. Let the bodies hit the floor, they say. And this looks to be a very dangerous fight to keep taking. But the villagers very idle.
Arakin just tried to 2v1, right? With these feudal Roost Knights, which, don't get me wrong, they're good units, but they're still in feudal age, right? He was just running up against cataphracts with gulping ability. You know, those cataphracts were so well hydrated. They didn't care about those feudal age knights, and Jeanne d'Arc just snacked on all that XP. You saw those plus 24s going up, going up, going up. All of a sudden, now she's at 560 XP in level 3. So if they continue to take these fights, and they will, we're only 16 minutes into the game, you might be able to see some level 4 action coming out for Jeanne d'Arc in Castle Age. These cataphracts, though, taking some good hits against those crossbowmen, again, from a distance, right? So they have to gulp their way out. Crossbowmen still continuing to get some marks, and now for the first time, Mio and Kaio have to back up Jeanne d'Arc on the flip side and go with Guildhall. They must be thinking this is a longer game than anticipated.
Realize how much damage they did, because Arkan right now on 35 villages compared to the 54 and 55 from the other side. You did a lot of good work here, and I feel like they could close it out if they just kept that pace going, but with the guild hall going up, we did see he had a ton of food, so this was probably the more logical decision for him because of all the food he was stacking at the back there. Now, going for the guild hall is going to scare them, because they don't know that they're going for the guild hall. They might just fear this and be like, oh, we need to take a fight right now, when honestly, they don't. You see those cataphracts getting on the back line, though. They do get taken down quite fast with those crossbows. The crossbow mass definitely quite scary, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. The army does go down mostly. As we can see now, it's 47 to 39, pretty even. But JD, she doesn't mind. She's living her best life. She's over halfway now. And as long as they can catch up with the army again, which they should, this is going to be a good time.
Yeah, I think you're hitting that spot with Makomi that if you're somebody who's played against English, you're going to get pretty frustrated, right? Because they've been on 2 town centers essentially since the 6-minute mark-ish of this game. Vodka's hovering over it for his 86 villagers. And it felt like, for Kaio and Miyomeka, even though they had these gulping units, and they had Jeanne d'Arc and all these knights and some of these best feudal units, you couldn't do anything about it. Right? There were 2 town centers, it's a super defensible civ, and now all of a sudden, Makomi sitting on 90 villagers has the ultimate counter to those gulping units with all of these crossbowmen, and oh my god. 51 villagers on food right now for Makomi. Spearmen, crossbowmen, men-at-arms, whatever he wants. Now you're at the point when you're facing against English and those 37 wood farms that you're like, yeah, I don't really know what I could have done about this.
Yeah, you get to a point in the game where you're just like, okay, what is the correct answer to this? And honestly, I don't think there is. There is no correct answer to dealing with that many crossbows. Because you get to a point in the game where the crossbows can just kill everything. And that's exactly what's happening here right now. They're trying, the archers target firing very, very well. And finally, it does look like the mass is kind of getting cleaned up, but the reinforcements are streaming across the map, as we can see. They're even snacking on JD's health. She's trying to get on the back line. She probably wants to stomp a little bit there. Oh, wait, she's the archer. She's going to focus them down, just be able to be on top of them. And the reinforcements are there, though. And with that villager lead and the farm transition being so well done, you're in such a strange position as Kaio and Mio, because what do? You just keep bullying the Rus player who's already struggling, already behind, still in feudal, or what's the move?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it feels like bullying Erican is like what you have to do, right? You go into an English base with White Tower. It's like I don't know. You're kind of just asking to get your units wiped, you know. So going up against Erican, and what's really nice is if Makomi comes to help Erican, there's no network there. Right? Unless he obviously pulls a villager and gets a tower up or whatever the case. But there's no network of castles. In the English base, there very much is. I don't know if Makomi, it doesn't look like there's a lot of outposts up, but he's walled up. He's got the tower. Erican's struggling for that mining camp, but he'll get there eventually. He's going to take some Fitbit steps to get there. But when you do, you know, in these areas for Erican, he basically is just trying and hoping he doesn't get attacked. Because he needs to boom, he needs to get to Castle Age, he needs to do all of these things. And if he's going to be facing down the barrel of those gulping, of those cisterns of Jeanne d'Arc, I don't think he's going to be able to boom, and then it becomes 2v1 at a point where you can beat English at this point. So it's got to be there. Erican goes up with the high trade house. I think maybe if we see Erican in Castle, we might see a push, but Makomi is not letting off the gas. Wayman, look at all these men-at-arms Look at all these crossbowmen. This is late game English at the 20-minute mark. Whether you like it or not, they're here, and he's going to be able to pop cap for the entire game.
And the Men-at-Arms is actually a pretty decent choice here because they are the briefy front line to the crossbows, which is your main army. You can see these horsemen, they're not going to do anything to Men-at-Arms. Sure, knights are okay, but the whole army is being pushed back. Kaio and Mio were just not able to push out the right types of units to deal with this. You need crossbows. You need to find a way to kill these Men-at-Arms, and honestly, they look like they're just slowly eating away at everything at the front. Jean is trying her best. These archers and they're trying their best as well, but it's just so many units. Mio Micah coming from the back, finally support your opponent or support your ally and take him down. But with the amount of forces, they do collapse on them. But again, look at that line of units from Okomi. He just keeps making stuff and he's not letting down.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly about reproducibility, right? And that's what Makomi has. So you could do this kind of starvation technique where it's like, yeah, I'm just going to throw 200 men-at-arms at the problem and it'll probably go away, right? Because most likely it will. You're able to continue to produce them, so you're going to be good. This was a really good battle for Makomi because Kaio was pretty much on archers, just normal veteran archers, because they were seeing spearmen more of the time. Now that we're seeing that change, Arbaletre are starting to come out. Hopefully Kaio does get the Gambeson's technology, which means that he can take more hits from those men-at-arms. Cataphracts are going to be able to trample through, though. You saw that happen from east to west, just because the spearmen aren't there to have that little bit of a brace. These men-at-arms are going to start to go down. These are plus 12s. For Jeanne d'Arc, she's level 4. You can see, oh, good lord, she's got a cannon.
And she is going to be fierce on the front lines here. Now things are not going to hurt her as much as they did before. Makomi now getting to 110-ish villagers, and this is going to be the point as English where you slow down and you're like, hey, I'm going to keep making stuff. But I could transition into Imp since I'm getting close to that 200 mark. Now, he seems like a man who's very level-headed about this. I see now where our relics have completely been forgotten about on this map. So, I don't even know who is holding the relics captive right now. There's one in the base there. There's one at the top. 3 relics are somewhere on this map, and let's see who has them.
Well, I'm kind of hoping for Miomeka just because he was the first one to Castle Age. I was hoping they're in the winery, and there's a couple. He's got a couple in there, so that's going to help him out. Going to give him a little bit of that olive oil. You know, you get a little bit of olive oil instead of gold. But Makomi was scooping up relics. He's got 4 relics now, so he's going to be able to get a little bit of gold. He's got his food from all these farms. We're going to probably see, once he gets population capped again, which he's just about ready to get there, going to be going up to Imperial Age. And, you know, for Miomeka, I mean, I get it. That sister into the first hill, you know, it gulps. You're watching them gulp.
Yeah, you're trying to watch them gulp, but the gulping has to stop at some point. We see these knights just loving their life under the TC. Everyone just having a good day, killing everything in sight, and we see that the army has arrived from the bottom though, but at the same time at the top, Makomi says, hey, have you noticed how many units I have? And even the tower gets disrespected, smacked down, and the boys, they are going in strong. They are causing a destruction. The knights at the back there, we see the green knights trying their best, but they tap out. They've had enough. It is what it is. The boys are done. And we have our victors for the first round. Or for the first series, I guess. Oh, match.
Wow. Man, but you know, Wayman, this was a match that I was not sure if Makomi and Araken were going to make it out of there. You look at that villager account for Araken, he was at about 30 villagers at probably his lowest point, and then continued to go up. So having the amount of those villagers getting raided, and then you had the cistern over there on the front side, and all of those cataphracts coming in. I didn't think there was a way to see out of it, but Makomi did Makomi stuff, and he ended up taking that 1-0 lead, essentially on his own merit. He gave Araken a little bit of time to adjust himself, and then he was good to go.
Yeah, this is the graph of a very aggressive bunch of players. I feel like the English 2TC paid off so quickly as well, because they ran into that white tower, and what most players do, they're just like, oh, White Tower, what now? And they just kind of left him. They were like, okay, cool. We'll go for the other guy. But behind this, English was just able to get that crossbow mass that we talked about. The White Tower protecting 2 goals, I think, was key here as well. You're just able to get all the units you need to deal with this. Oh, look at McCormy. That is a man who drowned in farms. Back in the medieval ages, there would be a stockpile and he would jump into it and just drown in food. The man was stacked.
I mean, that's that's English farms. Look at it. That's almost 60,000 food. 25 minutes into the game. Look, oh my god. Imagine if a civ like English had something like a cataphractor, like this like heavy food unit that would be able to steamroll games. Oh my god, it would be impossible to deal with. But now with all of these farms, he's going to be able to cultivate his way into a 1-0 series lead. Here's a pretty pivotal battle. Here, you have Miomeka Castle Age getting that sister. Makomi is Castle Age. Doesn't have the units yet, though. He has a military count of 6. Araken is just sitting here with a lot of his feudal age knights, and he doesn't really have much to do for this, right? You're seeing a lot of the cataphracts there are pretty much at full health, even though they took a big fight. And this was the point of the game, Wayman, that I was like, yeah, eco count, a little bit in Makovi's favor. It's 107 to 92, whatever. But I don't think this is a blob that they can deal with all of a sudden. And then once we got into a little bit later in the game, Makomi's eco kind of turned around. His military count kind of turned around. You see all of these crossbowmen coming in. All of a sudden, even though we just swapped replays, all of a sudden, we're taking fights on Kaio's side. We're taking raids on Mio Micah's side, and this game just completely 180'd.
Here as well is Kaio and Mio just stopped putting that high level of pressure that they had. They had such a high level of control. They could have just kept going on Araken, and I don't think we would have ended up with a victory here for Mokomi and Araken because they had Rus completely under control. And I think they felt like, oh, we did enough damage. Let's go back. Let's chill a little bit. And it just kind of snowballed from there. So Makomi definitely being the MVP for this game. The man, he Englished his way to victory. And as an English enjoyer, I am very, very proud of this community. But I think Kaio and Mio are not going to make the same mistakes next game as they did this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think in chat, Zathras actually hit the nail on the head. The problem is when Gulp doesn't work, a win later in game, it's kind of useless. And they did some damage, but the gulping of the cisterns is really good timing when you get to Castle Age. But then when you get to Imperial, you're like, man, I would have loved a golden horn right about now. That probably would have been a lot better. But we're gonna take a look now that this decider round is going underway. We're gonna be waiting for that second game to come in. Let's take a look at the brackets. Let's see what we got going on. This is a 5-game series. There's going to be other series that are going to be heading your way, probably streamed by other content creators that are here. So let's take a look. Here, obviously, we have that 1-0 for Moke Raken and Pro Quitter. But let's take a look at some of these other teams. Corn Eliona making that round of 16 again. Banter Boys making that. Meow Police making that. This is pretty... We got some teams that just because now, and now Sheep coming in, the team of Lash and Avely are going to be coming in trying to take a second crack at that deciders round. These are teams that they might not have necessarily made it. They might have got stomped by some of those really high-tier echelon pro teams like Team Canada or the Chimps or something. But now, this is their time to make a qualification. This is put up or shut up time, Wayman.
Yeah, this is a really interesting place to be as well. For those of you who don't know the team names, the people we want to watch, we see Core and Eliona there, and they are against LSDC. This is not a team like yesterday that they had to face. LSDC is consisting of I think a few French players, Stay Frosty, Coco, and Relic. So Core and Eliona a little bit, they have the edge for this one. Should be a good qualification for them. Homs, on the other hand, having Isank and Hom Senpai against the Banter Boys. And the Banter Boys, we can see Mariah, Nagafi, and I am Jeffrey. So we already have teams that are pretty much favored here. But I think a lot of these games are a lot closer than what we saw yesterday. Now, for those of you who follow a lot of the shenanigans, Volva Esport at the bottom there has Dragavan, Mohudo, and Ramen. Now, I know Dragavan has been someone people have been talking about because of all the crazy playstyles we see coming out of the man, and they're playing against people like KJJ and Warspite. So Razval, on the other hand, and this is the last one I'm going to go through, Razval versus Egir, Deniskaya, who we know from those insane plays in the Outback Octagon, playing with a player called Yellow. Have not seen him on the scene. And they are against Razval, as I said. But what makes this interesting is Razval is a full Russian team. It's Garnath and Dark. And you guys remember Garnath, but Dark, I believe it's the same Dark as it is from StarCraft. So, is it? It has to be. Please correct me.
And
But
you know,
oh, there's two dogs? Oh, damn. Okay. But Dark, also someone who hasn't been as prominent in the scene. And he has been doing pretty well in the Cis League, though. I have followed the name, but I just forgot which Dark we're looking at, unfortunately. But yeah, so we have this Russian face-off at the bottom as well, which is going to be pretty crazy, because if you ask me Deniskaya versus Garnath, I don't know. After the Outback Octagon, I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah.
yeah, the Octagon was wild, wasn't it? I watched just about every free for all. And I know you participated in it in the earlier rounds, so it was. I'm not. We're not going to talk about it. We'll just move on. I promise.
Guys, I do want to go on a little bit of a tangent. I must say that was the Outback Octagon was fun, but it made me appreciate normal team games. So that's why I'm very glad to be here, because oh my goodness. Okay, moment of silence for the Outback Octagon, everyone, and for the journey that we've experienced, boys.
Hey, I mean, that's why when it comes to this professional, the tournaments and stuff, that's why I'm sitting in the booth. Like, I'm not messing with that, man. I'm not. It's too much.
I've learned my lesson.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty realistic about my gameplay. If I'm gonna be up against these Conk 3 people, and not even Conk 3, like if there was a Conk 4, they'd be there. I'm just like, yeah, I probably don't have a shot in hell. Let's just sit and watch it. How's that sound? But speaking of watching here, how's that for a segue? Game number 2 is gonna be on Kurlager. Oh my god, I'm so excited that we got to see this map today.
Did you see this combination that I thought was going to be banned for the rest of days? English versus French guy, or English and French versus the world, right? Everyone said English-French, the best combination out there. But can it beat Byzantine Saiyabits? I feel like yes. I feel like English-French is... You don't let that combination go through. You don't let it slip out of your hands. Because once your opponent holds them dear, I don't know. I don't think this is going to be an easy game at all.
Yeah, it's kind of new school versus old school, right? Because, I mean, like, day one of team games, when AoE4 actually came out, it was, okay, English has the best archers in feudal, French has the best knights in feudal, so why don't we just put them together? Nobody came, I mean, this wasn't something like, oh, this genius came up with a build. It's like, no, anyone with, a couple brain cells to rub together could figure out that French and English were going to be a good 2v2 team. The foes of the 100 Years' War come together and start wreaking havoc all over the team game ladder. We get that. Ivids and Byzantines, part of the new school, right? Part of the expansion that came out this most recent November, about a year ago. So are we going to see some of these newer civs take down that age-old 2v2 combo? Yet to be seen. Yet to be seen this map. Kurlager, and I'm very excited to give you that, Wayman. I'm going to let you do the introductions, okay? And then I'm going to take it away on the map.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm not ready, but let's roll right in, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some water plays here today, brought to you by Emil Micah, Frenchman on the water. We know this man, he is going to fish real good. He's going to make a lot of knights, and it's going to be a destruction. On the other side, we have Kaio on English. He is going for his wood as well, and with the amount of wood we see chopping, this is going to be a dock from him. We see that drop down at the bottom. Both of these players going for water. Let's go look at our other players, though. We do see Mr. Harakin, normal standard age up time. The man is cooking a normal meal fast today. It doesn't look like there's going to be any boat shenanigans from him just yet. And like we saw in the previous games, this can be a destruction. Makami, on the other hand, he follows suit. 2 people on water and 2 not. Let's see how this one ends up.
That is pretty interesting. Now, this map Kurlager, I'm getting into it. This map Kurlager, apparently the literal translation means bathtub from what my research tells me, but also it's defined as 2 rivers through which the god Thor wades. It's an Age of Mythology map that was previously here. It's now brought over to AoE 4, and obviously we're not going to see the Norse god in this particular map, but you can see with these rivers, you can walk through them. You have villagers, you have scouts that can go through and all that kind of stuff. One particular thing to look at besides the rivers that you can wade through, the deer are pretty close when spawning. So if you take a look at all 4 of these town centers and where they are, you can see where the deer are. You can see that they've kited them to their starting town center. So you have a decision whether you want to send people to shoreline fish, you want to get fish that way, or do you want to herd your deer? And a lot of these players end up doing that. You saw Miyomeka ended up doing that. You see Makomi's got that deer right here, but he's a berry sieve, so he doesn't necessarily care. There are small 2 stacks of berries that are around the map. If you can see over there on the western side or on the northeastern side of Miyomeka's base, you can see them. They're little patches of 2. You can see there's little small deer packs as well that he's pulling out, and 2 sacred sites, which in all of the map seeds that I generated, the sacred sites are on the waters.
100% water rate. Got it. So, with this amount of food, though, this means that civilizations like French, that is very reliant on having a sustainable food source, that they are actually going to be doing all right. Because when you're struggling with your transitioning, I think this is always a question for French. How am I going to be the least susceptible while I'm busy raiding? And I mean, the best offense or the best defense is a good offense, and that's exactly what French does best. But with all these food sources, he's just going to be able to focus on raiding without worrying about dying along the way. But now we do see that dock from Okami being dropped a little bit later in the game, and this is something I'm very surprised about. Going for a late dock, this means he's probably going to do what we saw in the previous games, where people go for a military ship only and try to force Miyomika to react. Because you're playing against French. Again, you don't want them to start snowballing with knights. But it is going to be quite difficult to get the knights going when you are aging up a little bit later than your opponent.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that Makomi is doing similar to what we saw the Abbasid Dynasty do in a previous series. You get that dock a little bit delayed. He could go military wing if he wanted to, chooses to go culture wing with a couple dervishes. If he went military wing, you can use those desert raiders to make a ram. You can take down the dock of your opponent, which might prove to be a little bit different. But now with those 2 dervishes, we might see a little bit of a difference in play. He does have a decent amount of gold stockpiled, so maybe he's looking to try to get some relics or what have you. Erican, on the other side, his teammate, Grand Winery, noticeably impressive, noticeably quick. We saw it probably about the 330 mark, something like that. He's got his Merc House already. He's trying to get some units out there and do some damage to his opponents because Kaio is doing what Makomi did in game number 1. He's going with that Abbey of Kings second town center. Is he going to be able to pull it off like his opponent did in game 1? That's yet to be seen.
I think this is going to be quite an easy second town center to plop down. It's just going to be about the punishment of it, right? Now, with Arakan going for that huge amount of, how would I say, of investment onto getting that mercenary house so quickly, I don't know where. Oh, I was about to say, are we just going to see another gulping? And that's exactly what's going to happen. We see that the Keshiks are in queue. So we're going to be getting 2 Keshiks on the map. And that means gulp time, baby. So I don't know if the gulp is going to work out better this time. I hope so for their sake. Because the gulping, it has this time, like we said before. You need to do damage at a certain point. And if you don't, it just is so hard to keep that pace going. So, Keshik's coming out. Let's see what they're going to be doing.
I think for Erican, he might end up having a little bit more success just because of the civilizations that are on the opposite side. You know, there was a ruse last time with the Kremlin. There was only so far you can go. They went to the hometown center, but that was pretty much it. For Eric, you might be able to just kind of get through this French base, who usually, like you said, usually uses offense as their defense. But when you're dealing with cataphracts, I'm not really sure if you have that luxury to do it. Plus, with Makomi being Ayubids, he has dervishes where Erican can not only gulp with the sister in the first hill, but dervishes can help heal in the meantime while he's waiting for Flask cooldown, assuming he doesn't lose them.
Well, they're doing with keeping that village alive. It did go down eventually, but it was actually kept alive for so long compared to what you would usually deal with when you're facing knights. Now, he is gonna get one of these knights down, but Mio Micah, he's very comfortably just chilling on water, living his best life. Although I do see some green on the water there at the bottom. So, do we get some... Whoa, in the pink base, I don't know what that was. Oh, those are Keshiks. They're punishing the water. What a sneaky boy. Horses run for the water, baby.
And that's the thing, too, is he's trying to get a raid over here on Kyle's second town center, is because you can walk through these, right? You might not necessarily need a dock. He's just using the Keshiks and trying to set those fishing boats aflame, which ends up being a good deterrent. Makomi, on the other side, he went for a dock strategy instead, so he might be able to send some military ships. But what's nice is, with these land units, because Erican has these Keshiks, what's nice is you could do some damage to water, and then leave the water and go do some raiding at the same time. Heads up play. I love it.
Yeah, this puts you into such a driving force of position. And look at these. They can take damage, but the dervishes are just like, actually, let's heal you up. And the fact that he's not focusing down these dervishes just means he's going to be dealing with this for a very, very long time. He's trying to get those camels down, but more camels are arriving. And that water lead that they have, it's impressive, but it might not be for too long. And the first dervish goes down. The moment he stops focusing the camels and rather the dervish, he gets a kill. And this might be so important because this is going to keep snowballing for him. Cistern of the first hill being put down now. It's about time. We are going to be seeing some gulpers.
Yeah, and again, put up or shut up time, right? You have a little bit of a minute clock. You put yourself on a clock once you put the cistern down. So he's going to be able to try to do that. Maybe Erican has his economy a little bit better than Mio Micah. I saw when he was playing Byzantines, there weren't farms around the winery. He was going in for this like all-in kind of approach. Maybe Erican is able to get some groves around that winery so he can continue to make Keshiks, continue to get his food economy going. On the flip side, Makomi's going to be in a little bit of trouble because of that water. His first dervish went down, and when you have two dervishes that you get out of Culture Wake and Feudal Age, and then those dervishes go down, it's almost like your wing was for nothing. So hopefully he's able to keep that dervish alive and continue to heal.
Oh, this is going to be such a pivotal moment for them as well, because now you have two feudal boys against two castle boys. Oh, okay. One castleman. I forgot that the House of Wisdom is bugged. I was about to say, oof, this man is, they're being a little bit risky in it. So, getting one person in castle, ooh, and the Keshiks getting some idle time here at the back, but again, you have to be careful. Don't lose those Keshiks now. They do, we see those plus signs above their head. They're living their best life against these feudal knights. And, it does look like they came out ahead there. Trying to get that charge damage off too. The dervish just allowing for so much more aggression.
And, you know, this is why the Byzantines are so strong when they do this fast castle kind of thing. They're getting food from their berries. They're getting oil from their berries. And at the same time, these pop out. You know, he's got 8 Keshiks that you could say he technically got for free because he's getting the olive oil while he's getting the food at the same time. So it becomes frustrating because you're like, I wanted to stop this fast castle, but I kept having to fend against the Keshiks. So I kind of just let him have it. And now you're at the point when you did let him have it, the cataphracts are coming out, and then you're going to have a big problem. And I know, you know, in a 1v1 situation, as Chad is so nicely pointing out, sometimes you could disrupt that Byzantine berry gathering. But in a 2v2, with the map being this a little bit bigger, as that king goes down, you might not be able to do that. Some gulping happening after that king ends up going down, so he's going to have to pay 200 resources for another one to get that heal. The only thing that Kaio has right now are some longbowmen, and I don't really like that look against the cataphract.
The amount of horses that we have over here. And you can see here, the camels are on the map too, right? And they're quite mobile, quite versatile. I'm really hoping to see them in a fight to see how we're actually going to be able to close this one out. But now, 1,000 food from Okami. I don't know if they're going to plan on going castle before taking another fight like this. The gulping goes through and they get out alive. And I think he got he got himself a villager there on the floor. But English being on 2TC, he's okay with losing one of those. And we see slowly macroing up to castle. So that is quite a big difference. And this is probably due to all the boats that we're seeing on the map as well. But look at that. Ooh, incendiary ship is going to make a very juicy connection. But he might lose his arrow ship anyway. So it just is going to force him to spend resources where he doesn't want to spend right now. He wants to go to castle himself, but look at how these longbows are poured out. And just like every other game that we talked about, the moment English loses its mass, they are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Kaio is in a ridiculously dangerous spot right now. King goes down again. That's 200 resources that hit the deck. Miyomeka's trying to help out with these Royal Knights that are feudal age. These Keshiks are a veteran status, so they could do okay against those knights, but still a little less health. Still a little, less in the way of damage just because Miyomeka has Bloomery with the blacksmith. You get that French for free. So maybe pound for pound, those feudal age Royal Knights are better, but Makomi is going to be able to help out his teammate who's trying to gulp some Desert Raiders, taking down the gold from the French. It just means that the French is not going to be able to get as many knights as they want, or they're not going to be able to reproduce the knights that they have, right? He's starting to transition a little bit into Spearmen. Look at this mass from Miyomeka. That's a lot of knights. About 20 knights out there. Looks like the Keshiks and the Cataphracts, they want to take a fight with this anyway. They're gulping. Everyone's using their flask, but realizes, man, too many knights. A little bit of Spearman going to be able to help out. I don't know if Erikin's actually doing the damage he wants here, Wayman.
Playing Byzantines, sure, your civilization's great, but again, Miyomeka is playing French. You have faster villager production, and Kaio being on 2TC, they are getting ahead. And it feels like Makomi and Erikin are in the driving seat, but I don't think they're driving fast enough because they're just letting their opponents slowly boom. Even though they're taking some decent trades, the fishing ships stay alive as well. Again, these longbows just being poured out can just cost them so much. But luckily for the White Tower, or luckily for him, the White Tower is there to fire back. The gulping commences, but he does lose one of them.
Wow, and look at this. Miyomeka's trying to take a fight with a lot of these Royal Knights, trying to get in some damage on the Ayubid player. That outpost might be quickly going down. Makomi just hits the Castle Age, so fantastic timing attack from Miyomeka, just making sure that he's going to be facing some feudal age units. So Desert Raiders continuing to just have their bows. Some Ayubid villagers are going to go down in the process. He is going to lose some knights. Maybe he wants to take this fight before a Castle Age something comes in, but ends up backing up. Some spearmen are going to get lost in the crossfire as well. Overall, for Miyomeka, just having him lose a couple villagers might be good damage. Maybe Araken's just here by himself.
The problem is now with this idle time, you are idling the French, right? And the French, this is that weird position for them where they need to ask themselves, okay, what am I going to do about food? I've depleted everything around my base, or most of it at least. Look at all those idle villagers. So you know that they're susceptible to being raided. The fish around that dock is starting to get a little thin as well. This is a very strange timing for French, where French is like, okay, I've produced so many knights, I did damage, but what now? So he doesn't have farm transition because he's French, and you just don't really know where to go from here as the French player. So that idle time, even if losing those horses is the price, it's so worth the time.
Yeah, this is kind of, you're right about French. This is kind of a weird timing because you feel like you have to keep making knights. You're 2v1ing right now. Miyomeka is. They definitely caught. Now Kaio's going to be able to add some reinforcements with some longbowmen, with some spearmen that are of the Castle Age. I see some of those silver helmets on it. For the French, you feel like you got to keep making knights to keep yourself into the game, but you got to age up at the same time. That costs food and gold. It takes a whopping economy and able to pull that off. And with all that idle time, 54 villagers, you're exactly right. It might be a little bit difficult. Desert Raiders are going to be able to pick out some of those spearmen, but overall, again, Makomi, Erikin on a clock. And Kaio and Miyomeka is making that clock extend further and further. As long as this game goes on, and this game continuing to go on, we're at the 16-minute mark, I'm starting to like their position more and more.
surprised they took that fight, because it was a very, very bad fight for Arakin. He lost so many of his horses there. And that's just the cistern, like we talked about, the timer that he was on. He just didn't get that value that he needed so early on. He's trying to gulp through. He does get some decent trades off, but he needs to pull back. The gulp doesn't last forever, and he needs to take this fight with his ally and not against a bunch of spearmen. So this is a very interesting position that you're in as your Byzantines. You need to make sure that you take good trades. You need to transition well, because yes, the other landmark is a little bit better for scaling, but you could still make use of this if you can survive.
You know, it's funny because now that Kaio's a little bit online now, right? He's got 83 villagers. He's got a military count of 57. Miyomeka stopped making knights. He's looking for gold to try to figure out where to go for that. So Kaio's basically going to take over now. Miyomeka did enough, it seems, and now you're at this level where the Byzantines, these cataphracts, end up having to run away. They end up cowering into a town center. Even these cataphracts are trying to find some of these royal knights. A lot of villagers are going down. Oh my god, we missed that raid on the south side. All of those deer villagers by a Kaio galley ends up going down. Arakin at 35 villagers. Good luck trying to make cataphracts that are so expensive when you're sitting there 142 food, 92 food, 0 villagers currently getting any.
Yeah, at this point you can see he's just overwhelmed. He's trying to get some villager kills. Arakin is just gulping, hoping to stay alive, but Mokomi trying to find some villager kills on the other side. He's very successful, but at the same time, he's throwing away his units because he's so desperate to keep these alive and to provide backup for his teammate. And now the score it's very much in favor of Kaio Miyomeka, and we're going to be seeing, I would assume, a GG pretty soon, because these boys, they can now do that push they need to do. Miyomeka still being in feudal. Quite surprising how well those knights are doing against the cataphracts. I thought for a moment that those were castle knights, because the cataphracts barely put a dent in them.
Ooh, little cheeky Wolo coming out from that dervish ended up going down. You're exactly right. I mean, maybe just those knights were enough fodder for the cataphracts, because the actual damage dealers end up being the spearmen, end up being the crossbowmen if there is, you know, crossbowmen in that fight. And Kaio does have 19 and continues to queue more. So he's going in with spears, crossbowmen. The crossbowmen are also going to do pretty good against the desert raiders because of their lack of ranged armor, right? So now you have this massive English blob. English has been on 2 town centers. They haven't been touched the majority of the game. White Tower obviously helping with that. We're seeing just exactly what Mokomi did in game number 1, right? All of a sudden, Kaio gets English, 2 town center, Abbey of the King, up against a Cistern the first hill. Cistern doesn't do enough. All of a sudden, Eric and Mokomi on the back foot.
Honestly think that the White Tower has shown us exactly in the last 2 games why people are going for the White Tower instead of the King's Palace at the moment. It's just so good. It's the production building you need. It's the thing that secures you the map. It changes the game into your favor. And this is exactly what happened to them there. They were under pressure, but the White Tower did the work they needed it to do. And if you need to then you can transition to a second TC. So it's just an amazing landmark to deal with anything that your opponent throws at you. So definitely a really good play here, and we've seen this from the higher ranked teams. What we saw earlier today was more like, okay, I need to get ahead with villagers again, and that was the point when people lost it. So Kaio playing English the way that we know English has to be played, and we see this from top players. He knows what he's doing, he knows how to cook, and now he's cooked into a point of the game where he can either go imp, or we can just keep this pressure going. Either of which would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Kaio's at a military mass of 76. Mokomi and Arakin combined are at 26. And I understand for the army value of cataphracts, obviously they're going to be a little bit higher than something like a spearman or a crossbowman, but it's just the sheer number and the fact that you can cost effectively counter. You know, Arakin and Mokomi are essentially debased to trying to raid, right? Just making sure that Miyomeka isn't getting enough knights, isn't getting enough spearmen. He's got his cataphract stuff, but you know, that's pretty much it. Kaio's on 97 villagers. I can't see that base getting raided anytime soon. He's got his farm economy. Well, as soon as I say that, a couple villagers from the English end up going down. But he's got a lot of them, right? Just exactly as you said. He's sitting on about 1,400 food. He can make any unit he particularly wants. It's similar to how their position was last game. I don't really know what you do against this.
I think at this point you tap out, you take your opponents English and French. No, now don't do that again. This is the last time we try any shenanigans like that. But they know this is a best of 5. They need to find a way to extend it. Now, this is the interesting part. Makomi and Arakin, they are not in the same time zone as Kaio and Mio Maika. They're from Vietnam, Kaio and Mio Maika. So these men are playing into the morning hours to qualify. If they want to have a shot at destroying people who are much higher seed than them, a good way to do it would be to tire them out. So to extend the game and just ensure that they are at their worst here by 4 a.m. and hoping to kill them. So I don't know if this is the strategy they'll be going for, but it'll definitely give them an edge to qualify for this event.
Wow. I like, look at you in the mind of a tournament player. They're doing a little metagaming. That's pretty good. I didn't know it was 4 a.m. over there. 4 a.m. I can't tell you I would have the best APM, that's for sure. So I like the strategy. You know what? Keep doing what you're doing. Try to find some raids, do some stuff. You guys are doing great. Keep it up.
It's 1:30 there now, but by the time the series ends, it'll be full.
Yeah.
So no worries. Yeah.
And you know, if this game ends up going to a game 5, it looks like it's gonna be tied up in just a couple minutes or so. If this does go to a game 5, you're right. I mean, you're gonna need clothespins to keep those eyes open.
And Makomi and Arakin, these players, they know how to outperform. They are definitely players who can use out-of-meta strategies to try and get ahead. So Makomi and Arakin definitely showed that they were really, really strong in the first game. And this is not over for them, even though Kaio and Mio Maika, they're looking so strong. So I'm already thinking about the next game because I think they're just going to hold on to try and get there. But my question is, as those villagers go down screaming, are we going to get to a point where these players who don't play as many civs get outpicked and they just cannot keep up because they don't have the same civ pool?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you have some of these super top echelon players like Kaio who are pretty proficient at just about every civ, right? I mean, you have to be as a professional player like this, as Arakin continues to raid with those cataphracts, doing a little bit of damage, but still sitting on just about half the build of the French player, which would prove to be troubling. But I definitely agree. I mean, maybe, you know, this is a build that Arakin knows. He knows the Cistern of the First Hill build. He tried to do everything that he can, and now all of a sudden it's game 4, game 5, and they're like, yeah, I don't really know what to do here. Maybe I could just look up a quick BC or Voldemort build, figure it out.
And maybe at that point you can throw the game on his head here. We can imagine, back in the day, I would imagine that if you drop the keep in your opponent's base, you'd actually be able to swing it a little bit. But with the current patch, that does not seem to be an option. However, I want you guys to think about Mio Maika here. It feels like Kaio is going to 2v1 at this point. Mio Maika is just, he's like that meme where the girl is drowning and then the wheelchair with the skeleton. He's there. He doesn't have the right amount of resources. There's nothing he can transition to, and Kaio is just paddling his life away. So at this point, Kaio definitely in a 2v1 situation. If they wanted to keep this game going, they just need to destroy as many as they can, because you want to extend this as much as possible just to make sure you get that edge. 25 villages for Arakin, though. That is quite a Monka S, as the Gen Zs would say these days.
And it's continuing to go down, right? It looks like we might have just a little bit of a freeze here, maybe. But the game, the military count, the economic count, it kind of points you in favor. And this goes to a point now that we have a little bit of time here from Kyle. If you have a teammate who's trying to get to Castle Age, who's trying to whatever as the game starts to go on, remember, you have a teammate. You could sling them, right? I mean, Kaio's sitting on a lot of food, and I'm pretty sure he's very close to pop cap. You could definitely get your opponent to where get your teammate, excuse me, to where they need to go, right? You could definitely get them to Castle Age if they want to. Mio Maika now has the ability to hit the Castle Age button, and most likely, if he does go up to Castle Age, might be choosing Royal Institute because of how many knights he has. He could get Royal Bloodlines, or if he just wants to make sure, play a little bit of safe, go Guildhall.
Yeah, the thing is, they have the late game in the bag, right? So, I mean, Guildhall would probably be the smarter choice if you're thinking about extending it, but you want to have your Imperial Knights anyway, right? Once you do that, you can go under the TCs, take care of everything. And I don't think that Arakin and Makomi have anything they can actually protect that with. The Berkshire in the middle of the map, respect or disrespect, depending on the side you're looking from. But from my side, I respect this. Kaio,
Whoa.
show them how it's done. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, do we have a crash?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a game on our hands. There might have been a Micah disconnect. And Kaio's like, hold my beer. I'm going to see if I can 2v1 this situation. I mean, he might be in a pretty decent spot. But this game, we're just, for the past like 3 or 4 minutes, we're sitting here like, yeah, stall out your opponent, make them play till 4 a.m., blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, it might be a 2-0, depending on if Kaio's able to pull this off. He just hit Imperial upgrades, might not be there yet. But again, 2v1 situation. Arakin sitting on 28 villagers, but he might have the ability to boom himself up.
Yeah, this is definitely not the situation where you would award the win to Makomi and Arakin based on a DC here, as Mayor Micah was able to go to castle himself, and this is a tough situation to be in. But in this case, I think this is just going to be a destruction with the Berkshire just eating away at those vills. They barely have anything left, and the villages are still going down. Villagers popping in and out as they can to try and repair it, but the crossbows are just eating away. I think with the amount of lead they have here from Kaio's side, or had, he's still in a pretty good position to end this. Get one trebuchet and just slowly start eating away.
And you know, if you're Micah, it makes a lot of sense why he wasn't going to Castle Age, right? He wasn't there. So I saw him with all of his resources, and I was like, why isn't he hitting the button? But he did not exist in that game anymore. As far as it goes for Kaio, I think he might be able to just clean this up by himself. I mean, because of the fact that he's Imperial, this keep is going to go down, which is probably the last area that Makomi and Arakin had some kind of stronghold over. Now Kaio has the big gold. So this might be a 1v2 that Kaio ends up cleaning up. I mean, although we said it was a game, Kaio is still continuing to push.
Yeah, and he actually can do that with trebuchets now not having an optimal counter. So trebuchet slowly starting, you can just kill everything as you're going forward. He doesn't have a treb yet, though. He's like, oh, we're not desperate enough yet. We can just use crossbows instead. And Kaio is doing his best at killing all these units, but you don't want to be playing against 2 players the longer this game goes. So the Waller Law coming out, just putting them back at bay, and Makomi and Arakin trying again just to fight back. So I don't know what the situation is, but it feels like, again, they're trying to stay in this game as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it begs the question. They were in a pretty bad spot, right? I mean, with Mio Micah still in the game, so it's like, do they do the honorable thing and just take the forfeit, even though there was a DC? But maybe this is their way to get them into a 2-0 spot. So we'll see. I mean, it is a tournament. You know, you want to make sure that you're doing the best you can. If something happens to give you an edge, do you take advantage of it? Do you not? For Makomi and Arakin, they're choosing to. And they're going to be trying to do the best that they can. However, if you take a look at the top part of your screen, though, Whammon, I mean, Kaio is out-ecoing them, both of those players. 124 villagers to Makomi and Arakin combined at 96.
Oh, for sure. He is able to take these 2 on, and that's just the power of English, right? The lowest win rate civ on the ladder at the moment. It is just showing right now how strong it can be. oh, look at all those rams. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the only rams. The rams are the only unit you will ever need. Crossbows at the back here doing their work, but the rams are the real MVPs here. The relic being put to the front here. These poor horses going to meet their maker pretty soon. And let's see how those rams are doing between all of it. The rams, the legend of the show. Look at them hitting away. Oh my gosh, they're beautiful.
Wow. I mean, those they're going to be able to take down anything in their way. I mean, they're not exactly roost rams. They're not wandering towns, but still towns nonetheless. They're going to be able to take down a lot of stuff. Erican's getting a little bit of time to try to build up his, he's getting horsemen, which are a little bit cheaper, right? He's going to be able to take down some of those crossbowmen. So he's getting a little bit of, relief out of his own base, but he's going to need a lot of units here. He's got a military count of 14. Makomi's sitting on 5. Erican tried to get some raid over there. Not going to happen now. With this Castle Age House of Wisdom, it has a lot of HP. If I remember correctly, it's 12,000. Yes, 12,000 HP for that House of Wisdom. So it's going to take a lot of ram hits. Problem is, there isn't really anything stopping these rams, so they got all the time in the world to bump it.
I am floating a lot of resources as well, and he's not max popped. And I'm not sure why he's not just producing units to try and end this. It's such a tough position, because he's probably feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the whole situation as well. You're like, oh, my ally just DC. Do I really have to do this alone now? So this is really, really tough, I think, for most players. And he just needs to make sure he has the production and go from there. But he did do quite a bit of damage. He has all these farms set up. He's got the most amazing economy. And even on the outside, handling the gold, I would love to see what's happening there at the south side of the map. But these units are going to go down. Some horses fighting for it. Look at that keep just eating away at Arakan's villages. The man tries, but there's not enough trying in this world.
No, I mean, look at his look at his population. I mean, Arakan is continuing to dwindle. 26 villagers continuing to drop. 16 military units and might end up dropping. The horsemen are actually doing pretty well against all of the crossbowmen and stuff that Kaio is making. Kaio is consistently staying on the spear crossbowman composition, adding a little bit of horsemen as well. Dervish with a little Wololo over there on the western side. That battlefront ends up retreating Kaio away. But I definitely agree with you, Wayman. You talked about trebuchets before. Trebuchets are one of those. They kind of indirectly become proactive because you put them right next to your keep, right? They're taking down all of your buildings and stuff. It makes you have to go out and get it. And then when you're Kaio, especially with English, and you have the network by your keeps and all of that kind of stuff, you get some trebuchets, you start taking them down from a distance, and eventually you're taking a fight that is more advantageous for you.
Yeah, trebuchets are not getting countered by any unit in the game right now. And especially not when you have imp trebuchets from English. The upgrades, the spiciness from those things, it's just unmatched, I would say. The armies, though, they're getting kind of close. And even though this is quite unfortunate, that's just the problem of a 2v1, right? So these trades still going the way of English. That's a lot of crossbows. You want to get rid of those because the gold is going to become less and less. We can see that with 23 villages left from Arakan. He is, it's basically a 2v1 at this point, but the fact that he's still keeping Kaio engaged gives Makomi some time to get further ahead.
Yeah, I mean, at least Makomi is able to keep some of his villagers alive, right? Arakan sitting at 24 villagers, 5 military units. His horsemen are going to end up going down. I mean, when it comes to Kaio and how much population he's given, I mean, every player is given 200 supply, right? So obviously, why we hype up 2v1 situations and the ability for people to do it is because you're operating at a limited supply, right? So you could do things if you're Kaio. You want to put an exclamation mark in this game, right? Kill some villagers. You go ahead and take some villagers off. Your stockpile is massive. You have 62 villagers on farms. You relieve some of those villagers of their duty, as a political way of saying it. And you're going to be able to get some more army if he wants to. Although, while I was talking about that strategy happening, I don't think he necessarily needs to, because he's knee-deep in Byzantine areas.
Being knee-deep in Byzantine's area is the person you're trying to shut down as well is Makomi, and he's just going to send reinforcements, and you're going to fight under TCs. What I love is the fact that he's putting down a second TC 35 minutes into the game. 2v1! He is really hoping to get this bad boy up and running and get his villagers back in action. Makomi probably telling him, it's okay, dude, I've got 67, we got this. And he's holding on for dear life. Now I'm down to 15 villagers, and we're basically at a proper 2v1. The crossbows getting countered by horsemen, as he had learned just earlier. And now I'm just hoping to see him close it out properly. I'm not going for any trebuchets. The man says, I'm honorable. I will do it with units that actually have counters.
And you know, I mean, I know we talk about the disconnect and all that kind of stuff in 2v1, this, that, but the way Kaio pushed into that Byzantine base, it's kind of a 1v1 now. Erican is sitting on a population of 18, so it's probably not going to happen now. Kaio is continuing to go into Makomi's side of it, the Ayubid side of it. That Dervish is dangerously close to getting that Wololo. Horseman, not too much of a DPS unit. Military count, that Vodka's hovering over 72 to 2 now with Makomi surrendering. Erican says, well, I don't really have much of anything. I guess I'll go with my buddy. And all of a sudden, it's a 1-1. We had a DC out of the winning team. Kaio able to 1v2 as English Imperial got that Berkshire up and ended up steamrolling over Makomi and Erican to tie up the series on Kurlager.
Now, I'm very surprised in how this one played out because of the fact that they didn't leave the game when that happened. They just kept on going, and they were like, "Well, we're gonna win this." So definitely, and I can see Twitch chat definitely rooting here for Kaio and hoping that he would take them down. Really well played by Kaio. Kaio honestly keeping the pain up, making sure that they cannot get ahead, being two people instead of one. So Miomaika, Kaio, they take the W. And hopefully Miomaika's internet will survive for the next round.
Yeah, and you know what the great thing is, if something did happen, right? That's why you have a third player, right? You gotta bring some. Hey, Wayman, you're a third player on the chimp.
I'm a third player. Yeah.
What if something happens to Marine Lord's internet? You got to step up and step out, right?
Yeah.
You gotta do some damage.
Yeah. I qualified first day. What can I say? Marine Lord being my teammate, he was like, "It's fine. I'll sub in for you, Whammon. You can take the next week." So, yeah, no, it's all right. The qualifications first day done, but now let's see if these boys actually have their sub ready if needed. But let's see those pivotal fights. Look at those dervishes, just healing things, making life a little bit harder, debuffing the knights from with those camels to make sure that these are extra annoying. Because every single second spent on these means that he's not raiding his villagers. And that's exactly what you want to do with knights. You want to keep them engaged. The dervish going down is a big loss, but he kept them engaged for a while. And Mukome, that was a very well played play by him. And honestly, I thought this is where things were going to go right for them.
You know, I was kind of surprised we just saw that Knight micro around from Miomaika. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Dervishes first, because that was the reason the Desert Raiders weren't staying alive. You saw a little bit of that pathing, but you see this look for Miomaika. It's a 2v1 situation for just a little bit, and then Kaio ends up with those Spearmen, and those Spearmen end up being the MVP of that battle, right? These Keshiks end up going down just because, not as much health as some of those Royal Knights. So even against veteran Keshiks, they kind of go pound for pound. And I think this was that defining moment. Whammon, this fight was that defining moment where you had this Castle Age Kaio trying to get his feet out from under him with that second town center, and because he was able to help his buddy out, because he was able to repel the Cistern, right, the Ayubids and their Desert Raiders, they were able to kind of flip the script and go with those battles a little bit more on Makomi and Erican's side. So heads up play by them, and now we're tied up.
Tied up indeed, and on Dry Arabia, the most standard of all the maps, the map that everyone has seen too many times. And some people love, some people hate because they like to play cheesy or they don't. But in Dry Arabia, things are pretty straightforward. We're not going to be experiencing crazy like, oh, what is this civilization pick? Usually Dry Arabia, pretty straightforward. But you have to keep in mind, what do I pick now so that I have civs for the next map? And I think this is where experienced players will take the lead. So if you're playing on Dry Arabia, we see here that they got Ayubids and Rus, Delhi and Japan. Now, depending on what they have left in their pool, they might struggle on Atoll. They might not have any civs at all for the map. And they might just have to pick something that isn't optimal for this one. So, Dry Arabia though, what do you think of these combinations? Do you think we have a favorite one between the two?
Yeah, I mean, you know Dry Arabia, Whammon. I know Dry Arabia. Everybody knows Dry Arabia. I don't have any necessary map notes on that one. It's Dry Arabia. So, you're looking for civilizations that respond well in open
Mhm.
areas, right? So when you're talking about a civ like Delhi, even in a 1v1 situation, right? You're talking about a civ like Delhi. They have super fast units in those Ghazi Raiders. They're able to get to their multiple points of interest that they want to,
Mhm.
right? They're going to be able to get to their sacred sites. They're going to be able to do raiding, all of that kind of stuff. However, on the
Yeah.
flip side, it's so different and it's so interesting to me to see Ayyubids be in the place that they are in the team game meta. And I think what a lot of it is comes down to those desert raiders. They're such
Yeah.
a they're such a weird unit to deal with, because they get bonus damage from horsemen, but they do bonus damage to horsemen, and then they have all of this melee armor, so you're trying to use archers, but you don't really want to use archers because the teammate has knights. So it's like I don't really, it's very difficult to know what to do. And I think for the civs that Delhi and Japan are, they rely on horse units, things like Ghazis, things like mounted samurai, things like all of that kind of stuff. So the Ayyubids are going to end up, in my personal opinion, I think they're going to end up being a pretty good pick.
Now, what's pretty crazy is that Aeobids is the least picked civilization in 1v1s.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just because they don't have that type of support that you just mentioned with knights, etc. And honestly, Aeobids and Rus, I think they're going to come out ahead in this one because whenever I see Delhi, I expect either they're going to win in feudal, but against knight civilizations, they don't always do as well because they're just like knight civilizations in the fact that they have to be out on the map to actually get food, and that's where they are most susceptible. When I lose against Delhi, it's because I didn't raid their food sources. And it's the same with knight civilizations. If you lose against a knight civ, it's probably because you didn't raid their food sources because they're too busy raiding you. So with Delhi, I think that Delhi and Japan might not be the strongest pick in this scenario. But again, guys, it's 2 a.m. there in Vietnam. Well, these boys, I hope they're prepared for a late night because they're gonna need a lot of preparation and a lot of energy for this last part.
And it's kind of funny because Delhi tried to, in some of the ways that Delhi plays now, they kind of try to patch that up because you're exactly right. When you're playing as Delhi, it's I gotta find some berries that are over in a different country. I gotta find some of these deer packs that are in Narnia, right? And then all of a sudden, all of your villagers end up going down. You gotta make 500 wood worth of outposts just to try to shield your villagers, and it becomes very difficult. So now, in 1v1, we've made that shift. The Tower of Victory isn't really that quote unquote meta or feudal. Bash my head against my opponent and win the game. Personally, I like it that way. But they go for Dome of the Faith instead, right? So they get all of their scholars, they get them cheaper, they get pro scouts, then all of a sudden you have all of these deer are right in front of your town center. So that food, you're trying to raid food and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't really happen anymore. And the deer end up being better because of their ability to get survival techniques for free, wheelbarrow for free, all of that kind of stuff. Their food economy becomes out of control, and now you can't raid it. So if they're able to pull that off, you're fighting uphill against the Delhi Soldier, that's for sure.
Definitely. Interesting thing to consider there, because I think a lot of people, when we think of Delhi, we think of this big mass of units coming towards us, or fast elephants. And when you have a friend on your side like Japan, again, we could see some shinobis TPing all around the map, making sure that they can cause some aggression, force the opponents to react. But you could also just get a fast castle, Japan. I feel like both of these civilizations now have options, and some of them might not be that practiced against. So when I'm thinking Delhi here, you're able to get fast castle because of what you mentioned earlier. But then you can boom after getting castle. There's no more straight up counter to elephants. Elephants are really hard to deal with right now, and when you do get that amount of scholars that can keep them alive, it becomes a really hard thing to focus down on. But I guess it depends on the scouting here. We need to see the decision making. These boys, they need to see what the other one's doing, and they need to do exactly what the opponent is, not expecting. And I think the person that's dictating the pace of the game is going to be Delhi and Japan. They are the ones who decides, okay, how does this game go? Because if they decide to go feudal, I'm very worried for them. If they decide to go castle, I don't think both of them can do it at the same time. The other one will have to fill the gaps. So I just want to see that our Vietnamese team, Pro Quitter, scouts and responds accordingly.
Yeah, you're talking about both civs going fast castle, and that's the kind of juxtaposition that we see in team games a lot, where it's like one civ has decided that they're going to go fast castle, similar to Byzantines, right? They wanted to go for that cistern of the first hill, so the other teammate makes some units in feudal, keeps the other team, kind of busy while you're sitting back. You get to castle age, and then you're able to storm back, and then the other civ can do map control. It's kind of like do castle age, excuse me. It's kind of like a little back and forth, right? I see that a lot with a civ that we haven't seen yet in this series, actually in any series that we've had today, but Mongols is very similar. If Mongols does something, yeah, they have. If somebody does stuff like having like some dark age aggression or something, you have the civilization so focused on that Mongolian tower or those Mongolian units, you have your teammate like HRE behind it who just fast castles, right? Because they're like, oh well, they're worried about the Mongols. I'm just gonna do my thing, hit the castle age, and then I'll help you out a little bit later. So I always thought the Mongols were really good at this. There's other civilizations. We've even seen HRE go with Dark Age barracks, add some spearmen, that kind of stuff. So there's definitely an ability to do that, but that's what makes team games so different, right, than a 1v1 is the choreography, the synchronicity, the juxtaposing between game plans, that kind of stuff. If you're able to do those things with your teammate, you play a lot with your teammate, you can coordinate, all of a sudden you end up becoming this unstoppable force. And that's why you have team that have team game players that played a lot together, things like the Devils clan making it to the finals. So hopefully teams like Makomi and Erican who play team games together might be able to take down the Pro Quiz. Or Miomeka and Kaio might be able to take it out just because of their ability to play team games together as well. Whammon, I'm excited. Game 3. We'll cut that tie. Let's see what happens.
And we're in. Tim's rant has brought us to 43 seconds in the game. And Aobid's doing Aobid's things, starting out pretty normally. Miomika, the man who will now learn not to DC this game. On purple. Yes. And right above him, his friend Kaio, the mastermind behind the English one-man carry. All the way from Vietnam as well. The boys are looking for that 2-1 that they can secure after quite a scary match for them.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. Erican playing in the color green as the Delhi Sultan accurately described Makomi playing in the color yellow as Japan. Erican very similar with that Delhi build. Japan going to be pretty similar, adding that house that's going to help you with population and acts as a mill as well. So we talked about some of this game playing a little bit. Usually we have a little bit of time, in Dark Age to talk about the map, talk about what we're going to do, all that kind of stuff. It's Dry Arabia. What more do you want from us? Have you played Dry Arabia before? Because that's what it is.
Yeah, Dry Arabia, the most standard of all the maps. Sometimes you're just like, okay, what is the crazy spawn going to be? And you're like, oh wait, nothing. This is Dry Arabia. But if I'm looking at this map, let's try to identify which spawn is the Marine Lord spawn. And if I'm looking at this, I feel like so far Makomi's spawn is okay, but he has that forward gold, which is not optimal. Easy to put a little tower on it though. But maybe Kaio. Kaio, I think, is the man with the Marine Lord spawn, because we do have an easy to wall area there. We have an easy place for a nice little Kremlin, and the wood walls would do really well over here. I don't know, what would you rank as the Marine Lord spawn in this game?
I definitely would have went. I agree with you. No, honestly, if you're gonna shout out Golden Gate, you can interrupt me at any time you want. I would have gave Kaio the Marine Lord spawn also, and I would have thought Kremlin, right? You put the Kremlin by the gold, the stone is in the back, you can get a second town center if you want to, you have a back deer pack you can put it on if you really wanted to do that, but Golden Gate seems to be the meta for 2v2s. We've seen maybe one Kremlin, mostly Golden Gate now, and I've been a big fan of it while we've been able to see it. Now, woodlines, he does have some woodlines that are a little bit forward, but obviously, being the ability to, one, have those fortified palisades, and two, having wooden fortresses are really going to help you out. On the flip side, You got Erican going with the Dome Tower of Victory is not as relevant as it used to be. Makomi, just because this is the driest of Arabia, going with the Cura Storehouse and not the Coca. I kind of like, based on where he has the Cura, it's kind of nice because you get your farms around it, right? And I always get this a lot when I'm playing Japan because I usually put it near my town center and to make a wood line at the same time so it's easily garrisonable. And people are like, why aren't you spreading it out? Why aren't you making sure you get farms around it and that kind of stuff? And a lot of it is because you can use it as a lumber camp. So it saves you that little bit of wood. You're able to farm transition a little bit quicker. The Cura Storehouse, even though Japan might not be in a good spot in terms of their power level, I think it's a really good landmark.
Now, I think the Cura Storehouse is definitely something that sets the pace for Japan to understand, okay, what are they going to be doing? And in this position here, we see very, very safe farm transitions. But with that tower, they are aware of the limitations of Japan. We see everyone else going for quite a bit of wood. This means that we're not going to get just greedy geese here. We actually have people with logical decisions. Kaio here popping down the tower, knowing that he doesn't have that wood bonus. But with that many on wood, what is he cooking? That is my question. Is this man going to be cooking the Golden Gate trade thing? Or is he just going straight for castle from here? We see that gold going up, even though he has none on there, and that's just because of the bounty. But getting that tower there is a very important part of Rus when you don't have that automatic wood boost from the Kremlin. So guys, number one rule in this house, don't be a greedy goose. And right now, Kaio was not a greedy goose. He was a very smart goose. So we're very proud of him.
Yeah, I guess instead of being a greedy goose, you can be a frugal fawn. Okay, I just made that up. I don't know. And I hate it. And with Kaio and the Golden Gate, you can see what he's doing with his tickets, right? Look at his macro. He's sitting there at about 700 food, sitting there at about 400 gold, and this is something you could do with the little bit of food or the little bit of wood that you get, right? He has about 5 villagers on foot. The wooden fortress helping out. The lumber camp obviously going to be right next to that fortress, creating that influence. If you have that extra 100, right? You have that little extra. You could sell it and get some gold for it. You don't necessarily need to get gold in order to get to Castle Age. And that's something that's so important for the Rus. That's why they could do it. Not only, they might not be able to do it the quickest, like say Zhu Shi or something like that, but they're going to be able to do it the safest.
And when you're sitting in a situation where you're playing against Aeobids, you know you have to do something. Because they have this free camel riding around, making your life a little bit more difficult. And that's why I think it's so important for you to actually get those units. That forces Arakan into making Ghazi Raiders here as well. Even though those Ghazi Raiders are going to take a lot of damage with those scholars, he's just able to go put them back, bring them for a little healing, and send them back out to fight. 2 more Ghazi Raiders in queue though. And we see 2 more of those beautiful camels. Diversible. Oh, what can we say? Diversity camels? I don't know. The ones that shoot. Desert Raiders. They are popping out. And because they can be melee, they do so well. My diversity camels. I'm going to go for that from now on. Thank you very much, camels, for being diverse.
And they are. They're diverse. They're multi-purpose. Whatever you'd like to call it. All I know is that Ghazi Raider is going to get slashed to death. Based on because the Ghazi Raider has to pull away, Desert Raiders just pull out their bows. Look at this. This is clinics for them. I mean, the Ghazi Raiders might do a little bit of bonus damage against the against the camels, but the camels do bonus damage against the horses. So you're like it's like the Spider-Man meme. They're both looking at each other like I do bonus damage on you. What the heck? Villager goes down for Arakan. Now he's sitting at about 25. Interesting though from Kaio is that he is going to be going with the high trade house, just gets completed on one of that front wood lines. It's interesting because we saw the Abbey in one of the last games. We're going to see a horse archer. Whammon. We're going to see a horse. No, I'm not. I'm going to lose. I got to go.
Guys, Tim is the biggest fan of horse archers. Back before they were useful, he used to be a proponent of the horse archer. His full religion revolved around horse archers and the making of them. So, Tim, this is your moment. Tell us about the horse archer.
Oh my god, if you get an archer and you strap that bad boy to a horse, you know I'm gonna love it. That's exactly what they do. Those horse archers, 85 health, have a decent amount of just base damage. They have 12 in terms of base damage. So if you want to take down a villager and you want to one-tap a villager, you need a group of 5 before you go out there. Kyle's got about 3. So what I like about the horse archer a lot is, a lot like knights, a lot like other cavalry, you do need to do a little bit of babysitting. But if you're able to do that, they can kite very well. They have the same movement speed as a knight, so you're able to kite knights. You can take down men-at-arms. You can take down spearmen with them. I think the big caveat with them, and if you're looking to try to counter things like horse archers, it's exactly what Kaio's doing, even though he's the Roost player, but it's walls. It's outposts, because it takes about 1,500 hits from a horse archer to take down a wall, and 750 to take down an outpost. So if you're going to be able to do that, you're going to be in good shape. Really good against horsemen in the feudal age as well, just because even though the horsemen can catch up to them, they'll have an ability to kind of one-tap, and they don't have enough ranged armor to deal with it anyway. But we're talking about the horse archers a lot. Wait a minute, where the hell are they?
I don't know why these horse archers haven't seen the light of day just yet. And they turn around. They don't realize, hey, there are villagers out there. But the horse archers, the 3 of them, are banding together. And they might find a very... Oh, they were about to find a very juicy set of villagers. But the tower, Tim, that's the second counter to a horse archer. People are asking, how do I deal with horse archers? Walls and towers. And if you are still getting raided by them, more towers. That is how you stop the horse archers. Put a little emplacement on them, and Bob's your uncle. You should be good to go. But those camels, though, they are ready to find any horses that steps into their vicinity. Be it mounted samurai, be it Ghazi raider, they're ready to snag. Look at these beautiful horse archers just doing work. Claiming a victim along the way.
Yeah, I mean, you found the one area that didn't have an outpost or didn't have a wall, and all of a sudden your villagers are dead, right? Because of how quickly they're able to do it. Now, they also get complemented by Boyar's Fortitude, number 1, so they get an extra 25 health. They're also complemented by Warrior Monks and adding Saint's Blessing, right? They're going to give you a little bit, pack an extra punch, do a little bit of damage. Now, Makomi is Castle Age as well. Went with a floating gate, suspended a gate in midair. Now, all of a sudden, he has a Yarashir on a stable and is going to be able to use these mounted samurai. Now, Desert Raiders should be doing pretty good against those mounted samurai. Horse archers would still be able to kite as well as Erican. Man, he is getting torched by these horse archers right now. Down to 30 villagers. He sent his Ghazis into a town center trying to take down some Desert Raiders and will be effective in taking down one of them. But you got a massive Desert Raiders. Miyomeka's got about 18 of them right now and more in the queue. So I don't think a Ghazi Raider or how many Ghazis that Erican has can really take this straight up.
With the amount of Ghazis that he has, your camels are just going to have a field day. You're going to run in, you're going to be like, hey, dudes, what's up? And then they're all dead. Unless they just let them live. Apparently, those 2 were not on the radar. And as I say that, we get double vision on the horse archers. The horse archers are destroying the Ghazis as well and getting that idle time, again, from the food sources. And that's exactly what we said about Delhi. You just find the food sources and you're good to go. But this is not just food sources from anyone. That is food sources from the Knight Civilization. No knights from the Knight Civilization. Very surprisingly. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. And a lot of times when you're like, I mean, when you're Roosted, you're going with horse archers, you talk about being a knight civilization, you end up getting knights a little bit afterward, right? Because you need a little bit of firepower up front, create a little bit of a front line so those horse archers can attack. Erican, he's making his front line primarily of those Ghazi Raiders, but a lot of them end up going down because of the town center. He was looking for villagers to raid. Miyomeka still at 42 villagers. Erican is down to 29. He's been getting raided pretty much all the time. Erican is trying to find some counter raids up on Miyomeka, and I think he's just coming up dry.
Now we see the Vietnamese players. They have their eyes set on the prize. They have messed around enough. I say this as they're running around with only horse archers and only camel riders who are just surrounding and eating up everything in their sight. Look at that army mass that just died. Makomi in shambles right now. Let the horses hit the floor, he says. And they're just all dead. They're all dead, Tim.
Oh my god. I held my breath. I thought I was going to pass out. Seeing all of those mounted samurai, and they're expensive. They're expensive units. They're like knights of other civilizations and all that kind of stuff, except they have some deflection and they're called a samurai. I don't really care. But the fact is, we just watched about 1,200 resources go down the drain. Feudal Desert Raiders we're able to take them out. Honestly, I appreciate the mobility from Makomi and Erican. We've got Gazis, we've got Mounted Samurai. They need something. They need something different, or they're going to get torched this game.
At this point, it doesn't look like there is anything different that can actually handle this. I don't know what they could make from this. This is where you're like, okay, I'm still in feudal. I went for dome. What now? So we didn't ever get to see the deli. The deli never shined. They just didn't get the shot to shine. And these horse archers just forced them to keep making units. But the problem is they're making Gazis, and those Gazis just keep dying. So right now, you just have a deli stuck in feudal, and he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I think this is a pitfall that a lot of civilizations make against the Ayyubids when they're in feudal. I've seen it probably a couple times in team games at this point. Is they want to make horsemen because horsemen do the bonus damage, blah blah blah. But we're gonna watch this fight happen. You know, we're gonna see Desert Raiders go up against these Ghazi Raiders, and there's a reason why the Ghazi Raiders are running away. Right, you know, that little bit of camel and ease and, you know, that kind of stuff as well. I think that's a common thing that people do too. You might be able to take down a couple desert or like one desert raider with a couple horsemen or something like that, but you're not going to be able to take a fight straight up, although Erican does have a couple scholars that could be helpful.
Yeah, now with the scholars here, this fight might actually be the only time he gets to take this. They did take a little bit of fire damage there from the PC as well, but the fight still doesn't look very good. These scholars are desperately trying to keep the last few of those horses alive, and they just keep dying. Even a poor villager is getting healed up. Is that a villager or an archer? Ah, it's just a villager. A very, very brave villager. Rest in pieces. And now the predators are next, or the scholars are next on the list. But look at these horse archers. He says, hey, you didn't make any of those counter units, aka walls, so I'm just gonna go into your base. And that's exactly what's happening here. He's just sitting in the base, sniping anything that dares look at him, even a little bit funny. But he does forget about the Desert Raiders on the other side, though. Miyamaika maybe enjoying this side just a little bit too much as he's making some siege over there, too.
And, you know, don't get me wrong, like, Makomi Mounted Samurai, they're going to be able to take a lot of horse archer hits. I get that. The thing of it is, with Kaio having all of those archery ranges, horse archers not being too much of an expensive unit, they're 80 food, 40 wood with a civilization that has a good food economy and wood economy, and also how quickly you can pop them out. It doesn't take that very long to get a group of 3 horse archers. It takes about 15 seconds to 20 seconds, so you're going to be able to consistently have more, right? You're going to be able to consistently have more horse archers than mounted samurai, and then you just kite them, right? We're seeing Miyamaka start to make rams. He does have military wings, so he's going to be able to make them with the desert raiders, but the mounted samurai, they're trying to get to the rams. If they walk into those horse archers, like, they're dead, or they're going to get kited or something. They can't effectively take that.
I just love how the horse archers are prioritizing. They'll run in, scare off the knights, and then fight and get a villager. Look at these horse archers. They're not doing the best damage to these, but honestly, there's so many of them. They will take this down anyway. We see 5 million horse archers just fighting down this very tiny army from Akomi. Taking okay trades, but at the same time, Miyamaka being under the TC there from Arakan. Feudal age, poor man, still taking a lot of damage. The villagers have come in. Mokomi realizes, okay, enough is enough. We can extend this game, but it's so frustrating. I'm going off. That looked very frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, you got to a point where, you know, Bruce, obviously the high trade house helped him as well with that food economy. All of a sudden, you know, you see villager count. Erican was rated for the duration of this game, but Vodka, take a look at military count here. We're gonna look at Kaio's military very quickly. Yeah, that's a lot. Most of them are horse archers, so they might not pound for pound, unit for unit. A horse archer is gonna lose against a lot of things, right? But the fact that you can get 40 of them quicker than just about 40 of getting anything, you're gonna be able to just take things down. Right? I mean, Makomi and Erican, they went for more cavalry for mobility. We didn't see any regular archers. Archers are a little bit more cost effective when dealing with horse archers. So it's an opportunity to do it. And obviously, we talked about before, just like, it pains me to say it, but like build a wall or something, you know?
I hear that you're an enjoyer of walls recently.
Oh, God.
So I'm quite surprised to hear you say that with such disdain in your voice. My
You know,
goodness.
you build one wall and then all of a sudden you're a heretic. you know? Unbelievable.
Yo, the waller of the season. The boys are trying to, you can see, they're just trying to catch up on those horse archers. But Tim, your true love, the horse archer, it is there to prevail. And these boys just there with the
Ooh.
surround. Amazing surround here from Mio Micah. And they get so much done. And look at this horse archer micro. He knows, okay, I just need to fight those that are going to get out and get the most amount of damage done. So, absolutely beautiful micro here from Mio Micah. He is doing an amazing job at just being the meat shield, but also the control shield for those beautiful little horse archers running around.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the difference, right? I mean, I know Erican is taking some fights, of course, against those Desert Raiders, but Kaio's already sitting on 33 of them and just running around the map, right? Mio Micah, just because he didn't go up to Castle Age, he was able to keep those Desert Raiders consistent throughout Feudal Age. He still had about 20, right? That military count was vastly in favor of Kaio and Mio Micah, whatever composition it's made up of. You have a military count of 55 to 20, it's going to be quite a problem. And right now, even though we're not going to see Roos in this game, but Roos helped them. The Horse Archer helped them get on to match point. The Pro Quitters are against Makomi and Araken. And now we're on Himiyama, so a little bit more spice compared to Dry Arabia. But still, it's going to be that land map. Matchups coming in for Makomi and Araken going for HRE and Abbasid. Pro Quitter team going for Delhi and Mali. First Mali game that we're going to see today.
Well, what makes this a very unique situation as well is, again, we have a very big map, and it, like we said before, it ends in a lot of one-on-one situations. So Malians, they do really well against most civilizations because they can actually handle. But I don't think Abbasid's on that list. If you have an Abbasid archer mass, I think Abbasid does pretty well against Malians. So if you get into that position, I think a lot of people just want to dictate how you're gonna send them around. But Malian's being picked this time. I'm really excited to see if we're gonna get the Cowboom or if we're gonna get a little bit of Farimba. Now, Farimba hasn't shown too much power in most of the matches, so I don't know if it's gonna see the light of day. But interesting thing I want to point out to you, Twitch chat, and to you, Tim, because you're also my favorite. So Mongols got sniped again. Why is Mongols getting sniped every single time, even on a big map like Himiyama?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, you would think that Mongols have, I don't know, because it seems like in 1v1 they're not like, if somebody asks you what's the best civ in the game, Mongols isn't going to be something, right? But I know a lot of people that might play games that are bigger than 2v2s, maybe 3v3s, 4v4s. They're like, yeah, man, could I just haunt my dreams and shoot arrows into my brain? So maybe, we're having some kind of vendetta against Mongols just because of that. I wanted to allude to something regarding the Mali, and that's the Farimba, because I've been bitten by the Farimba probably about 3 or 4 times on ladder over the past week or two. So they have these special units, right? They have things like Freeborn Warriors. They have things like those javelins that, as of right now, you should be only getting in Castle Age, but you are, you have the button to hit it in Feudal. Just don't hit that. And so as of right now, you have some special units, right, with the Malians. So the Freeborn Warriors, first time I saw it was last week, and it absolutely pummeled me because I've never seen one of them before. And then once I noticed what they were, I continued to get pummeled by them. So I don't really know what the situation is with them. So,
scary.
But,
yeah.
Yeah. But regardless, I mean, it could add a little bit extra to a kit of Mali that's so unique. And it just so happens that you talked about the Abbasid going against the Malians. They have a kit that ends up working. When you have a civ that's as unique as the Mali, when you're going up against them, you either have a kit that works against them, like an Abbasid, or you have a kit that doesn't, like the French. And it's just one of those situations that I hope you have a good civ, and it's going to help you out. For Makomi and Araken, Abbasid going to help them out.
I think HRE forces them into making or not being able to discount Musafadis, for example. But I wanted to touch on the javelins for a second. I believe the last update I heard, javelins castle upgrade is allowed in feudal, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the decision. We'll see if the team of Miyomeka and Kaio end up doing that. Most of the time, I think from the Mali that we saw yesterday, they waited. They waited till Farimba and then got the Castle Age upgrade, which I can respect. I do think I'm not a Malian player myself, but I'm if it were to happen on the ladder and I was Mali and I was in a bind and I was in feudal age, I'm not saying I'd do it. I'm just saying I my fingers slipped.
It's allowed in tournaments. Sometimes your fingers just slip. You know when you okay, you probably have never done this, but when you're playing ladder, because of that unspoken rule of don't make stone walls in feudal from tournaments, it's a spoken rule, but on ladder it's an unspoken rule. But when you're just like losing against a very specific unit that can be countered by stone walls, I must admit I have made a little stone wall before in feudal. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. It's okay. I got hey.
Yeah.
I got Stonewall towered in feudal age a few days ago. So
I would never do that to you. I got smurfed in Stonewall Tower. Oh gosh, I absolutely hate my life and stone walls. Thank you very much for making stone walls in feudal. Everyone on ladder. But guys, I am very happy to see that we get to see a diversity of maps today. It's not just, the usual. It's not just Archipelago every game. And especially when we have water maps, it's very common. I like that these players who are not at the top are actually choosing to do a little bit more of these skirmishes on land, because it's something that I think a lot of us viewers are more familiar with as well. You don't see Atoll on ladder, right? So it's very hard to relate to something like that. But Himayama, you've been Himayama'd before, and you know what it feels like. So you can envision what these players feel like in that moment. You've done a sneaky trade on Himayama. Let's see if these players will do it too.
Yeah, Himayama, I feel like it was it the map pool in season 8 as well? We're in season 9. I feel like I've been playing Himayama for about a half a year now. And I feel like there's a certain amount of civs that end up working really well. We kind of alluded to this in either last series or the series before, but civilizations that are able to get map control and get those food resources because they always spawn in front, except maybe a berry bush in the back, or civilizations that don't care about outside food resources at all, right? So I see a lot of English on Himayama because they're able to make farms, right? So they don't care. The deer, the berries. If I see an English player getting berries, I'm like, you're delusional. Like, you should just stop doing that. But you've done it, haven't you? You've done
many times. Sometimes I'm just like a little greedy with the wood, and I'm like, those berries look kind of delicious, don't they? Yes. I'm a good berry gatherer. Yes. And guys, you do get to conk too by getting the berries. Don't worry. It does happen for most of us. But before we head into this game, Tim, I want to know if you were asked, like, this is it. This is your life on the line. Which civilization on Himayama from this group are you picking?
Out of the ones that are, like, out of the 4? Oh, man. Me, personally, I would pick Delhi.
Okay. And you would destroy me.
But I see how you could do an HRE, right? Because HRE might not necessarily, I mean, yeah, they do like some of those outside food resources, but it's very easy to do a farm transition. They can get their relics, they could do that kind of stuff and do that. The civilizations that rely on wood, I don't really like that much either. So I don't think on Himayama, I don't think I've ever played Roost before, and I won't. Okay. Just because of the fact that there's the little, I call them bushels just because they're only like a stack of trees and that's pretty much it. But like, and then you start moving around, right? And your Kremlin's like useless if you decide to go Kremlin because you're at a wood line that's like in the northern tip of the map or something like that. But I really do like Delhi because they get that map control, get those food resources, get those sacred sites, and they might be able to end the game pretty quickly with a sacred site victory.
Yeah, I can see how the tempo will then dictate where we're going. And I actually like the fact, and I'm now noticing, when you have Delhi as a pick, you just complement Malians based on what you want to do. And you can respond to anything that the other team has to offer. But now the question is, are we going to be seeing a Delhi with Dome, or are we going to be seeing Delhi with the Tower of Victory? Because if we see a Delhi with Tower of Victory, I'm going to be excited for those fuel plays, because I think Delhi and that snowball and the avalanche, I'm ready for it. Thank you, Delhi, for existing.
You guys remember the avalanche, dude? No, I think with the I don't think we're gonna see a Tower of Victory, and I think usually the reason why is because of Delhi's place in the team game meta. We've seen Delhi all the time going Ghazi, and Tower of Victory doesn't do anything to the Ghazi. True. It's only the foot soldiers get that increase in attack speed. So if you're gonna go with Ghazi and then you make Tower of Victory, I'd be like, well, I mean, you made a cool building, but it's not really gonna do anything, right? So
the healing that you get from the prelates, it's not prelates, from the scholars. It's not just for your army; it's also for your ally. Everyone benefits. Yeah.
That is true. I mean, when you have an entire basically the population of the Vatican out there and scholars running out there healing everybody, it makes it so very difficult and so very frustrating. You can't cut through that religious power of those scholars, but we're gonna see if Makomi and Arakan are going to be able to cut through that power. I hear sheep. I hear ring-a-ding-dings in my ear. I'm waiting for that transition. Vodka, I can't stall anymore. This is all this is all I have for game number 4. Okay. Makomi playing as the Abbasid Dynasty, spawning in the southwest in the color yellow. His teammate Arakan playing as the HRE in the color green, doing his fantastic prelate micro of those gold villagers and food villagers, whamming my wonderful partner in crime. Who do we got on the other side?
We got Mio Micah, the Delhi Chad, who we're going to see go for not Tower of Victory in a little while. The man, the legend, the guy who DC'd and forced his teammate into a 2v1, which worked perfectly well. Kaio, next up. Our MVP from the second game, 2v1ing with English. And now we're going to see his legendary plays all the way on Malians. Can I get an Ilalu in the chat, guys? Ilalu.
And this Malian spawn doesn't look that bad. I will say that. I mean, we have a gold mine on the other side that you might be able to pit mine. It's relatively safe. It's kind of nice for Himiyama because you have 1 or 2 gold veins that are kind of close. And it's nice that you have that second gold vein right close. There's a third one that's a little bit south. All right, so you can get some Himeyama spawns, right, where 2 gold veins are kind of close to each other. Someone just puts a tower there, and you're like, okay, I'm in danger. Now, not so much. You're going to be able to move out. You're going to need some mobility on the other side to really take down those pit mines. And I mean, for being a Malian player such as yourself, it's all about the buildings. It's all about taking down the pit mines, the cows, everything that's not a villager.
I think we really haven't focused on it in this cast is the feng shui of these bases. And I feel like with the Malian spawn, like you were mentioning, we're going to have pretty good feng shui. Our buildings, our eco buildings are going to be on one side and our military on the other side. Good feng shui, good feels, good vibes. And we do see the Arcane Chapel very close to the gold, ladies and gentlemen. And we know if you have an Arcane Chapel close on the gold, it is going to be quite juicy. What I'm a little bit surprised about is that he didn't put it against the other 2 tree bushes that were there. I feel like this is a 6 Arcane Chapel, and we could have had an 8 out of 10 Arcane Chapel right there. Getting 2 of those wood lines, juicy AF, but it is a little bit more forward. And I think that is maybe what he thinks about, and the rest of us don't. Now, Kaio, he's a little bit spicier than your average Malian player, apparently. Tim, how do you feel about that dirty landmark at the front? Hot damn.
That landmark is covered in cayenne pepper, let me tell you. That's Heron Trade Network, right next to the relic, right next to the gold, so you can get a free pit mine and no one's going to do anything about it. And I wish you had a boar right there that the Malians are going to be unable to get. But if they were, that would be 2,200 food. That would be right into the face of those Malian peasants. Not so much, but at least he's able to get the pit mine. I mean, honestly, I like it. I mean, the Manticore does give you that little bit of gold per minute, a little bit of stone per minute, depending on what you want to do. But making sure that you have a pit mine that's safe, number 1, and getting that offensive foothold So if you want to take down an Abbasid player in Feudal Age, you might have an opportunity to do it because Makomi's going for Economic Wing. So we're probably going to be expecting some kind of greed coming out from the Abbasid player, and I'm pretty sure he's on stone already.
Our wonderful producer, hop to the HRE base quickly. There is something urgent. Yes, the second TC is coming, but those villagers aren't. Oh, some of the gold villagers were not inspired. And I was about to say, I don't think he realizes. They just are at the edge of that poor thing. He just needs to move them a little bit closer, but he'll soon realize, I'm sure. But that second TC from Makomi, I'm excited. Because we haven't had the opportunity to see Abbasid in their full boom environment. Tim, do you think that a many TC Abbasid is actually a good play here? Or how do you feel? Oh, the board disappeared. Oh, no, it's still there. Oh. Is his ally going to come here and snack on it? Oh, damn.
No, because an Islamic civilization killed it, it's immediately labeled haram, and you get 0. You cannot do it. I mean, if the thing is, Delhi can't get it either. So even if his teammate, it wouldn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
But the for the Abbasid, going back to it in Field Age with the Economic Wing, you see this. Obviously, you see this a lot in 1v1s, right? Biogo, the Economic Wing, Fertile Crescent just got nerfed from 35% to 30%. Is that going to make that big of a difference? It seems like for the Abbasid, barring any kind of water shenanigans, because we saw a military wing before, Eco Wing still seems to be what people want to do. And, you know, even though it got nerfed just a little bit, Abbasid, if you're going to boom with a civilization, I'm still telling you to pick that one, regardless of the nerfs.
Yeah, Abbasid definitely has this huge advantage in the eco as well. And when you're getting to a point where you are able to go for 3 TC as he is, this is going to be really scary. And the only reason he gets to do this is because he's playing against civilizations that require some time. Malians is a civilization that likes to have their time. They want to chill, they want to get their cow boom up before they go for that huge push with all those millions of units. And at the same time, your Delhi went for Dome of the Faith. So you know that your Dome, the Dome man is just going to need time to also sit back, relax, and maybe go for Castle. But now with those Ghazi Raiders, I mean, he's going to be snacking. I feel like if these guys don't go for an answer soon, Arakan is on his way to Castle himself. But if they don't get any units out on the map, those Ghazi Raiders are going to be super annoying.
Yeah, because, you know, we're at a time where you have 2 civilizations that are trying to be greedy, right? Look at military count. There's a prelate and there's 2 scouts, and that's it. I don't even think there's a military building out of both of them. I didn't see one yet, whether there is or isn't. But 3rd Town Center coming up from Makomi, the only thing you're making out of that is villagers or more scouts, right? So if somebody comes at you with some kind of aggression, it's going to be pretty difficult. Kaio is starting to do that. A javelin thrower is going to be coming in. Whoa, wait, pick one. Regnant's Cathedral from American coming out. He hit the Burgrave button for just a second, but Regnant's going to be able to get those relics. I think we're seeing a glaring issue here, and they don't have map control. They don't have units, right? So when you're using the Regnant's Cathedral and you're going to get some prelates, you're going to try to get some relics, you're not going to be able to do it safely. Erican does put down a stable. Looks like he's going to try to get some knights and stuff like that, but you can only make so many knights out of one stable. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the map control necessary to get those relics.
HRE Knights are pretty amazing, though, and I think he's counting on that. But, ooh, these guys are going to cause some trouble. Because the moment they start going on you, ooh, they're going to get that slowdown, and that allows them to take control of these relic positions as well. So he's just going to try to delay this as much as possible. And those villagers are not full HP. One goes down, the prelate comes out, and prelate needs to be a little bit careful because those bad boys are going to be looking skew at him as well. That's a very big delay.
And this is and this is the thing, right? Is you would want your teammate helping you out as you get to Castle Age. Makomi is doing nothing of the sort. He has a couple stables. He's adding some horsemen. He has one out there and another one in the queue. But he's hanging out. He's 3 town centers. He's chilling. Erican just gets to Castle Age now at the cost of a couple of villagers. He's got enough Ghazis where he can shield some town center fire, some outpost fire, stuff like that. Does a really good job getting in between the outposts. Look at this pathing issue as 2 villagers end up going down. These villagers have to run all the way around the gold mine, to try to get to that outpost, and it proves to be such an issue. Prelate coming over here, you would want the Prelate trying to get some relics, but he's over there trying to heal villagers, making sure they don't die. Even though economic count is high for Makomi and Erican, just because of the 3 town centers from the Abbasid dynasty, Erican is in trouble.
Yeah, I can see how this is going to be a really tough position for him to be in, because he's not getting all those relics. He's picked up 1 now, and that's great. So he's got his first relic, but now he needs to start making some magic happen, and I just don't know how he's going to be doing that. Mio Micah now getting both those sacred site, and the timer is ticking, but it's not... There's no level of urgency, and this is usually where people make that mistake, where they let Delhi cap, and they're like, it's fine, we can deal with it later. But you guys need to think about when that later is going to be. Your Abbasid is on 3 TC, he's making units, but what does that look like in 5 minutes from now?
And that's the thing too. I think you pretty much nailed it, as Mio Mako went to Castle Age as the Delhi, so we'll be able to get some knights, or some lancers I should say, of his own to try to counteract what's going on the Raken side of it. But with this sacred site and trying to get this quote unquote sacred site victory going on right now, when it comes to those town centers, it takes a period of time for them to pay off, right? To get the villagers, to make sure you get the production, get your farm transition, make the units, get them over to the sacred site. This is a big plan, right? Some of these Malian villagers end up going down. They only have 8.5 minutes. One is getting decapped, but I think the sacred sites are going to be the reason if Kaio and Miyomeka end up winning this game. It might be sacred site related, because as this game continues to go, Makomi is going to progressively get more powerful.
He actually gets the sacred site to be decapped, but look at how the farms are exposed on the chapel as well. You will have a situation, or not the chapel, sorry. When we're looking at the Abbasid, everything is exposed. As Abbasid now, you just get to be raided. And those TCs, they provide some shelter, but there's a big pink blob, and they're just going to keep snacking on anything under that TC. So, yes, you have that lead, but they're setting the pace.
And those javelin throwers do a really good job of what you just said in raiding, because even though those javelin throwers, they always frustrate me when I'm playing against Mali, because even though they're slow, javelin throwers are one of the slowest units, they have so much ranged armor where they can hit or take hits from some town center fire and still be okay. So they're pretty pesky to get rid of. You're going to need some horsemen. You're going to need something to deal with it. Miyomeka trying to get in with a lot of his cavalry that he has. He's got 19 military, half and half in terms of knight and Ghazi, with some scholars helping him out also. So I definitely agree. Those javelin throwers might be able to do something, but it almost looks like, just like how you alluded to Himiyama being, some 1v1 situations.
Oh, well, and as we say that, the horses join the fight here, but again, that is late reinforcement. The problem is, I think HRE has taken a significant amount of damage here. Miyomika has done an amazing job at just ensuring that his opponent is not doing the usual HRE things, booming and destroying. Because 31 villages for HRE is not a good look, and you have the rest of them just idle while being under the TC.
Oh, man. And look at this. With the Makomi's third town center here over on the south side. Those town centers, even though they're Abbasid, they still only have 2,500 health, so they might go down pretty quickly. And Makomi's trying to help out his buddy here. Erican's sitting on 20 villagers because that's the amount that he can fit in shelter. Okay, so this town center might end up going down. Makomi's on 70 villagers, but he hasn't really done anything with it yet. He's got some horsemen, he's got a couple camel archers, but that's pretty much it. A little bit of a quick wallow over here from Erican. Looks like he's not going to be able to get that relic. I mean, this is just one of those situations, Wayman, where I think aggression just won.
Exactly. Abbasid going for 3 TC is such a risky move, and I feel like there's nothing that they can do at this point to just get back in this. HRE has suffered too much, and with these amazing plays from Miyomika, he's able to dictate the pace of HRE's game. The relics don't matter. You're just inside his base, you're killing everything. 17 villages now. Mokomi, he's got a ton of vills, and nothing that can actually handle an army. So being stuck in feudal, you're just idle the whole time. There's gonna keep being this aggression from Malians, which, you know, it's really scary. Those javelin throwers in feudal, they are just so strong. And the sacred site timer is back online.
You know, with those javelin throwers again, their base damage is so high, right? I mean, obviously, you know, horsemen are going to be a good counter to the javelin throwers, but because of the amount of base damage that they have, the critical mass isn't that high. So you might be able to snipe out some horsemen or something. Micah continuing to get these night raids. That's a juicy raid. Oh, man. I mean, even though Makomi has a lot of villagers, it doesn't mean you could just throw them away willy-nilly. Micah is heavy on that night train right now. Sacred Sight's helping him out. I don't know if he's gotten some relics, or if he did, maybe a little bit. Continuing to bolster his food, and he just has knights in queue for days. I don't know if this Feudal Age Abbasid is going to be able to stop this.
A Feudal Abbasid is not that great at dealing with these very chunky knights in his base. And as he's running towards a safe area, there's a Malian army waiting to snipe the rest of his vills. So it doesn't matter where he respawns. This is like playing against someone with very high APM. You are just going to struggle because they're going to attack you in more than one side at a time. And look at those knights. They are just eating everything, even under the TC. That +2 really doing work. Even just getting idle time is already worth it at the cost of that knight that he loses.
And that's it.
They've had enough.
Oh my god. Makomi and Araken end up throwing in the towel after that. And, you know, I didn't see a way out. Makomi's Feudal Age units, or lack thereof, ended up going down pretty quickly. Araken was just constantly under duress. Look at how many villagers he had by the end of the game. He's down to about 15 at the end. So HRE, I mean, I get it. You want to go to Castle Age, you want to get relics, you want to get all of that kind of stuff. But if you don't have a teammate helping you out, because it looks like both of them just kind of left themselves to their own devices, you know, then Kaio and Miyomeka continued, okay, this is our plan. We're going to be aggression. We're going to go. We're going to get them. And get them. They did. They ended up taking the 3-1. That is the match point for Kaio and Miyomeka. So congratulations to that group. And welcome to the main event that starts next week.
Now, that is actually going to be one of the biggest hype events, I think, in a while. Most of us are used to these team game events that we're seeing all around. And I think this is definitely something that people wanted to see, an actual set team tournament, because we haven't had them in a while. We've been all over the place here by matching random teammates with random people, but we want to see what real team gamers are going to be doing. So, guys, these team gamers, are they going to prevail against the top pro teams out there? We'll just have to see in 1 week, I believe. Then the real matches kick off. I say real matches, but it's going to be a destruction. We need to see if these team gamers actually have a plot to take down the top 1v1 gamers out here. Do we have some info on who's made it?
Oh, can we see the brackets? Oh my god. Are we allowed?
Brackets? What those?
Oh, there they are. Excellent. Here we go. We've got Pro Quitter making it in over Makomi and Araken. Fantastic. The Banner Boys take a 3-0 over Homs. That's the I Am Jeffrey group, Nugify, correct? And then
Maria, Nugify,
Yeah. And then Core and Eliona going to be able to get that main event qualification. I remember they were at the round of 16 yesterday. Ended up being able to take a win on here as well. But we have a lot of series going on. Sheep currently down 2-1 to Meow Police. Magyar Marauders, which is the team of Corvinus and Myriad, if I remember correctly, currently down 1-0 to Honk Honk. And what we are going to do, actually, we have a little bit of bonus content for you guys. I don't know if you know this. We're going to be jumping in to game number 4 of Sheep and Meow Police, the team of Lash and Avery going to be going up against Meow Police. So we're going to get all of that situated, guys. We're going to take a short break of, I don't know, maybe a couple minutes. Again, refresh your snackies. We're not done yet, everybody, okay? We're going to be right back in just a little bit.
I can't look that long. It's too much for me. I'm losing it every time. I just want to keep a straight face and look at the camera, but it's so difficult. But guys, yesterday, Lash and Avely lost against the Devils clan. I believe so. I believe that was the match that got the Devils in. So they've beaten some pretty poggers people. They're currently seed 1 here today. And this is a distraction. They're 1-2 down right now against the Meow Police. We've seen Blid at the King of the Northland. Slav, we haven't seen in tournaments that much, but does this just show us that the team gamers have a little bit of an edge over the 1v1 players? So this will be game 4. We're going on Kelaugar. Tim's favorite new map. Give us the spiel when we get in. Absolutely. And I just want to point out that Coastal Cliffs, Mongol went through, and Mongol won. Maybe that's why.
See? Now we understand why everybody bans Mongols. The first time we see Mongols actually on the screen, there's a win. So I guess everybody had it right. The professional players had it right. What a shock. So the team one, I mean, I'm seeing some people in chat being like, how the hell is this series 2-1? And even though people like Blid, people like Xlav, just because you don't know them doesn't mean they're not good players. You know, Lash and Avely, we know who Lash and Avely are. Avely, one of the best map makers this game has to offer. Lash, one of the best looking content creators this game has to offer. So looking at those two playing together, you would think this is easy. You know, we're going to see him in the main event. We're going to whatever. Not so fast, my friend. And Blid and Xlav have different plans, and we're taking a look at what the civilizations are going to look like on Kurlager. So actually, I kind of like where Ayubids and Byzantines are right now. It seems like in a team game situation, they're 2 of the best.
And I definitely feel like when you have Japanese and JD, I don't see the same level of mesh that you do with Ayubids and Byzantines, especially with the gulping that we've been seeing. But I don't know if the gulping is going to be the answer every single game. It does look like it's really good if you're looking to end the game in castle, but it hasn't had the firepower it needed.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the Byzantine stuff that we've seen thus far, actually, we've seen Byzantines lose a considerable amount in this tournament so far. And I think a lot of it is people are going for this cistern build, and I just really don't think it's working. People are just trying to, like, they're trying to close the game out. As soon as you make that cistern, you got about 5 or 6 minutes to really do some dents, do some damage, close the game out. People aren't doing it, you know? I think it depends on what civilization you're playing against. You know, both of the times we saw it in action, they went against English. And I think English isn't really a civilization. You can go out and attack. You got to make them come to you. You know, so running cataphracts in there probably isn't going to be the move. You know, so maybe against something like a Japan, something like a Jeanne d'Arc, maybe we might see a different story. Cataphracts might be a little bit better against Mounted Samurai. Cataphracts might be a little better against Royal Knights and can snipe down Jeanne d'Arc with a trample. We'll see what happens. You know, I mean, for Jeanne d'Arc, it's not exactly getting burned at the stake, but a trample is just as good.
No, I'm actually a little bit surprised that we haven't seen more JD in these team games, but we haven't been able to watch every single match. But guys, we're about to go into the real match with JD and see what this beautiful woman can do in a team game with a lot of action. Let's hop on it. And as we see, that's a lot of villagers migrating. Gonna go fish. Oh, how damn. And look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. I love the cistern there as well. It's just going to make sure these villagers are inspired. They're right next to the deer as well. They get the fish, they get the deer, they get a little bit of everything.
You know what? This is awesome. I mean, you might not think this is that big of a deal, but like, you're getting the gathering speed on shoreline fish. Hello? That's insane. And they're getting a little smattering of oil on the way down. I mean, fish oil, olive oil, what's the difference? I guess you can grease your pan with it. And the cistern is going to be able to help with the olive oil for the Grand Winery a little bit later. That's crazy. Let's keep doing our introductions. Xlav playing as the Japanese in the color blue. Blid as Jeanne d'Arc playing in the color teal. Going with that dock right out of the gate and actually use the lady to go ahead and build that dock, going to be able to get some shoreline fish a little bit afterwards. So it looks like a little bit of water play from Jean d'Arc. And remember what I said about the French, their docks having 10 population. Jean d'Arc also got that buff.
And so Jeanne d'Arc is in a situation where she is just going to fish more effectively, but not as effectively as Avery with all those villagers on there. So really glad to see a little bit of a different play. And actually, I think this is something a lot of us can learn from. Like, hey, maybe I should move out and do some shenanigans instead. Now, keeping in mind that usually from sheep, you don't get that passive oil, but from fishing, I believe you do get that bit of oil. We can see there 10%, the drop off there. So the oil is ticking. And this is basically going to give you that boost that you usually get from the berries if you're going for the horse opening. Now, over here, we just see a standard Aubid situation, but no water for the man. He's probably going to go for a little bit of a military wing, forcing his opponents into reacting. We've also seen them doing a little bit of those, what are those things called? The Healy ones? The Healy ones, Tim? The Healy ones?
The Healy ones. Well, you know what? Why don't we just keep going with that? That's fine.
Okay,
I like it.
So once the Healy ones are decided, it's just gonna make it easier to go out on the map and keep that pressure going. How did we forget that word? What happened to us?
You know what? It's late.
Okay, we'll go with that then.
Excuse.
And we do see the dervishes. Oh my goodness, the dervishes are chosen. He's gonna go for that proper control on the map everywhere, healing up the boys, tilting those fights in his direction, especially when you have a civilization like Byzantines to match you.
And you know what? Especially, I think there's a little bit of more of a symbiotic relationship here because I know that those dervishes, they want to heal the desert raiders, they want to do all that kind of stuff. But for Avely, if he gets Keshiks, the dervishes could just follow the Keshiks around. You know, you can get a little bit of heal. I know the Keshiks get a little +3 every time they hit something, but you know, maybe they take some town center fire, whatever. They go to Lash for a little bit of healing. This is teamwork at its finest. This team of Avely and Lash, we're only 3 minutes into this game, but I'm already impressed. The shoreline fish, the culture wing, all of this kind of stuff. I'm really liking what they're doing. XLav on the other side, we talked about the Kira storehouse a little bit. Now we're going to talk about Coca. A little bit of Coca Township coming up. There are docks. There is water out here. So maybe some Shinobi play is the right move.
Now with the Coca, you do have a lot of options here, because again, what we have with those Shinobis, they're pretty good at killing villages as well. So you can send them all around. You could send them on the docks, take control of the water, or you can actually just send them straight to where the villages are. Cause that little bit of havoc that you have around the map, especially considering that you're playing against civilizations that do get punished if they are greedy geese. But Lash is no goose. He makes a wall, but keep in mind, guys, Shinobis can blink. So even if he does get a little confident, it is going to be very important for him to be mindful of the blinking that may occur when those Shinobis are in your base.
It's super frustrating, right? You're trying to you're trying to keep them out. You know, you're doing everything you can. That's why a lot of people, instead of the walls, they'll go with towers, right? Shinobi are going to be able to be taken down by towers pretty quickly, you know, so maybe that's an avenue to take instead of a wall. But it could also mean, you know, because Blid is Jean d'Arc, he could get raided, right? You could have some knights over here. Some walls might be a two-factor kind of defense mechanism as well. And plus, when the Shinobi blink over the wall, they have some cooldown. They can't necessarily blink back, so maybe they get trapped there.
That's a good point. And you don't want to throw those bad boys away because they're quite expensive. The first one's free, but the rest you gotta pay up. You're not just going to be able to live your best life out there. Slav behind this, though, he's going for Fast Castle. And I'm excited to see it. I'm actually happy to see that he is sticking to something that Japanese does so well. Putting a little bit of pressure and then switching to castle behind it. It doesn't look like he's queued up any extra shinobis. Just that free one from the township might spook his opponent a little bit and allow him to get to that castle age that he wants to be when he escorts Blid across this map with his mounted samurais.
Yeah, and that castle age for Japan, those mounted samurai, they're such a huge power spike. You know, I mean, part of the reason why a fast castle is a good fast castle is because even though you're giving up the kind of map control, that kind of stuff in feudal, you're able to, with your power spike, get it back in castle age. And because the Yoroshiru goes into the stable, you get those samurai at lightning speed, you're going to be able to get that map back, or at least that's what they're thinking. what I'm very curious about on the flip side, as that Shinobi is taking a long walk on the beach, it looks like, Avely is going up to Castle Age as well with the cistern, I would imagine, once he gets there. So, are we going to have this kind of area where we have Mounted Samurai against Cataphract? At what point, which one do you think wins?
Now, with that Shinobi going down, it feels like, yes, they sent the whole army there to try and deal with it. And did he get the tempo that he wanted? Bleed does get a charge off, does get a village out of this. Oh, and he might even get that second one. This is a huge loss. And now we can already see why Bleed and Zlav might be up 2-1. And that might just be the fast reactions, knowing where to raid. He finds another set of villagers, those who were so happy to farm the fish, gets another villager to go down, and that's 3 villagers this early in the game. That can snowball so quickly. And Blid is ready for more with JD in the vicinity.
Yeah, those walls were a little late by Avely, right? I mean, his gold wasn't necessarily protected. He didn't have any kind of defensive structure around where that mill was, right, for that shoreline fish. So they ended up just being good pickings. Sister in the first hill is going to go out. Now, he does have some berries that are safe. He has deer over here. He has some sheep. So it's not like he's going out to get food and he's, like, not going to be able to get food anywhere. But that shoreline fish is pretty much not going to happen. Villagers are trying to run for their lives around the Grand Winery. It looks like another one is going to end up going down. Now, there are civilizations that you lose villagers, it becomes very devastating, right? Order of the Dragon being one of them that comes to mind. For Byzantines, because they all get that gathering speed from the cistern, he might be okay. But again, 4 villagers, especially this early in the game, that could translate to -2 or 3 cataphracts later down the road at a time when he could really want them.
Now, the thing about gulping is you also gulp when you have a lot of units. You gulp because you're a little bit in the lead, I would say. You're able to just snowball more with gulping. And now Cistern of the First Hill, I don't think it has the firepower they're going to need to have. You have a situation where the other landmark gives you these free mercenaries. And I don't know if gulping is the way to go. Like we said, it allows you to fall off. But I guess with 3 villager loss or 4 villager loss, you don't want to go into that late game anyway. So definitely a difficult situation, I think, for our Byzantine players at the moment.
Yeah, you know what I'm kind of curious with Avely is he didn't make any Keshiks. He has a decent amount of oil. You can see it. He's got 871 oil. So what is he saving it for, perchance? I don't know if there's a Merc house actually around what mercenary units he wants to get. But he's got to use that oil somewhere, and I'm not really sure where he's going to use it. Looks like some knights trying to get in on the Dervish Blid, continuing to try to create some havoc over on the Avely base, and that's one of the things, I mean, you might be able to stop the cistern and stop the gulping if you don't let them fill the flasks in the first place.
The problem now is the Onomushas that joined the party here. They're mobile, they're feisty. And it's not something I think a lot of these players play against, because Onomushas are not usually the go-to unit when you're playing against Japan. We're used to seeing a lot of mounted samurais, and these just hit differently. Way different.
Honestly, Wham and the Onomusha are genius. And I know they're an archer, they're on horseback, so you might be thinking they're a big deal to me. But the Onomusha is so great because against the cataphracts, they're going to be able to kite them. Right? They're the only civilization that has crossbowmen that you can kite with, right? So against the cataphracts, that might be in a good spot. Against something like those desert raiders, they're just going to be shooting arrows. They're not going to be able to get some melee damage on them. If he gets a good amount of Onomusha, that might cause probably Avely to make a transition away from cataphracts, and we start seeing something else. And when you take the cataphracts away from the gulping, I don't know what you have left.
Exactly, I didn't even think about that. The fact that you took away their main option. And we see he's got these cataphracts out. There's no more in queue. There's only longbows in queue. And I feel like maybe... Oh, never mind. I say that and he makes another cataphract. He's maybe just going to stick to the gulp. But these guys are going to get taken down. They are annoying. But these villagers that he did damage to, he did a really, really good job at that. We already see that difference really showing its head. And this is very scary. As a player for Abbasid, Byzantines, when you get this far behind, especially going again for the gulping, you're really going to struggle getting back into this. But with these, they try to get a little bit of damage done. We do see those cataphracts doing work, but at the same time, JD is snacking on a lot of experience. She does get caught out a little bit, and the knights need to be careful because these are camels.
I think because of the fact they can put their bows out, JD might not be long for this world. Hanging out with about 5 to 10 HP. It looks like they were trying to get there, but she ends up escaping with her life. Being that woman at arms ends up being pretty helpful. Now, Avely did make a mercenary actual decision. You know, he went with the Merc House. Now he's getting longbowmen. And I think now that with the way this game is being played out, I actually like that a lot. It's going to be good against some of those Onimusha. They're going to be able to take care of them. Just the issue is the mobility, right? But for right now, Blid and XLav definitely have a stranglehold of this game. Again, for Cistern, this is your time. You have a few minutes to do some damage. They've been on the back foot this whole game. I don't like where they're at right now.
Actually, a little bit worried about about Lash's situation here regarding food as well. Lash is in a position where he's running out of food inside his base. He's going to need to go for those blackberries, but I feel like with this mobile army, he's going to get punished for that. So, Avely also, I don't think he's done a farm transition. So, this is going to be a really, really tough time for him. You can see he's busy doing it, 3 farms, and that's not what you want to say is Byzantines. Byzantines, by this point, they're already happily sitting there with their farms. They've got a tower. But just because of this unit composition that they've gone for, they've thrown this game on its head. And these Onimushas are going to get into position before they set the alarms off. And they get a victim along the way. Another one does not go down. But again, another villager. It starts to add up.
Yeah, and I mean, you got some cataphracts here, which is great. You got 7. Avely's actually taking away cataphracts, and he's going into horsemen now. Lash is adding in some archers, so you're seeing these army compositions start to develop. But Jeanne d'Arc, look at the choreography for Blid and XLav. The Onimusha are with the knights. If there's cataphracts that come in, if there's anything that come in, they're going to be able to do it. And just as I say that, they go in the opposite direction. But XLav is going to have the ability to take down even more villagers. I don't know how many vill kills he has this game, but it's got to be close to 10. Basically, the reason why Blid and XLav have an economic lead is going to be because of those Onimusha.
And they don't get to play against Onimusha that often. It's just not a common thing on ladder. This puts him in such a lead because your opponent doesn't know how to react to what you're doing. And that is such a huge advantage to have already. So, in theory, you know what to do, but you don't understand the extent of them when there's 30 of them, right? The moment the number is 30, it becomes a lot scarier. JD healing up everyone. She doesn't care. She's just living her best life. Onimusha target firing away. And it actually looks like Blid and XLav, they're going to take down the favorite to make it through today's playouts.
Look how much XP each cataphract gives. You're going to see some of them start to go down. If JD was close enough, maybe we'd be able to see it. But plus 33. 33 XP. Yeah, all of a sudden she's got a horse of her own. Of course she does. And these Desert Raiders are also pretty expensive. That's plus 18. Now she's going to be shielded from some of that range stuff, right? The longbowmen, the archers, all that. So she can get in and get her nice little whirly-doos off. You know, get some of that AoE damage in. Blid on the flip side, he has a decent amount of knights. He's got 15. He's going to be going up with Royal Institute. And if you thought those knights were tough to deal with, when they get to that Royal Bloodlines, they get that extra 80 HP. Look out.
The funny thing is, he's spending every bit of gold he has to make more knights, so he won't have the ability to get the up. It's going to take a few seconds before he can start queuing it up, because he instantly put 15 villages on gold again, but he's looking to get as many knights as possible before that kicks in. And instantly queues up an upgrade. We see the gold going down so quickly. So we're going to be seeing some very chunky knights. I guess he just got his knight upgrade to get 2 veteran royal knights. But let's see what's next.
Yeah, you actually hit a really good point. When you're French or JD, as Avely's doing a little bit of raid with horsemen, when you're French or JD and you go with Royal Institute, you need to get, probably to be safe, about 1,000 gold. You need 490 for the Royal Bloodlines. You need the veteran upgrade. You need, if you're getting archers, you get that upgrade. There's things in the blacksmith that you need, things like companion emplacements and all of that kind of stuff that help JD be a little bit better. You need a lot. if you're going to end up pulling it off. It looks like Blid just got that Royal Bloodline, so not necessarily exactly as you hit Castle Age, but at least it's a little bit close. You're going to do some raiding, going to do some poking around, trying to find some villagers to kill, but overall, you really don't want to take a fight until probably another minute 15, minute 10 seconds until that comes in.
Sure, they don't mind waiting. They're just sniping every villager going down here. It's so tough to get out of this position. Once they're in charge of the gold, you need to have so many units to take it back, and there's no unit you can make to deal with 30 plus Onamushas raiding you. These Onamushas at the back as well, just pulling the army to the south, ensuring that that army can never ever contest what you are doing. Right now, when you're looking at the scores, it might look even, but Blid and Slav, they just have so much more control on this map. And we're gonna see the incomes of these players plummet so quickly because now there's a big blob in the middle of the map and they've split these two players apart exactly as you do. And now every food source that's outside the base will get shut down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're just, by doing this, shutting down the middle, like you kind of alluded to before, you have a couple 2v1 situations, and Lash primarily has a ranged mass. He's got archers, he's got crossbowmen, and a couple desert raiders that are left. It's causing some camel unease, don't get it twisted. But because of all of the base damage that these Onimusha have, and the fact that there's about 40 of them, it proves to be quite challenging. Byzantines coming in from that eastern side, trying to move its way around. Got to go around those walls to make sure, but that Byzantine lack of mobility, we're seeing it time and time again. These Royal Knights now have Royal Bloodline, so they're able to take a lot of crossbowman hits. They're able to deal with it. Jeanne d'Arc getting continuous amounts of XP. And now, after that 2v1 is over, you're going to see what Blid does after dealing with some of this. You know, you're dealing with the Byzantines now. All you got to do is turn around.
And this is such a big moment for these players. They have not competed in any like one-on-one tournament and made it to the top here. This is so exciting for them. They're finally getting to a point. They're just sniping down everything. We see these Limitinate trying their best. They've dropped their shields. They're trying to catch up on these. But JD just is so far ahead. She goes right on top of them. She starts smacking them down. They say knights against spearmen. I'll take it. I'll take it. I've got royal bloodlines. I don't need anything else. And just like that, Blid and Slav secure their first S-tier tournament placement in the top 16. I am so happy for them. Oh, unless someone's computer crashes.
Which we did see happen. So maybe there might be a possibility of that happening. Xlav just going to be able to kind of jettison out with some of his own Amusha. These knights, I mean, you hit it. Just because they have Royal Bloodline. Look at that. 310 health. You got about plus 80 from Royal Bloodlines. What are you going to do against that? You know, you got a lot of them. Campbells, I don't really... Desert Raiders, you know, whatever. Villagers starting to go down. Lash at about 32 villagers. Only can house 15 in that town center, so they're looking for where these villagers could even go. I'm kind of surprised he still has the ability to make units. You know, some Desert Raiders, some Crossbowmen are coming out, but obviously, you know, you're not going to get the mass. You know, the military mass is 63 to 14 and will continue to dwindle, and the villager count will continue to dwindle as well. Avali finally getting hit on that wood line. Now the direction has been taken to the Byzantine Empire, and this might turn into the fall of Constantinople pretty quickly.
I am so sad. I'm sitting here pouting as I'm watching all these dead villagers just fall one by one. Avali and Lash just trying to hold on to the dream of making it through, hoping that their TC just fires a lot harder and more villagers go down. The longbows are here. They're like, Onamusha, take me on. But that's not a fight you want to take with the Onamusha. The Onamusha can overtake you in those numbers. These villagers keeping the knights busy, but JD, she's 2/3 ready to go to the final age. She wants to summon a cannon. And if you let her, she will.
And, you know, I mean, when you're Avali and Lash, these are things that, like, you have to do. Right? Your back is against the wall. Your opponent is on match point. Obviously, you're going to play this out. Right? You're going to see maybe there's a way for you to get back. Maybe there's a way for you to figure it out. But at this point, that military mass is unstoppable. Lash ends up taking the surrender. Avali will be soon to follow. And just like that, the team of Blid and Xlav take their match point 3-1. A series win. And honestly, I'm very surprised, and I want to give MVP probably to Xlav, being the Japanese. His head was on a swivel with those Onimusha. He did such a fantastic job of dealing with it. He wasn't raided. He was able to push the initiative. He combated the Cistern of the First Hill so well because of the fact that those Onimusha exist. I got to give him props for this one.
Now, the performance of these two was absolutely undeniably so good, and it just shows you what team gamers can do. It makes me excited for the next few weeks that we're going to be seeing, because the fact that we see this graph, just a constant rating, these villagers dying, it is an absolute masterpiece. Now, with the military count, though, I don't think the reaction was in time. There was a lot of times where maybe, hey, there's Onamusha on my base, maybe we should transition. But they were set on the idea of, hey, this is what they usually do. Let's keep making units to deal with that. And I think they should have just seen these as horse archers. And once they see the horse archers, they know what to do. You've been in that position. You've been the man. Look at that beautiful fight. We see the dervish healing up there at the back, but Bleedenslav, they just have so many units here. Firing everything. These cataphracts are going to melt the moment they look even at those Onamushas finally, and taking way, way too much damage here.
Yeah, I mean, Blinn, excellent. They just had the composition, right? Jeanne d'Arc is a no-brainer. You're going to make knights, and you're going to have Jeanne d'Arc, of course. But the Onimusha, like, not only did they do well against the cataphracts, these Onimusha kind of do well against the Desert Raiders, too, because they don't have ranged armor, right? So just having that amount of damage, they're able to get through it. Just having that amount of damage, they're able to cut through, slice and dice through everything. And even though they're expensive units, not as expensive as Mounted Samurai, so you can get a bunch of them, especially when you have a teammate helping you out, creating a front line. Now, that series is over. A big GG's to Avely and Lash, who they made that round to 16 twice, both today and yesterday, unable to close the deal. But man, are those two players so good. You know, they're just such good players. And I'm going to miss them going into that main event that's going to be next week. It's one of those situations where I wish both teams can make it. One of these situations also here that I wish both teams can make it. However, only one team will be here on the decider round. Best of 5. Magyar Marauders, Corvinus, and Myriad, oh my god, going up against with Waffle and Allah and Big Milk Whammon. They're tied up 1-1. This is going to be game number 3.
With a name like Big Milk, I already want to choose their side, but as a Corvinus and Myriad fan, I need to be with my Magyar Marauders. These are the Hungarian Chads who are representing their country, their domination, and Corvinus, a big FFA and team player. So I was actually surprised to see he didn't qualify yesterday, and a game being taken off of them by Hong Kong, by players who we don't really see in team events. I'm actually very impressed by Hong Kong already. But let's see what Corvinus and Myriad they're cooking, especially on a map like Gorge, where they have quite a nice combination. But let's hop into it, and then we'll talk about it a little bit more.
I think this is the first time we're seeing Gorge. It's absolutely fantastic. We're diving in to game number 3.
Gorge is the map, Jim.
Corvinus, number 1, the first of his kind, playing as the Malian Empire. His teammate Myriad going to be taking that front spot of the Gorge, playing as Ayubid's Whammon, who's honking over there next door.
Well, we can see that this is a clan name. They love them honks. They've got Allah and 3D Waffle. 3D Waffle on our faces right now. The Byzantines, the legend. Now, Byzantines being at the front, a little bit of a Moncaes, especially because they will be taking the most of the harassment here. And Allah at the back with Japanese gonna be having a good time there at the back, getting his units into a good position, not taking the raids, which I think Japanese absolutely loves.
Yeah, you know, this is the first time that we're seeing Gorge, right? And we're going to see this map play. I remember, I think Liticor said yesterday while he was casting, he wasn't really a fan of the map in 1v1, right? But I love this map. This is one of my favorite ones. If this was in the map pool all the time, I'm cool with it. Because you have this middle, this gorge, this crevasse, if you will. You're going to be in between, and that gold mine is going to be in the middle. Outside, that's where you make the money, dude. The outside is where all of these wood lines are, the gold mines, the deer packs, all of that kind of stuff. So you got to go out there, right? Corvin is playing as the Malians. Obviously, you get a pit mine on a big gold mine. Malians is a good civilization, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. But if you're looking for relics, if you're looking for stuff that the map can give you, we're going to see some moving around. Sometimes you have to extend and get villagers out there, and then it becomes pandemonium.
A little bit unsure about is what we're going to be seeing out of these teams, because I feel like Honk Allah would like to probably go for his normal fast castle, right? And Byzantines in this case also would like to do that, because you can easily get those defenses up to actually deal with a Malian raid. You know, Malian gets countered by the Mangonel towers, which I would absolutely love to see, but maybe we're not going to get that lucky today. Myriad going up as well already with, what is that? Because we have 2 choices per wing. Could we get the... of course, we get the dervishes. I was about to say, I don't think anyone has gone for D in a while. But making sure that he gets those dervishes up. Yeah? This
Pause?
is So,
no, you're exactly right, though. I mean, the dervishes are really good. We've seen them heal time and time again. Corvin is going with the Saharan trade network, kind of like what we alluded to in Gorge, right? You got to go out to some of those outside food resources, and that network is a little bit out there. If you can go ahead and click on it, Vodka, that blue landmark all the way over on the top side, it's going to be able to get a deer pack over there. But I'm kind of curious, what else do you think it's going to do?
this is not a landmark that protects anything, unless your cow boom is right behind it. This feels like a very unsure landmark position for me. Even on the other side, it might have been a little bit more... I mean, a little bit better, because you can protect another wood line as well. And I don't know, this is a very strange placement, but maybe we see trade to that side. Who knows? What a wild world we live in. But I absolutely love that Waffle here has seen the landmark and he's like, let me just kill the deer, actually. So they're not in prime position for you to actually use them. And just like that, he splits those boys up. So you are not going to get those for free. You're actually going to have to be in the firing range.
Yeah, and that's such a good strategy, right? You're even spreading them out. So if you do have 1 mill, you got to park it in the center, right? And then you start moving around, and it becomes an issue. But with Myriad going to be going up with the culture wing, it looks like he's going to try to set a little bit of initiative going forward. I mean, he does have an outpost to protect that gold mine just a little bit. And he's macroing up, actually. He's macroing up to Castle. He's got about 400 food in the bank, got about 300 gold in the bank, and also got some stone deposited to get arrow slits. I think we're going to see a fast castle out of him. So we have Corvinus, who is, what, from my understanding, looks like he might get some cow boom stuff. He might be doing a boom of his own. Myriad is also trying to get to Castle Age, so they're kind of sacrificing what this map has to offer right now.
Castle is definitely a really good move when you have a big castle spike, right? But you're playing against other civilizations that are also very fine going into fast castle themselves. And they do have a good answer to what you have to offer. Now, Waffle, with 9 on wood, we're not smelling a fast castle from them, though. And Corvinus, depending on what he decides to go for, we'll see now. The archer range being plopped down from Byzantines, I'm liking it. Is this going to mean that we're just going to get crossbows the moment they are available? I would think so, but no, there's archers. We get a feudal Waffle. We don't get a castle Waffle. And Corvinus behind us, he's just cow booming. Vibes and cows.
You know, watching Byzantines not make a unit on horseback is kind of crazy to me. I remember seeing some archers at an archery range. I didn't even know they were able to make them. I thought they just made staples at this time. But having the archers around, maybe he's trying to push the initiative in feudal age if he's making a couple of them. He's got 3 in the queue, and he's continuing to get there. Allah's just kind of hanging out in the back. I can't think that this archer mass is really going to do much of anything. It's so nice for Corvinus being in the back, though. I mean, we might have said something about the trade network and stuff. It does protect that cow boom a little bit in the back, not as much as the starting town center does, but he's not going to get aggressed upon, I should say.
Yeah, because he's pretty much safe there at the back, but also if they did aggress on him, they would not really find any damage. Right now, he's just on the middle gold. It has an emplacement. And up the front here, he's not getting... Waffle isn't getting any pressure from his side either. There's a lot of wood villagers. And I mean, Allah is going up for castle right now, so he's going to match Myriad's age up. Myriad is not going for any crazy shenanigans. He's just going for those extra villages, which, I mean, it gives you some pretty good tempo, right? So if Honk Honk Allah, I just keep saying Honk because it's the first part of their name, but if Allah doesn't do any damage with those knights or mounted samurais, as he will inevitably get, he's actually going to be in a lot of trouble dealing with that 6-villager lead or 7-villager lead that Ayubitz gets from aging up.
Yeah, this is kind of a while we're seeing this castle age go. I mean, Myriad's going to be going castle, Al is going to be going castle, which is what you said. It's weird because it almost puts them in a 1v1 situation because both of them are going castle age, so they're going to fight each other for map control and stuff. The Japanese, they're going to get their Shinto priest right out of the gate with the floating gate, pun literally intended, and they're going to be able to go out and get some of those relics. The Ayubids already have their dervishes, and they're set up right by the relics. Myriad did so very well. So when it comes to this map control, is Waffle going to make the difference, right? He's got javelin throwers, he's got archers. Might he be able to help with those mounted samurai of Allah if he chooses to go them? I think I saw a stable out there already. So he's looking to push the initiative, and maybe with the mounted samurai being that front line, he can do enough damage before Corvinus gets online.
That's the problem for me, though. The fact that Corvinus is also getting that cow economy perfectly ready for castle. So this is going to be really hard to shut down. They're giving Corvinus the time. Myriad, he has a power spike in castle with those... Wait, where do I wait? He did not go for the villager. Did he? Or he hasn't just... Did he get the villager lead? No, he did. He did. I just saw the numbers were very close to one another, and I panicked there for a second. So Myriad getting that boost in castle, that by getting all those villages, and also getting Corvinus in castle with that big spike in food, you're really going to struggle in castle to beat them, because that is where their spike is. That's where they're going to shine. But they're also going to run out of food, just like we see right now.
Yeah, and I think this is what makes Mali so good on this map, especially if you're in the back, right? Like, you're going to be able to do this cow boom. You're going to be able to get that, like, late game economy before everyone else does, right? Then all of a sudden, even though Waffle is the first one to get javelin throwers to actually hit the battlefield, Corvinus might have 60 of them, and then you're going to be in trouble, right? Waffle is trying to do some damage to players that pretty much only are in castle already and continuing to make castle age units. It looks like Myriad going with camel lancers. We've seen a lot of desert raiders, even though I hardly know her, but going to go for the lancers instead, and maybe might be able to do some damage against the archers and the javelin throwers over there. So we're going to need some mounted samurai here, and we're going to need Allah to give a little bit of help for 3D Waffle, because I don't think he can do this by himself.
The problem is... his army is really scary, but he's the one, or not his army, his allies' army is really scary. Oh, and shutting down that dervish, that is massive. But Allah doesn't have the numbers just yet. The fact that he can divert attention, though, that is going to be very big, because we know Byzantines, they don't really need help with those rams. So if he can keep the opponent engaged on the other side, not giving help to the to his Malian friend, then this is going to be a much harder game for them. And with this angle that I'm seeing here from Byzantines to try and attack, this might be a very dangerous push. He's trying to push away them from the cows, which is a good move. But now let's see what the trade looks like over here.
Well, that's the thing, Wayman, is Myriad's occupied. He's dealing with mounted samurai, and actually not doing as well as I thought he would. These camel lancers are going to end up going down. You've got 3 mounted samurai left. Corvinus is using villagers to try to get some of these Kirosifans down. It looks like they're still going to be able to light that town center ablaze if they want to. Allah is going to continuously push on this mounted samurai. These desert raiders, camel lancers, whatever he's making out there, isn't really doing enough. Villagers are going down. Myriad's at 42, 41. Remember, he got 8 in Castle Age, and now he's even. The economic wing is gone now. So they're going to have to figure out, Corvinus is going to have to get himself up by his bootstraps, make some units, because if he doesn't soon, he's going to get run over. He's making Sofa as a choice, and I think that's very good against some of the archers, some of the javelin throwers that he has. If he's able to import that armor pretty quickly, get that extra ranged armor, he might be able to see this through. But this is the time where, in this pivotal game 3, he's got to make a stand, and he's got to do it right now.
Yeah, Corvinus has just lost too many vills. We see with him being at 34, Malians is fine being that far behind, but not when they're busy killing your cows as well, and not when you don't have the units to actually deal with what's in front of your base. So right now, that's a very big army from Malians. If I had this army in front of Malians, from Byzantines, if I see this thing in front of my base as Malians, I'd be a little bit scared. Now, I would love to see where the other units go, because we do see that little teal spot of Myriad all around the map at the top there too. So those samurais just putting a presence on the map is going to force these guys to have to respond in a very suboptimal way. And I love that these chiropractors are going straight for the houses here and straight for the gold, because that gold is where the money is, baby. And they're putting them ablaze. And them not having those houses, Malians is very prone to getting pop capped. So let's see if that's going to be the case here.
Ooh, this is going to be tricky. As you see some of those houses go down, I don't know if there's enough mounted samurai for this. I mean, they do get camel unease from the lancers. It's pretty much just feudal age archers against a lot of these heavy armored units and a couple javelin throwers. They got to run away. And I think this mass, Waffle tried to get this kind of aggression against the Malians, against the Ayubids who fast castled. This looks like he was too late. This looks like the Corvinus hold that we wanted to see if you're a Corvinus fan.
I absolutely love that the sofa switch up worked so well, because Waffle was just like, I'm going to stick to my composition. But now he does make some Limitanei. The Limitanei are going to be able to push off some of these sofas, but the sofas are really good at survival, you know? These horses take quite a bit before they die, and the archers they want to kill, they're trying to get on top of them. They do shut down the wall of law, and I'm going to sweep that bad boy right up and take it home.
That's a little yoink. We haven't seen a yoink yet, so that was pretty good. You know, these sofas don't do too bad against those limits today. I mean, obviously it's a spearman, it's a counter, but sofa get +3 damage to infantry. Anything that's on foot, they're going to do a little bit of extra damage to. But Corvinus' sofas, just because they aren't knights, just because they don't have that much health, they're going to end up getting backed up and going in the opposite direction. Military count continuing to be in favor of Allah and Waffle, 36-17, 37-17. Eco is actually there for Waffle and Allah as well. So even though the villager count is there, though, Corvinus, his cows, relatively untouched. He was able to rebuild those farms. That push didn't really do much.
The problem is, Corvinus did that push and he lost so many of his sofas. Sure, Malians gets a lot of free stuff, but what happens when that gold runs out in the middle? They have made no leeway in moving out on the rest of the map. And I say this, but then Allah goes and throws away a bunch of his units as well. So both of these sides, they're just throwing away some very expensive units. And we'll see if this pays off for either side, because now with that Limitanei mass that's happening, they might actually be in trouble. Look at that presence now. The Limitanei putting pressure over here on the gold. And that's what I mean. You're not going to be able to mine the gold out there. And this might be like, oh, Malians doesn't need to. Well, Myriad definitely will need to. So with that gold expiring in the base, he's going to struggle getting out on the rest of the map if they don't get control of this right now. And they are able to keep up with the numbers, but we just need to make sure that they do keep taking some favorable trades. The Limitanei turn around, they do impale a few sofas. The sofas go down pretty quickly, but also there's a lot of them. So they do survive a lot of these spears inside of them.
Wow. I love casting with you, Wayman. You know, you're a box of chocolates. I'll tell you.
It's like you never know what you're gonna get. The tism decide what comes out some days.
And just let it fly. Let it flow. You know, I'm not gonna stop it. I'm not stopping that train. You kidding me? There's no way. The pit mine gonna be going down from Corvinus over there. He's gonna have to rebuild it. He does have a second pit mine over there on the gold mine. That's pretty close. But this sofa raid, look at all this furniture just sprawled out on the map. He's got 20 sofas out there. He's got 4 in the queue. The armor is there. The Limitanees are still proving to be a challenge, however. Corvinus continuing to make those sofas. Myriad continuing to make some of these cable lancers, but now he's starting to add in a little bit of archer. So having that archer mass is going to help you out. I think Corvinus and Myriad, they needed that army composition change. Waffle also needed to get to Castle Age. And now that he has, he's going to be able to get some Castle Age limit today, some veteran javelin throwers. He might be able to turn the tide as well, because him being in Feudal Age was very, very bad for him. Now he's in that Castle Age. We're going to see if he has some kind of improvement. But those limit today are just running into archers. I don't see a shield wall on them. They're going at their similar pace, so they might be able to actually get hit and go down. But javelin throwers, the amount of DPS that they have on ranged units, they just cleaned up an archer mass.
The beauty of Byzantines, right? It depends on what landmark you decided to go for, but I have a feeling this is going to be a very tough game for either side. Corvinus and Myriad definitely have the edge the later the game goes because they are more experienced. They've played a lot more team games as well, so I feel like Corvinus should be able to handle something late, but we're still in the mid game. And this is still so spicy, and Byzantines, when they get the castle, it's just so powerful to see those upgrades in work, because we know how powerful those Byzantine units already are. Look at these mounted samurais actually taking these camel lances heavily and being pulled back just to make sure that they get their reinforcements together.
You know what's really good about Castle Age with Waffle getting there? He got the veteran javelin thrower upgrade. Look what he's making in terms of mercenary units. He's got his own camels. He's gonna make a couple camel riders, and they're actually gonna be doing pretty well against those Sofa. Maybe Corvinus needs to change and gets away from those Sofa. Who really knows? But now that this battle is taking place, the samurai, mounted samurai, end up reigning supreme. They have a big amount of archers that they can take down. They're gonna be chasing them.
Now, the problem with this point of the game is you have the sacred sites that's giving you these resources. You have these archers trying to fire at them, but these armored units, they don't take that much damage, especially when your arch mass is this small. Now, from both sides now, we're just seeing raids. They're trying to find the damage, and I don't think either of these teams know how to punish the other one optimally. Right now, Waffle and Allah, they look like they're fish out of water right now. They're not sure, where do I go? Do I wall? Do I not wall? And these samurais, I'm not really sure if they have a plan here. They're currently chasing behind sofas. And when you send those bad boys forward, that's when you actually get people to pull off and have to go quite deep. And we've seen a lot of villages here from Mr. Waffle on the stone. Unless he's going for a lot of cisterns. I'm wondering what he's cooking. Oh, never mind. We found what he's cooking. He's cooking a keep. My favorite type of cooking. Very nice.
And, you know, with getting those kind of defensive structures is so important on a map like Gorge, right? I mean, you have gold mines that are so far away from your town center and wood sources and all that kind of stuff. If you don't have those outposts, you don't have those keeps, you're asking your villagers to die, right? And even these Sofa, what they're trying to do, they're just barreling in here, you know? They're making sure all of these olive groves end up being idle. Allah and Waffle end up pulling just about their entire force to try to track down these Sofa, where Corvinus has them in multiple different areas. He's going to be able to raid on that south side. Japan does have a second town center trying to bolster that vill count, and a third town center. Oh my god. The amount of booming that the Japanese is trying to do, but they're going to be continuously under duress. That Sofa count from Corvinus, that's not stopping.
Now the sofas are actually going down, but again, your Corvinus with a lot of cows, you're pretty much okay just replenishing these. And now the gold income is looking pretty good because now they are the people who are offensive. They get to be on gold and they're perfectly fine with that. But look at these Limitinates. They are kind of scary. The sofas just impaled themselves. They're like, hey, it's time for a spit. What is that? The spit braai. Spit barbecue. There we go. Kebab. We'll just call them kebabs. That's much better. I'm sorry.
What?
It's on the cards.
Are you talking about the rotisserie again?
Spit
Where are
roast. Spit roast. There we go. Thank you, Ryan. Spit roast. They make a nice little spit roast here, innit?
This is unbelievable. Oh my god, so much fun we have here on EGC. I'm
No.
Take over. I don't have any.
No, you don't
like,
have
this is this is your part.
Okay. Well, guys, so sometimes when you're Malians, you know, You're gonna pack the snow and you're gonna put it together like smack, smack, and you make a snowball. And then you go to the highest peak of the mountain. That is the Cow Mountain. And once you start rolling, it doesn't stop. You've created an avalanche. And these sofas, hell yeah, they are the avalanche, boys. And the avalanche has arrived. The 4th GC ain't no problem. Have you seen my camels? Okay, now Tim, you can continue. I don't know.
Oh my god, look at that. They're gonna have to pull some. What was that movie where the guy cut off his own arm to try to, escape a snowstorm or an avalanche or something? This is what it kind of feels like at this point. You're so much funnier than me. Why do I even talk after you? Anyway, Myriad. Let's just keep, let's just try to figure out what the hell's going on in this game. Myriad, Corvinus, trying to put the offensive, trying to get that damage onto Waffle and Allah. Even though Allah and Waffle are the honk honk, Myriad and Corvinus are saying beep beep, we're coming. Get out of my way.
Oh, the beep beep coming from the mangonels though, it's more like shh. They are just letting fire rain down and those farms are not getting replaced anytime soon. My real question is today, where are my mangonel towers? Because I missed them. I missed the days where we had those mangonel towers, but manganiques, they are just made of beauty, fire, and destruction. And Hong Kong, this looks like it's going over to Corvinus and Myriad. The boys are back. They woke up from the slumber, and they're ready. They're ready to take this last spot. But with this push, I don't think the Waffle boys are going to be able to close this out. They're going to try. They're trying to flank. But they need to be careful. Mangonels are not as crappy as they were at the beginning of the season. And they do take a little bit of damage here, but it is still fiery rain, so it's luckily not that much of chaos.
And I mean, these Manganiques, arguably the prettiest unit out here, just because of the way they rain fire on it. Their range is a little bit long or more widespread, right? Because of the fire. You can see these fiery rocks are just getting thrown in every direction. They're so hot. The Manganiques are like, get out of here. Waffle and all are also being like, I gotta get the hell out of here. 2-1. Corvinus and Myriad, they're on match point now. They're gonna be able to take this next series and get into the main event if they're able to take this game for lots of what a fiery display at the end. It was almost like fireworks. They didn't win yet, but it almost looked like they were shooting off fireworks prematurely.
Definitely put on a show there at the end. And I think that's the problem when you're letting your opponents get to this point of the game. You need to know what is your power spike and what is your opponent's power spike. And they did not respect that. We see poor little Waffle. He lost those villagers. They all went down. And his just getting the Japanese to bake 4 TCs, trying to catch up, just did not pay off because the raids were too powerful. And this is where the experience comes in. Even though the Honk boys got a little bit ahead, they just couldn't close it out.
Yeah, and I think it was, look at Waffle's military count. Like it was super high. I think the big issue with him though is they were just a lot of units that didn't really do an impact, right? He had a lot of archers, he had a lot of javelin throwers, but you're up against Sofa and Camel Lancer, and it's like I'd rather you just make nothing at that point, because they're not going to do anything, right? Allah tried to help, right? Allah tried to help with some of the Mountain Samurai. I just don't think he was going to be able to get enough to make that push. I think they wanted to end that game early, Castle, right? They wanted to end that game before that cow boom paid off. But my God, the amount of milk that Corvinus had, I'm guessing he milked the hell out of those cows. I don't know. He got a lot of sofas, and the game ended up going to him.
That was Milked Cow by Timothy. Poetry by the Doctor. Thank you very much.
It's a haiku.
Now, I wonder what these boys are going to be pulling out. And just like one of the previous games that we talked about, it's that civilization limitation that many people have. If you put me in a tournament and you tell me I have to play more than 5 civilization, I will have a panic attack. But Myriad and Corvinus might not feel the same way. I have a feeling that Waffle and Allah might not be as versatile as these other two, because I know that Corvinus, full-time gamer, Myriad, full-time Chad, they definitely have a lot of civs up their sleeve. But look at this pivotal sofa switch doing work, just like an English army. Poor little Byzantine's army falls down. Purple English falls again. Unfortunately, the dervish ready to yoink. Tim, can I get a yoink?
Yoink.
There we go. Very nice.
Nailed it.
Very nice. Some good plays from Gord.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Mounted Samurai actually did a pretty good job here. You can see this on the replay. Limitine obviously being the main DPS, but Mounted Samurai just a little bit of a tanky unit that it's actually able to help. And this is one that actually shocked me. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2. It looks like 8 and 8 in terms of Mounted Samurai Desert Raiders. Mounted Samurai did get the charge. Some other Camel Lancers end up coming out to help. We got a Bannerman here. There was one situation, I'm not sure if it was this, yeah, it was this fight, where these Camel Lancers ended up getting taken to school by these Mounted Samurai. This really wasn't something that I was expecting, Camel unease or otherwise. You're watching these get taken down. This might be a lesson to learn if you're a Japanese player with this. I mean, maybe you're not supposed to be too scared of those Camel Lancers.
And the Camel Lancers, we have always had the argument of like Camel Lancers versus samurais, mounted samurais. And I think it always goes about the additional unit that they follow up with, because they were archers. There are some things that you could use to destroy the shields. The thing is, I just don't know if Camel Lancers have an answer to them in a team game because of their versatility and the buff they bring. So the sofa raids as well by Corvinus, he was just able to really keep this game in his clutches. And you were forced to respond to things unfavorably. Look at those two little villages just running for their life. Allah. And this was the beautiful sonnet by these creative men who just made a lot of mangonels or manganiques. Apologies. Wrong man. Yes.
And, I'll tell you what, oil is quite the flammable substance. As you could see, a lot of that, the winery, all of those groves end up going down. I don't know if you did know this, but a little bit of a history lesson. The Byzantine Empire had some of the oldest olive trees in their empire, some of them thousands of years old. So very sought after oil, still flammable, all the same. Ended up going down in that game number 3. My God, am I hyped for game number 4. This one had a lot of back and forth, right? We saw, Waffle and Allah maybe get in there. They might be able to do some kind of push. Corvinus and Myriad came back with that cow boom and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not clinching this game or the series for the Magyar Marauders yet. I think that Hong Kong still has a little bit of gas left in their tank to honk their horns.
Well, they're gonna need to, because when they're playing a 1v1 situation, I feel like, because the map, again, we said it's a very team game oriented, but I do feel that the 1v1 skill comes into play here because you're playing together. Like, it's just plus together. There's no shenanigans over there and shenanigans over here. It's all together. And I feel like Corvinus and Myriad might have the edge here. These boys definitely prepared for the worst. And this is their redemption. So guys, let's hop into Coastal Cliffs and see what's waiting for us.
Man, we're wasting no time on this one. I love it. Game number 4, Coastal Cliffs, Honk Honk, with Alla playing as the Abbasid Dynasty in the color green, Waffle playing as the HRE in the color yellow. These Magyar Marauders, women, what are they doing over there?
Well, they're cooking something real good, but first, I just want to look at this situation with the chapel that we could have here. Mr. Waffle here on the HRE, he is going to put that chapel forward, and I am excited to see it. Because if you see the house at the back, the chapel's at the front, Chief. Now, getting that prelate micro back and forth. Corvinus, Mr. Blue Man on the Rus, loving the Rus pick on this map, because we know Rus is a really strong when he wants it. Also, something that forces you to not go too far out on the map, that this map might force you to do. Then, in the teal, Myriad. Myriad.
Oh.
The British
I was like, hello?
Hungarian. No, I was just waiting for our wonderful observer to click the button so I don't talk to this guy. So, Myriad on English. And what I like about this, guys, there's always the question of, when do you do 2 on gold and when do you do 3 on gold? And from my experience is, if you are going to go for a second TC, you usually put the 2 on gold so they don't have to run all the way to China to get the next. But the stone is in China anyway. I'm actually surprised. Is there not supposed to be a stone that spawns next to the... Oh, apparently not. This map is
Very,
spicy.
very good, Whammon. They're exactly
Wow.
right. Coastal
That's...
Cliffs doesn't have a starting stone
Oh
for
my
each one of their
goodness.
players. Yep. So you gotta, if you're gonna get a town center, you're
Oh,
gonna
no.
you are going to not only have some villager idle time, but you're gonna put them in harm's way. I don't know if Myriad's gonna necessarily do that because usually you're gonna see some Abbey of the King shenanigans, and you're gonna see a king, and you're gonna see all that garbage with the king being a free unit, blah blah blah. I've harped about it enough. They're gonna be going with the council hall this time, adding some longbowmen. Corvinus, as the Bruce, might be responsible for being the knight civilization. He's going with the Kremlin, and look at where his Kremlin is. It's very forward. You got a deer pack right there. You got 8,000 gold. This is a pretty interesting Kremlin. This is going to make sure you have some resources shored up for a while. But we did see this. We did see a Kremlin that was put out of in a different direction. I think Erican, if I remember correctly, did it. It makes your hometown center, your home area, very raidable for a civilization that you might not think is raidable. So we'll see if Waffle and Allah have the ability to do that. But Allah's going economic wing. You can see it here. He's Abbasid Dynasty. He's probably starting on stone pretty soon if he hasn't already. But because that stone's pretty far out there, I'm not really sure if he's going to do... Yeah, actually, you know what? I kind of got myself into a bind here. Why is he going economic? Oh, he is going for the stone. Look at that north gold, stone. There's a mining camp there. There you go.
Yeah, this is a very risky play by the man. I don't know if you want to be going for a second or a third TC on a map where people scout, firstly, and secondly, where your tournament life is on the line, and it's very small, and they're gonna teleport right into your base by walking 4 steps. So this is a very risky play already by them. And now with these scouts also just doing the harassment, very, very creative play by them. And we see that he has 3 scouts. And I don't know if you've played against a Roost 3 scout, but it is so annoying. It is so annoying.
Torching buildings like that, right? He's going to have to use villagers to repair. So it means you're not going to get your stone that quickly. He's got 5 on stone right now. And that means Myriad might have time. He's got 2 longbowmen that are already on the battlefield, trying to get there probably as fast as possible. There's one of them doing its best, but that longbow, it's going to act like a third leg. He probably trips over it for how big it is. That longbowman is going to have to get over there and take down some of these villagers. Look at that one villager repairing. You'd love to get stone out of it, but you can't.
And this is putting the... I feel like this could be the shortest game we've ever seen, because the moment this gets shut down, what are they going to do? Myriad's longbowmen are coming one by one. You see those little dots around the map. He's pulling more villagers onto the stone. And unfortunately, I don't know if this is going to hold up. The first longbow is about to be in TC range. He is not waiting for anyone. This man is about to snack and attack. Yes.
And, and you know, even if it comes to an event where you stop that stone from getting gathered, and it looks like they're going to be able to do that, lots of idle time by Olive trying to chase down scouts and all that. Even if you didn't stop this, you were going to be able to stop something like a second town center, right? So we'll see. It looks like an outpost coming up. Again, 100 wood he would rather not do, which is great. You might be able to get the stone, and that's fine. But the thing of it is, you already have some more longbowmen. There's 7 longbowmen total working their way around the map. You might get the stone, but where are you going to put the TC?
They're already dead, Tim. There's so many of them. Oh no. 2 of the villagers are just like, okay, stone. One decides he's going to continue chopping. The boys are desperate. Everyone's desperate. The longbows, they're going to go into position. You guys know what longbows do. They outrange outposts. They're just going to snack on these villagers. They're already dead, Tim.
How, and you know, from somebody who I've dealt with that one too many times, my God, is that annoying. You build the outpost and you're like, okay, my villagers are safe. Everything's safe. Everything's fine. All of a sudden, your longbowmen are still shooting at your villagers. And you're like, bro, like, I built an outpost. Like, isn't that doing something? No, it doesn't. If you're going to counter longbows with outposts, you got to get 2 outposts, one on either side, right? They'll look like Allah doesn't have the ability to do that. He's got about 750 wood, so he might be going for multiple town centers. I'm not really sure. Waffle's throwing spearmen at the issue, and against longbowmen, that wouldn't be my first choice. Villagers are still getting peppered down.
This feels like when I play against Beastie in scrims, I feel like this is exactly what describes my game. He has 2 longbowmen. He once told me, make 2 longbows and you can end the whole game. And he was right. Those 2 longbows, they put the game on their head. Those poor villagers inside that tower, they're just there, traumatized, holding back. They're not even going for the stone anymore. They're just tired and they need a break.
Well, he does have enough for the town center. Okay, he did get the stone. It's a little bit to the south of where his starting town center is. You can see it right next to the gold mine there. He's in the process of building it. I think the issue, obviously, because he lost all of these villagers, he's going to be running into about 14 to 15 longbowmen. Roos, as Corvinus, we haven't talked about him too much. We just talked about the longbowmen. He's got a stable or two next to his Kremlin, so he's going to be able to he's got a second stable going up right now. He's going to be able to get some knights and help him out, right? So these villagers are probably as good as dead. They're not escaping with their lives. And then the second town center and this Abbasid base is already under duress, and you have a teammate in Waffle who probably wanted to go up to Castle Age, probably wanted to get relics, wanted to get some stuff. Now he's got to commit to this feudal, and it's essentially going to be 2v1 for a little while. Corvinus and Myriad, I mean, they knew the map. They knew the map. They knew what to do.
They knew exactly how to close this out. And this, again, is just experience. The fact that you are trying to go to DC on a map that is this small and easy to defend against players who are very good at scouting and very good at shenanigans at that. That was a very risky move, and it did not pay off this game. The villagers desperately getting out, going to drop off a little bit of stone. Not before they die. Good night, Chiefs. It was good. So now, with that villager lead that we have from the other side, this is just gonna, they're just packing the snow. And unfortunately, I think this is about to be a distraction. But Honk Allah has decided I need to at least throw a few units at this. So he puts a few of these boys in the TCs, like, let my TC help me at this point. I need all the help I can get. And the villagers did do the firing from the TC, but that's about it. And now, Allah is barely holding on to a dream. He's got 2 TC, he's got hopes and dreams, he's got an HRE, a friend, but the HRE friend needs to make something magical happen. And usually, HRE wants to split an army and chase them down. You don't want to fight an army head-on, and English, they definitely do want to fight an army head-on. They're making a ram, your production buildings are about to die, and along with that, your tournament hopes and dreams.
Yeah, I mean, we reached a time where it was a 1-1 series tie, but looking at what's going on, the Ram is going to be able to take some real good hits against that stable. And I really like, if you're somebody who is working on being an aggressive player, I think this is a particular one to watch. Understand what gives your opponent the economic boost, try to stop it, which is what they did, right? And then secondarily, what can you do to hinder your opponent from defending? Right? A lot of people, they see the second town center, myself included. They see the second town center, and they're like, oh, we obviously need to kill the second town center. That's where all the villagers come from. Well, not so fast. If you're able to take down some of this production, the stable goes down. They're not going to have anything to defend themselves anyway. So they can have as many villagers as they want. They're not going to be able to use the resources, and that's exactly what they're doing by taking down the stable. Second stable already at half health. He needs the wood to build more. Right now he's sitting on about 50 wood. If he does make it, it takes time to actually build the stable. It takes time to make the horsemen and all that kind of stuff, so you're hindering your opponent. This outpost is in a rather fortuitous spot as well for Myriad. Not only is it going to give you a network of castles, in that campfire, what it's going to do is make sure that wood line gets compromised, so all these villagers got to get the hell out of there.
Those rams don't have an answer to them right now. You've got a TC firing at them. You've got your horses inside the TC trying to make them fire even harder. We've got a blacksmith here. Now, we can just see that Allah is desperate, and Waffle is holding on to his dear friend for dear life. He's like, I've got the archers. I'm just going to keep making units, dude. We got this. And they're waiting for something magical to happen, because this is a little bit of a destruction. Myriad just pumping out units and still has 1,000 food, and that just shows you the power of the English palm transition. He's living life right now. Just keeps making units, just keeps making rams. He's got that second tower coming up as well. He's like, I haven't done enough to this man, let me continue. Blacksmith, gonna get interrupted by this upgrade it was so desperately trying to get. And the longbows are now just going to be able to fire at the TC without the TC poking back.
And this second town center, I mean, you know, I hear this on your stream, Wham, and when you're talking about how many rams to take down a town center, he's got 3 rams. And 3 rams is going to take this thing down pretty quickly. These horsemen are going to try to get a circle around this ram. None of them are going to end up going down. Men-at-arms are going to go in against those knights. I don't really like the look of the men-at-arms at that particular situation. Network of castles going to be coming up for those longbowmen, so that 20% attack speed is still going to be there. Men-at-arms get picked up pretty quickly. The only thing we have is an archer mass that's trying to kite. Aula is done with this game. Waffle is going to be soon to follow. Remember, that's tournament life on the line. And just like that, it's dashed. 3-1 going Corvinus and Myriad. We're going to see him in the main event next week.
Now, this be a really, really spicy one to watch because Corvinus has always been seen as this top team gamer guy who he plays all the things that aren't 1v1 as well. So this is definitely something that I think we're going to be on the lookout for. We want to see how these teams match up against one another and how it ends up being to play team gamers against 1v1 gamers who are just making teams. So could we, yeah, we're quickly going to have a look at these brackets and you guys will see what we're going to be facing in the future.
All right.
So, Corel, Yona, the Banter Boys, and now I will read the names of the boys. The Banter Boys, Maria, Nugify, and Jeffrey, with the Magyar Marauders, the Chads we just saw now, the Meow Police, which is Slav Blid, which I think is actually quite an achievement. Pro Quitter, on the other hand, making it through. That is going to be Meow Micah and Kayo. We saw that a little bit earlier, but we still have a few matches that we are waiting for. And the one I'm most surprised about is the Razval, Cabineta, and Ikir still fighting it out. Because Razval being Garnath and Dark against Ikir, which was, let me get them up on my screen, Deniskaya and Yellow. So, excited to see which boys make it through.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Deniski is a great player. You know, I mean, Garnath and Dark, I remember Garnath a lot, actually. I think he was practicing with B. He was part of that 3D for a little bit of time. I don't know if he still is, but having the ability to practice with somebody like B, who's a fantastic player, is really going to help. But we definitely have, just like you said, we definitely have some quote-unquote team game players, you know, ones that mostly like team games more than anything. The Banter Boys are definitely up there, right? With people like Maria and Nugify, and I am Jeffrey. You know, they're going to be there. They basically just play team games. And then you have right below them, Core and Eliona, right? Core is one of those fantastic players. Eliona, obviously, if you watch Eliona stream, he does stream mostly in French, but he is a fantastic player as well. I love watching both of them play, actually. So seeing all of these players, we're going to see those cream of the crop top 1v1 players against these team game players. My question for you, Wayman, one of the team gamers, one of the teams, I guess, that went yesterday. You think Devils are going to take this? They're going to win the whole thing?
I think Devils will definitely not take this, but Jiggly will make a few good memes out of it. So I think we're all winners in the end out of it. So
that's what I'm
rooting for
talking about.
Jiggly and his memes. Yeah.
I see 3D Waffle in chat. I see Myriad in chat as well. You guys played so well. You know, having a 3-1 against teams like the Magyar Marauders. They're fantastic players. All of these people are great. You know, it was definitely a blessing to be able to cast all of these great people, and definitely a blessing to cast with the wonderful and famous Wayman as well.
Damn it.
You speechless. We got her.
Now I am. Oh my gosh, Tim. I feel so flattered because when I'm around a man as accomplished as you on AoE gameplay, you're a man who believes in not making walls, being in Diamond 2, and making horse archers. I feel like I look up to you, actually. It's
okay. Well, that's about wraps it up. Yeah, that's about wraps it up. Oh my god. We honestly, I had a blast today. Today was so much fun. It was nice to get to cast on EGC again because it's been a little bit of time, and I'm so glad Whammon is joining and being an EGC caster. I also want to give a big shout out to also Kai Variu, who made some of these maps, including Kurlager, which we saw, including some of the other ones, the EGC made maps. I saw him in chat a little bit earlier. He's fantastic. The ability to make these maps and put the work in to do it. I remember seeing the map modder thing, coder thing, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I'm not touching this. So with the fact that he has the patience to do it, I love it. Chum is an admin as well who put amazing casters. Amazing Chum. He did great. Being an admin, doing behind the scenes stuff. Vodka, making us look good as a producer. Just thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, it was an amazing opportunity to be here. If you want to see me and Tim together, keep a lookout later this year. We will be making an announcement soon enough about some shenanigans happening. But until then, enjoy all the things the wonderful EGC gives us and gives the community. And we look forward to the rest of the year. We'll see you guys soon. And